Ladies and gentlemen, we're so back. We're gonna do some more Cassidy VOD reviews today. We have quite a lot to go through. We're gonna go through some that we already have in the Discord, and then we're gonna go through one of my games. I'll actually have to switch accounts. Actually, let me do that real quick before we hop into it. Let me just go ahead and change accounts real quick. And then we'll go over one of my Masters 2 games. Whoops, that's the wrong password. I'm trying to one trick to GM right now. I'm having some struggles running into full dive, but yeah, we're getting there. I got to GM5 with like 80% playtime on Cass and 20% on Ash. But okay, so we're back on the game. And we're going to go ahead and hop into these VODs. So once again, my name is Once Told Tale. I'm a Grandmaster Cassidy main. I got there originally by playing Cassidy and some Ash. I did flex. And currently I'm trying to one trick to GM. And I'm fluctuating between the M2, M1 range. Not quite in GM5 from one tricking alone yet. But I am doing my best. Anyways, we are going to hop into the codes. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Bandit on Colosseo. He mentioned, this is an official match semifinals, so I feel like my positioning was bad for the first half, including a terrible noon. Just a lot of bad positioning, I think. Howdy, I will do another... Oh, okay, that was me. Sorry. I'm reading my own comment here. Cool. Yeah, we will take a look. So one thing, as I boot up Epic Pen here, one thing I will mention about Colosseo is that it's generally a pretty awkward Cassidy map. As much as I want to cope a little bit and say, you know, you can make it work or whatever, it is inherently just going to be kind of awkward to work around. Because there are some high grounds. Okay, I got this to work. There are just some high grounds that are not very advantageous, even though they might feel so, right? So like hopping into it, especially whenever the bot is under or around this bridge, it can get really tough to make some good plays as Cassidy. You can try coming up the bridge and of course shooting them using the high ground, but then they can come under you, and then there's this wall with cover here that you can't really contest without committing really hard to the flank, and then you're really close to the enemies. Like you know, a lot of mistakes can add up on Colosseo. So this second point defense is just really awkward broadly. But this first point neutral fight shouldn't be that bad. So your whole kind of mini game for Cassidy on this map is going to be, well, in this case, okay, well, let's take a step back actually and look at the comps. So we're running quite a normal brawl comp. So we're running Cassidy, Genji, Orisa, Lucio, and Kiri, which is, you know, your standard flex DPS, you know, main support, flex support, whatever, with an Orisa into a brawl. So in this type of situation, generally, we do not want to double up with our Genji. I mean, if our team... So typically, we like to complement our Orisa and put out strong neutral pressure. But if you're going to be coordinating and try to take this right side with your Genji and your Orisa as well, I mean, by all means. I'm not by any means an expert when it comes to coordinated play. But generally, in solo queue, you want to try to avoid doubling up with your other DPS. So I would be erring on the side of playing in main. But if you want to play with them, you know, because that you're coordinating that, by all means. Okay. Montana, welcome. Okay, so sitting in main. So yeah, this is, you can kind of clearly see why. Whoops, I forgot to change my stream, my spectator settings here. You can kind of off rip here. You can immediately see why the main angle is not preferred as Cassidy, and why I would rather you be where your Genji is right now. In like theoretical, like imagining your Genji is invisible and didn't actually exist, because the range is just really bad, right? I mean, we're looking at 30 meters to this Sojourn, and at this point we're hitting damage fall off and we're shooting Ps, okay? And we don't want to shoot Ps, we want to shoot bullets. So in that situation, and this is why typically I prefer something like this. I'd rather you be marking the Genji and you be marking this Lucio right now. So if you are going to be playing main with your Orisa, what this comes down to is taking the least amount of damage possible and requiring the least amount of damage, right? So you taking the Sojourn E is terrible, okay? So for example, what we should be doing, if we want to think about this optimally, is yeah, taking this E is terrible. We should honestly probably be playing this angle. and, you know, playing a little bit more conservatively this way. Because E, here's the problem. Whenever you play behind, and this is really minute, but stuff like this adds up, especially in coordinated. Whenever you're playing behind this cover in main, you get hit by Zojo and E. Now what happens? You have to rotate out into the open, right? So you're going to have to rotate left. You're going to have to rotate right. You know, pick your poison. And immediately you could have taken that, this Kiri Kunai barely misses you. But if she headshots you, suddenly you might have forced Suzu. Okay, like this could have added up to being terrible, right? If you took a headshot here, you'd be at like what, 80 HP? Maybe that's a forced Suzu, and that could be an entirely lost fight because you took too much damage. So just keep in mind, you know, we got to play a lot more careful when it comes to our positioning here. I don't mind the flash. It was ambitious. I think it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Roll backwards. Okay, we're just late with the roll. So Cassidy is a hero where you have to kite early. So here's the problem. Go for this. Immediately, you should understand whenever you miss a flash, typically you miss your power spike as Cassidy. So you need to get out immediately, especially against any kind of high mobility team comp, right? In this case, we're walking into a Genji and a Queen and a Lucio and a Kiri and a Sojourn. And what do all these people have in common? Well, they are all a part of Rush. And what these guys can do is they can run on someone like a Cassidy and you are almost certainly going to die. And one thing you have to understand about playing Cassidy is he is a very, typically in any team comp, he's the guy who's going to die first. Why? Because he has no mobility, right? He has roll and it's terrible. It's not good at all. And then he is, yeah, he just basically has no mobility and he has no survivability, right? He can't survive. So he's just going to die. He requires help, right? He's going to require the Kiri to Suzu him. He's going to require a speed out, you know, gold or javelin spin, whatever, to help him kite. So with all this in mind, you need to keep in mind, like, these guys are foaming at the mouth for this opportunity to kill you right now because you're just going to be so easy to frag. So here, you needed to roll out immediately when you missed the flash. The flash wasn't bad, so don't obsess over the flash. You just need to get out faster. Here, yeah. Like here, when these guys are marking you, it should be even more obvious that you need to get out. And then you actually just accidentally roll into the corner and die. So, you know, that's just, it happens, but we just didn't kite out fast enough. I don't mind you rotating to the right there. So don't get the, you know, don't misconstrue the angle as being bad. It's, you just had the bad micro. Okay, I don't mind. This angle's fine. Good shots, by the way. Let's look at aim here just a little bit. Yeah, looks great. Perfect. Wow, my demon. I can see why you're on a team. Great job. Okay. So, and this is also another thing that sucks about Colosseo is there's not really a place to set up after you win this first fight. So, typically what you'll see from Cassidy's is they'll just play, even when the cart is all the way out here, like under this bridge, you'll still see Cassidy players just playing back here because the rotation under this way is really brutal. And the problem with playing under in these low grounds here under the point is if they drop to contest you, it's a really close proximity. Okay, they're going to be like 2 feet away from you and they're going to blow your socks off. All right, so that's why this isn't preferred and you won't see a lot of pros play here. It's a lot of just sitting in main until the cart's until your team like can win the fight or the cart's in a position where you can adequately take space and not die. So like here, I wouldn't even be doing this because the problem is if they drop on you in any way, shape, or form, you're just fried, right? Your only rotation out is going to be to rotate right side and hopefully you get support peel. So I wouldn't be surprised if you die in the next 30 seconds. Yeah, so like where do we rotate, right? So we take a bunch of poke and then we can hear this queen pushing us. What's the play? There's not really a good play. I mean, of course you can maybe rotate this way and try to break LOS by like quote unquote flipping the map, you know, coming back this way. But even then it's going to feel awkward because what if someone drops on you, right? You're going to be isolated from your supports. Like you should be where your Genji is right now. Like you guys should honestly probably be switching places. Yeah, like we just forced Suzu for what? That's the problem. Like we forced Suzu for what here? And it's because we had bad positioning. This is entirely preventable. We could have just been riding cart here. Because we didn't actually... I mean, if you look at the grand scale of things... And this is a relatively short game, so I don't mind obsessing over these details. But if you look at the grand scale of things in terms of the macro, right? Like if we look at how your Orisa is taking the space here, you're kind of inconsequential for everything that happens, right? So here's what we'll think to ourselves: is the enemy team making any different decisions because we're taking space, or we're where we're at? Okay, hold on. Let me take a step back. Here's how we should think about it. Is our position causing the enemy team to think differently? Okay, let's evaluate. So here we are. We're going to take space on these stairs. Is anyone respecting us? No, not really. They're kind of just playing the position the way they are. They're more respecting this Orisa right now. Respecting Orisa. They're kiting. That Sojourn is kiting because of Orisa. The Kiri, you know, we force her to kite backwards or whatever. She has to swing back into the angle. But the Queen doesn't care. Right? Not only did we get no value for taking this not only do we get no value for walking forward and taking the space, we also demand value. We demand resources. We demand Kiri heal, and we're about to demand Suzu. Right? So this is your problem, is you're basically going value negative. As in, you're just requiring... I mean, you have great aim, right? That fight when you came back and you just domed 4 people, whatever. Like, that was fantastic aim. But here, you had bad positioning. It cost your team everything. And you didn't get enough for it. Okay. So just for clarification there, the correct play would have been to stay in main and ride the cart. And then ask your Genji to take space. Okay. I like the duel. Push the cart. Perfect. Deadeye. Honestly, you could have dead-eyed him, but if you guys want to save it, that's fine. But also, this Lucio's drawing. So that was a great play. Nice job. Yeah, but I wouldn't have minded a deadeye there just to kill him. But... and the reason I say that is because what are you reasonably going to be able to do? In a coordinated environment, what are you reasonably going to be able to do with Deadeye against Suzu and Speed Boost? Not much, right? I don't mind you just getting a free kill for it. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that part. I will, I will admit it. I coach Cassidy, not team play macro. Okay. Okay, we're pushing cart here. Swimming up main. You can instantly tell, of course, these are like terrible gunfights for you because they have the high ground advantage or whatever, but you can tell it's safer, right? It's more obvious what your next steps would be, okay? It's kill these guys and then walk forward rather than, yeah, like look at this. Like this Queen makes a mistake and you're able to capitalize on it. You weren't able to capitalize on a single mistake because you're playing here on this random car, okay, right? You can just tell how much better this feels. Perfect. And then ride the cart. Perfect. Yeah, this is a good map for Cassidy to just ride cart, I'm going to be honest. Okay, well, I like you rotating here. What's also good is this is a really good position for Deadeye. So what we would want to do is Deadeye on their walk up. You'd have to coordinate this with your team, but it's really good to deny this entire rotation. And the whole idea with this Deadeye is you Deadeye them when they try to walk up. So let me go into camera here. You deadeye them when they try to walk up, and then what it'll effectively do is, if we look at it this way, is your deadeye will be essentially zoning off this entire rectangle here, or I guess it's a trapezoid or some form of polygon. I'm not sure. So your deadeye will basically zone out, and then I'll draw like a quick skull here so it's obvious. So excellent skull from me, but it'll zone out this entire area. And what'll end up happening is the enemy team will try to push out, you'll deadeye, and they'll be like, holy cannoli. So what they'll have to do is they'll have to rotate to either this cover here or this cover here, or they'll have to rotate back. But either way, if you do it early enough, you can force them into this decision, this rotation back, and then your team can stuff them on the angle here. And so the whole idea is that you're able to get free cart push from here to like here. That's kind of the idea. Because the way you lose this as an attacker, that's my Discord, not yours, by the way, guys. So the way you lose this as an attacker is by letting the defense come out this way and start taking space. Because if you think about all your Colosseo games you've ever played, what is the most annoying games and the most powerless games? The most powerless games are the ones where the only space your team has is this like giant courtyard, and that's it. Right? And if you guys don't have, if this is all you have, it's like, what are you supposed to do? There's nothing to do, right? The only play you typically have as Cassidy is you can come through this like mini room and then go down this way and try to flank, and that's it. Or just shoot the guys in main, right? That's it, and it feels terrible. So I mentioned all this to say, you want to try to stuff these guys generally as much as you can into this main area here, and that's why the Deadeye is good. Okay, so that was a lot of theory to explain one ultimate. Okay, so I hope you use Deadeye here. Okay, so Orisa kind of trolls, not your fault. Nothing you could have done about that. And then you should be playing to live here. Right when you see the Orisa die, your play should be, you have enough time too, so this is kind of inexcusable. Orisa dead, you guys are fried, okay? You have forward spawn too. You just saw that you heard, well, at least you heard that forward spawn came through, or at least your team should be calming that. And your immediate play should be roll backwards through this window and then drop and come back to main and reset, okay? This fight is fried. Your Orisa died too early. They didn't even commit anything. She just died, okay? There's no reason for you to still be here. Yeah. So we just missed our... And then you should be dying. Yeah. So here's another thing that actually does matter in push. So you needed... If you were going to die, you needed to die earlier. Because notice one thing about this top bit here is that your Lucio and your Orisa are respawning on the same wave. Right? They'll respawn at the same time. You're respawning like 6 to 8 seconds later. And on push, when Cassidy is a slow hero, you can't risk the fact that the enemy team might push the cart to here and reset your close spawns. Because if you get a long spawn, it's going to suck running all the way back. Cass is so slow. He's so slow. So you needed to get out. Then that's why I'm emphasizing you needed to get out here. Because he's just too slow. He's way, like, you, yeah. Because if you get bad spawns, you're screwed. Okay. Especially if your entire ally team gets it. But we'll see how the rest pans out here. Oh, look, guys. Look at this, look at this. Let's see. You're lucky. You're really lucky. Look how close it is to you not getting it. If they push it any earlier, you would have been screwed. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you respawn right here right now? And your team is all there waiting for you, and it was your fault? That'd be horrendous. Anyway, I know I'm I'm kind of eating you alive right now, but I need you to understand that this is important. Okay, let's keep rocking. Okay, so we come out main here, so we still have Deadeye. Okay, I mean, a very ambitious flash. He's of course far away. The idea of the flash is good, but you're just too far. Okay. But the thing that really, I don't mind the flash too much, but if you want to use flash optimally, here's how you'd use it. Okay, so we're shooting in main. We see Genji here. You really needed to flash him here. Like, you need to flash him in this animation, because what is Genji going to do? What is Genji going to do? He's going to dash, probably. Okay, I mean, it's going to depend, but at this range, when you're actively kiting, he's probably going to dash behind you. Okay, I'd bet on it. But he ends up going for the Curie, who's point blank to him. But if you flash him early, you can catch him in an animation or before he does anything crazy and try to hit a headshot. Because flashing him, let's say you flash him here, what good is it going to do? He's just going to hit you with his giant sword anyway, right? So I think the best flash you had here was flash him right in the animation. So, and I understand that reacting to that is a little bit crazy, and it's good that you move away. But honestly, there's just not really a good flash here after missing the first one. So then your next best flash is here, so you can try to hit follow-up shots. But you know, it is what it is. I'm not too worried about dying to this. I feel like this is more of like a team macro thing. Like, if you're, especially in coordinated play, you should be anticipating this, right? This should be a, hey guys, they're gonna have Blade. Okay, we need to play for Blade here. You should be scouting Genji, right? So you see Genji, someone pinged him on the right side. So intuition should be to come left, right? To play further, play distance. So you should already be staged over here. And so should Yukiri, right? Like, yeah, we should be over here, or honestly maybe like here. No, I don't think that makes any sense. Maybe I'm nitpicking this too much. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this, actually. I'm gonna be honest. There's probably something you could do in terms of like rating the ultimate and positioning accordingly. There's probably something you could have done better, but I could say something, but then I'd just be making it up, to be honest. So I'm not gonna give too much more here. But honestly, yeah, you could have dead-eyed here as well and killed the Lucio. Because your team cleans it up, but I'll just point out we haven't used it's been more than half the game we haven't used Deadeye yet. So yeah, just to recap, that was more of in a coordinated environment. I would have expected you guys to plan around ults there. Okay, I like you coming to the right angle. Nice headshot on the Genji. You have pretty great crosshair placement, by the way. So that's not something you need to work on. Nice shot. Yeah, so, I mean, what do we expect to happen here? The thing is, Deadeye, if you need a rule of thumb for Cassidy when it comes to Deadeye, your rule of thumb should be only use Deadeye when you're on a deep flank. Number one. Number two, you have a lot of distance. Or number three, you're using it for a reload. Okay, that's like the 3 horsemen of the Deadeye. How you should be using Deadeye, okay? So, are any of those true? No, literally none of those are true. We're in main, we're point blank, and then we're not using it for a reload, so it's just not useful, okay? Or if someone's low in a 1v1 type of situation, right? Those are other like exceptions to these type of this rule I'm imposing. But anyway, this is just a bad Deadeye for kind of obvious reasons, okay? So the fight's lost because your Orisa dies. We pop. Wait, the rush is like bugged out. Why don't I see the rush? But yeah, you just pop it. You do a blind Deadeye, okay? And you should basically never do these. A big problem I see with Cassidy's, especially Cassidy's that are in the Diamond and Masters area, is that they use Deadeye. There's an area of the map that they believe is generally good for Deadeye. Okay, so like they generally think Deadeye is going to be good on this angle, or they generally think Deadeye is going to be good on this angle. So what they'll do is they'll just swing already popped Deadeye in the swing, and then they'll realize, oh my god, the enemy's too close, or they'll realize, oh my gosh, there's no one here, and then they'll have to cancel the Deadeye, or they're sitting there for 6 seconds jerking off basically. Okay, so the problem with that, well, so you can kind of see why this is bad. Okay, you swing the angle, you actually, not only do you swing the angle, you roll to the angle, and you already have in your mind, you're already committed to the idea of Deadeye before you even do it. I think when the Orisa dies, you start panic. Whoops, sorry. When the Orisa dies, you start panicking, and you're just like, oh my goodness gracious, I have to use this ability I've been sitting on for 4 minutes. And then you come wide swing, and then, you know, you're faced with a brick wall, a DJ, and a woman with a laser gun, okay? And then you just get obliterated. So, yeah. So, I mean, this is kind of obvious why it's bad. I think in terms of your macro here, let me take a look at this again. I think it's probably okay. You know what? It's actually bad. In a coordinated environment, here's what you should be thinking to yourself. We have Kitsune Rush. When Cassidy stands in Kitsune Rush, what happens? Well, his revolver turns into a machine gun. So we should honestly be playing with Rush in mind, right? Your pre-fight positioning, what are we doing? Okay, you're marking the angle, but is your guys' fight plan not, what is your fight plan? Like, what are you guys planning for this fight? What it should be is, hey guys, we're gonna rush down main and we're just gonna brawl this out and try to win or whatever. And then your Genji can look to clean stuff up in main, right? So your play here should be to be in main. You should be in main right now with your Orisa, just shooting, waiting for Rush to come out. Because when this Rush comes out, this is your opportunity to come here, bam, 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 shoot the Sojourn. Okay, maybe that's scary. Roll backwards. You know what? Whatever. At least you're alive. And then you can go bam, 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 whatever, whatever. And then you can maybe swing back if you hear the Sojourn rotating. And then maybe you two-tap her because you're the GOAT. But we don't even have any of those opportunities because we open up on the angle, right? Actually, no one on your team ends up using this Rush, really, other than your Sojourn or your Orisa. So I think your macro was just bad there. And then this Deadeye's bad, but yeah, I already harped on that, so I'm not gonna go further. But yeah, so that was your team didn't fight plan accordingly, or like if they maybe the Rush. You know, I'm not a Kiri player, but maybe the Rush would have been better on the angle. Maybe it would have been better here. I don't know. But anyway, you weren't playing for the win condition, which was the Rush. Here you needed to go high ground. So here. This fight, this neutral is really bad on the floor, especially against Orisa, okay? The Orisa matchup is generally favoring Cass, in my opinion, as long as you're not on the floor right in front of her, okay? So what you should be doing, whoops, my fault. What you should be doing here is seeing that, crap, we're probably gonna have to fight a neutral here. I'm gonna walk up here, walk up these stairs, and take this long rotation all the way back here to mini, is what I would be doing right now. Because here's the problem with this. You kind of saw this in your first fight, where I was complaining about you having no rotation and then demanding a lot of resources. It's going to be a very similar situation here, right? If they push you, where do you go? Where do you go? What's the plan? Well, if they push you, the only options you really have are, let me zoom out a little bit more. The only options you have are to come up the staircase, like I mentioned, or to like come this way or play behind this bus thing. They all suck. They all suck to do in the middle of a fight. So the only you should have made your best option, which is this, just right now. Like you're just kind of late to react to this. So I wouldn't be surprised if you die again in the next like 5 seconds or in the next 20 seconds here. Whoops, sorry. I'm still learning Epic Tool, guys, or Epic Pen. Okay, so we're sitting in main. There's gonna be a neutral soon. Yeah, we take a bunch of damage. Force our Kiri to heal us. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, I want you to notice this. Okay, look at this. Look at this chain of reaction here. Chain of reaction. Okay, the chain reaction of bad Cassidy play is to be shown here. Look. So we're in main, chilling, you know, minding our own business. We're kind of twiddling our thumbs a little bit. Maybe we're trying to play Overwatch a little. But look at this. We take a bunch of damage from random poke. I don't really care from what, but we do. Look at this. Here we are. Oh no, we're half HP. Oh, we're gonna die. Don't worry, Cassidy. I'm Kiriko. I'm gonna heal you. And then she heals you. Okay, she shoots her, you know, piss bullets at you, whatever. And then look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Genji, he's like, oh man, guys, we're about to start this neutral. I'm gonna grab mini, or maybe he doesn't grab mini, I don't know. But he's like, I'm gonna poke out the enemies and try to make a play happen. You know, he's not even, you know, he's just trying to be a ninja. That's what it is. So here's what he does. Here's what he does. Okay. So Genji gets in this duel with this Sojourn. He's like, oh no, this fight's happening. Oh no, she's contesting me. Oh no, Sojourn E. Oh look, our Kiri meanwhile had to react. She's not already helping the Genji on the angle because she has to help you that's standing in nowhere. Okay. And then our Genji dies. Our Genji dies. He loses the fight. Whose fault is this? Whose fault is this? This is your fault. This is your fault. This is your fight. If you just, and this is what I'm saying, if you have bad positioning or you don't have any good positional options, your number one goal is to demand no resources. If you're in a bad position and you're demanding resources, you are throwing the game. Your Genji died. Look, I won't act like it's 100% your fault that Genji died. Like, your Genji probably could have done something better. But the fact that your Genji doesn't get bailed out by your Kiri is your fault. Because what else would this Kiri be doing right now if it weren't for you being low HP? Yeah, she's actually doing it right now. Right? She was helping your Genji on the angle. She rotates because your Orisa took some damage. But yeah, she's just heal botting because you guys are taking damage for no reason, basically. And then your Genji dies. Whatever. Anyway. Oh, James. Oh, is this you? James, welcome to the stream, man. Or Bandit, welcome. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have done better, for sure. I'm not gonna act like it's 100% your fault, but if our mentality is to improve at the game, we have to take accountability for our mistakes, right? And this was 100% preventable, right? If you made the rotation I told you to make, right? If you made this rotation off spawn to come up here and you would be playing with the Genji basically right now. If you're with the Genji right now and you're shooting main, do you think this Sojourn would have slid up here? I don't think so. I think she would have seen two people and realized the slide up here would be bad. I mean, this play from the Sojourn is honestly a little bit crazy. I'm going to be real. I'm not going to act like this is optimal from her either. But having good positioning would have erased this from even being a possibility. Right? She would have never, ever, ever made this play if there were two people up here. This would be insane because you would just flash her and shoot her once and she's dead. Especially with Genji with you. Right? Like, because he could have, if you shot her one body shot, he could have dashed through her and she would have died. Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, perfectly. Also, there is some delay with the YouTube stream, so I won't wait for responses. I'll just go ahead whenever I'm explaining. But yeah, that's what that kind of came down to. Also, if you want to, you can go back and YouTube will let you go back and watch the rest of the VOD as well, so you can catch up. Okay, yeah, but the Genji's dead here, so pretty much all of our subsequent decisions are just going to be, you know, suboptimal, right? The fight's lost. Okay, maybe it's not. You're actually the GOAT ever. You're the GOAT. Oh, here's what I'll say. Because you are here, given the fact that you are here, this is the best position you can have. Okay? Your best position is play safe. You're going to catch the dive, which you just did, and you kill this Lucio. And then it's good that you're not like rotating and playing aggressively. Playing aggressively. So you play this position correctly, given that you are here. I'll say that. But you shouldn't be here, is what I'm saying. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so one thing Colosseo's net positive for cast 100%. I don't 100% agree. I think this point is particularly bad on attack. And I talk about it kind of at the beginning of this review, but this point for attack is really brutal for Cassidy. And then the later defense is bad too. But anyway, what I want to say about the Orisa matchup. So just one tip about Orisa Ultimate. What is it called? Terra Surge. One thing about Terra Surge is you never want to roll immediately. Always hold your roll. You're going to want to walk for about 1 to 2 seconds, and you want to use your roll to go from like this halfway point to the edge here, right? So I guess I'll draw. So you want to walk here, and then basically you're going to use your own brain to figure out when the exact right moment is, and then you want to roll out of the radius. Why do we want to do this, guys? Why do we want to do this? The reason we want to do this is because is the Orisa going to pop her ulti immediately? No, realistically, she's not going to pop her ult immediately. So what she's going to do is she's going to wait till everyone's at the very edge. She's going to turbo greed this and try to kill somebody with her 3 million charge. So as a result, we're going to actual mind control this guy to pop his ulti late, and we're going to roll here accordingly to get out. So we have the number one thing that we get with roll. We get damage resistance, guys. Damage resistance. Oh my gosh. Yes, dude. What does that mean, guys? We take less damage whenever we are in Terra Surge. Damage mitigation. Yes. So yeah, so that's just a pro tip on this ulti. That should be your game plan pretty much every single time you get Terra Surged. Yeah, so you do that. I mean, I'm just saying this for everybody, but you do it well here. Good job. Okay, so now we're just kind of screwed. I mean, there's not really a good play here. Yeah, like, you're just kind of cooked. No, there's nothing you could have done from there. Okay. We play Soch here, but assume the Orisa mirror. Yeah, I like cast into Orisa personally because you should be farming headshots, right? But here's the thing. Like, if we also want to look at it from that angle, we're not even leveraging the fact that Orisa is strong or cast is good against Orisa sometimes, okay? Like, yeah, we should be on. If we wanted to do that, how would we do that? How would we be the most annoying against Orisa right now? Actually, let me reframe this. Where does the Orisa want us to be right now? Where does the enemy Orisa want us to be? Well, if I was the enemy Orisa, I would absolutely love it. Like, it would make my day if there was a Cassidy on the floor. That would really make my day, I'm going to be honest. I'd be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I just deserve SR today. Right? This is not what she wants to see. What she doesn't want to see is a Cassidy up here. Because how in the world is an Orisa going to get up there? Last time I checked the patch notes, she can't fly. Okay? So, yeah. So that's what that comes down to. Okay? Right? If you, like, you're also not playing. If your idea was to play Cassidy into the Orisa matchup, that's one thing you need to keep in mind. Okay? It's like you need to play the high grounds. And I know I'm being a dead horse on this high ground in particular, but I'm saying it to emphasize the fact that it's like, if you're going to pick cast for a certain reason, you need to consciously be thinking about it. Because let's be real. Playing devil's advocate there, couldn't you reposition way before the fight? Yeah, so I think you missed that part, Jason. That's what I said. I mentioned that as well. Yeah. So that's what I mentioned at the beginning. Like, what he should have done is when he came out of spawn here, he should have went high immediately, because you should be identifying that there's going to be a neutral fight here. Like, some kind of neutral fight is going to break out. And casting on the floor here is not good, like, pretty much objectively. So yeah, he should have rotated. But yeah, so that's kind of what this fight came down to. And then yeah, so after you're on the floor, you make the best plays, but all the best plays are terrible compared to what you should have done if you staged correctly. Okay. Also, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm actively reading chat. Okay, here we should be looking to wrap. Oh, actually, we have Kitsune. We can play with Kitsune. I'm fine with that. I'm even fine with dropping. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, you commit Cassidy sin number 1, which is you should never roll forward ever. Rolling forward is terrible, horrendous, god-awful. One of probably the worst thing you can do. Hold on, let me send a Discord DM real quick. Okay, sorry. Rolling forward is horrendous. Yeah, it's 100% horrendous. Yeah, floor is lava is what I say in my head 99% of the time. Yeah, you should be playing high ground. For sure. But anyway, yeah, don't roll forward. It's really bad. So I won't be surprised if you die here. So I think playing with the... Oh, my friend is saying hi to stream. But anyway, you should be playing... My Discord, not yours. Let me actually turn off Discord notifications real quick for you guys. There you go, I turned it off. Okay. So here's the problem. We roll forward here, What do we also? What does this accomplish? Like, what are we hoping to accomplish with this? There's nothing to do here. You can fan the Orisa, but you could have just done the same thing. The Orisa has to go somewhere. Okay, so you can just do the same thing, just walk there and shoot her. Because now you don't have your one escape ability for 6 seconds. Or 3 seconds because you're in rush. Right? So you don't get punished here, but this is a bad habit. You should only roll forward when they're like 1 HP or you're like really far out of the fight. And you have to be there right now. But I'm nitpicking. But you played that fine. Other than the roll, it was fine. Ah, that would have been a great kill. Fuck. Or my family-friendly stream just went down the drain, guys. Oh, make sure you're recording. Yeah, you're actually so right, Jason. Actually, hold on. Everyone, dap up Jason right now. Dap him up through the internet. Yeah, you're so right. I almost forgot. Actually, I did forget, so I'm catching him now. And this is gonna be a longer stream too, so it's really good. You caught that, man. Thank you for that. There we go. If there's a play on fight, yeah. If there's a play on height fight for it, of course. Okay. So here, okay, like, look. This rotation is fine now. Why is this rotation fine now, guys? Why is it fine? So before, so just to recap, what I recommended before is when the cart was here, that he should just basically be playing in this angle here. Why? Okay? Because the reason why is because all the rotations from this position suck. Especially when the enemy team already has this high ground and they already have this high ground as well. It's all bad. It's all horrendously terrible. Because there's nowhere to go. There's no cover. All the cover sucks. They have high ground advantage. But why is it good now? It's good now because last time I checked, the enemy Orisa died. The enemy Orisa died, guys. Holy cannoli. So what does that mean for us? These guys aren't going to be able to fully commit to anything, right? They're low. They got to use their resources to stay alive. The cart is already here. Our team is pushed up with us. So we don't need to stay in main. We can just go because the positional disadvantage we have from standing in main is eradicated. It's all disappeared. So this is fine. Whoops. Let me erase this little bitty blob in the corner. Oh, now I got a squiggle. Hold on. My fault, guys. My fault. Okay. So this is good. All right, here we are. Big fly. Oh, yes, dude. Let's go. Yes, dude. Perfect. Not only do you make a fantastic play here, but I'm actually so proud because we take the good perk. We take the good perk. We take double flash. Yes, dude. Actually, hold on. Do we kill him without double flash? Let's check. Let's check the mathematicals here. So here's our good friend Lucio trying to make a play. You know, he's been watching some Frogger VODs recently. Goes in. Oh my gosh. He's at 160. Oh crap. I'm gonna have to go like super slow-mo here. And I want to check this because this would actually make a difference. If this actually does make a difference if he dies to the flash perk or not. 155. Okay. He takes that from someone that's not you. Then it's flash. He gets hit by both of them for sure. So it's 108. No, you did a headshot, so it didn't actually matter. The flash perk didn't actually end up mattering here. But either way, the flash perk is good. Because let's say there's an alternate world where you miss that shot. The flash perk would have had him low enough where basically anybody could have hit him. Or you could have fanned him from a mile away and been fine. Also, another thing. So, yeah, don't worry about that one too much. But anyway, keep in mind you have Deadeye here. And remember that whole Deadeye spiel thing I talked about with the macro, right? This is a really good place to use Deadeye. Nice shot, by the way. Great job. Oh, wait, I got another squiggle on here. I got to get better at these hotkeys with the Epic Pen. And this is your best position, by the way. No other position is better here. So why? Why is this the best position, guys? Why is this the best position? This position here, where your Genji is too close. Okay? Not only is it too close, but if they push you, what is your rotation? What is your rotation? The only rotation you have is this one into this door, and then you're screwed. Or this way into the open. Or like you have to make the super, or this one where you like go under the bridge and you come this way and then you're just totally out of the fight. Okay. Nah, you can take the right flank. Why is the right flank? Okay. Why would the right flank be good? What would make it good? Okay. So the right flank would be good. If that was me. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this. The right flank would be good because you open up this angle through the mini. So let me actually fly over there to like better demonstrate this. So the right flank would be good because you open up this angle. You come here, bam, 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 and you have this that you have. Or if you don't want to go as deep, you can play in the mini room and you can shoot here. Okay. What's the advantage? The advantage is that it pressures backline, as you mentioned, Jason, but also it's an off angle, right? And while your team is pressuring. Yeah, of course. But why would it be bad? Why would it be bad? Why would it be bad? Here's why it's bad, okay? If we're in this room, or we're this room here, or if we take this angle into the mini room here, let's take a look at the enemy team comp. The enemy team comp has a Orisa, a Lucio, a Kiri, and a Genji, and these are all heroes that can mark us. Right flank is a death sentence. If it isn't ranked, there's full comps. Exactly, right? And this is what I was going to get to here. This is a coordinated environment, so you might have missed that at the very beginning, Jason. But this is a high-level coordinated environment. Like, this is a tournament. So as a result, if you take this angle alone as Cassidy, you just don't have the mobility to get out, right? But I wouldn't even take this in a ranked environment. Because the problem is they have the tools to be able to get you out of this position. And especially because you're playing a Genji and he's already on the off angle, we just don't need to be on an angle. Can you change the gameplay HUD settings so that we can see all the different articles? Yeah, I can actually. I think if I can't find it in 10 seconds, if you can look it up and tell me where it is, then that'll make everything else easier. I feel like it's spectate. Show spectate target under reticle. No, that's not it. Modify toggle. I don't want to spend too long looking at this. So if you can find it in the settings and tell me how to get there easily, then I'll do it. But I don't want to spend too long in settings. But anyway, the reason you don't want to be on this angle is because you're just going to die. Is kind of what it comes down to in a coordinated environment. But even in ranked, they just they have the tools to kill you. So I would maybe take the angle if they were playing like a more solid backline, or I knew they weren't going to be be able to capitalize on me or something like that. But in this situation, it's just not good. But here, look, we're not, we know these guys have to take this fight. They have to take this fight. Why are we not positioning for Deadeye right now? Like, you have it, and this is a good angle for Cassidy. This is like a perfect angle for Cassidy. You would be able to deny this blade from coming out just by using Deadeye. You could have prevented it from happening. So yeah, so this is just a mistake. Yeah, we just don't use Deadeye here. It's too late. Yeah, so like now because we don't use Deadeye, oh man, I'm so bad at Epic Pen. But now because we don't use Deadeye, every subsequent play we make is going to be on the back foot. We still don't use Deadeye even when this beat comes out. There's just nothing we can do. This was a fight you needed to plan, right? Your guys' plan here should be, we're going to use Deadeye to catch the dive or to catch the push and then stuff them afterwards. Because you would have prevented this blade from coming out, or at least forced deflect immediately. And then he would be on the back foot. He wouldn't be able to push. And then your team could have done something. But because you have to respect the blade, because you don't use Deadeye fast enough, you don't have pressure, you don't have any neutral pressure on this fight in main. And then you guys are just forced to kite the whole time. So this was your fault too. I'm not saying you would have won the fight, but if you had any potential to win this fight, you guys needed Deadeye. You just needed Deadeye there. Gameplay HUD and then replays and spectating and set reticles. Okay, wait. Gameplay, HUD, reticles for other players, their custom setting. Okay, thank you for that. That made it a lot easier. I appreciate that. Okay, what? This crosshair needs work, okay? I don't know why you're... Let me check. This does actually work. Oh, it's like... Wait, it doesn't show their actual crosshair. Okay, hold on. Their custom settings... Are you sure this is right? Because it's saying they have default crosshairs. Because this is my crosshair. Yeah, that's my crosshair. Yeah, that's that's not. I was about to say, if that's your crosshair, we have bigger issues here. yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it on mine because it doesn't. I don't think it's working in this code. I'll try it in the next code and we can see, but I don't think it's working in this one. Anyway, so we come back from spawn and we come right side to mark the angle. Nice job. Also, marking the right angle is the correct play here. Why? Why is marking the right angle the correct play? Why is it better? Why is this better? Because the only thing we can do Look, what are we gonna do in main? What are we gonna like? What can we possibly accomplish in main? We can't come here and shoot these guys here because they're gonna obliterate us. Oh wait, you have a green crosshair as well. You might just have the same crosshair. I think it is actually bugged on this one, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But anyway, this is the best play because if they push you, you have enough time to react. You roll backwards and you're chilling. You're actually cooling. You're frying. Okay. But if you come this way, if they push you, you're fried. Okay. You have nowhere to go. So you play this perfectly. This is a great angle, and you're actually able to catch out this Kiri for bad position here. I don't like the roll to the angle, but I can kind of understand it because they're kiting out. You know, it's a little bit more acceptable, but either way, I don't like rolling forward. Usually works in kill cams. Yeah, I think this code is bugged. Yeah, nice job. You play this fight well. So once again, we just need to use Deadeye on this bridge. This is just what it's going to come down to. Why are we taking damage? This is also a problem. Why are we taking damage as Kiri? Are you gonna 6-tap this Kiri? Are you gonna 6-tap her? No, we're not gonna 6-tap this Kiri. She's a gajillion miles away, bro. Like, be real. Like, what? We need to not take damage. We took 130 damage for no reason. This is really bad. So now you're gonna force healing, right? Unless yeah, you guys already have both support holds, so there's no excuse for this. Here, it's more reasonable to poke her because it's in your range now. But when you were a mile away, no. This is a good Deadeye. Yeah, but it's just a little bit unfortunate. It's good that you hold it though. Nice job. Why is this a good Deadeye, guys? Why is this a good Deadeye? Yeah, you're shooting peanuts at her. Yeah. Why is this a good Deadeye? I want chat's response on this. I'll keep playing it over and over again. Wait for Jav, exactly. So you heard Jav, even though you're point blank. They used it, Jason. They used it. You can hear it. So here it is. So here, I'll play in slow-mo. Okay. So he doesn't actually see the Jav animation, but he can hear. Right there, he heard Jav. You're pushing enemies into the right side where they can't do... Yeah, where they can't do anything. Yes, exactly. Precisely. So he is close to this Orisa, so he's breaking one of our rules. But it doesn't matter because she doesn't have a way to cancel it. And we're right next to our team, okay? So our team can play around us. Oh my gosh, I wish I was so much better at this. Our team can play around us, okay? Our team is here to help. They're here. They're like, if we're All Might, they're everyone else. They're cheering us on, bro. We're like actually destined to win this fight here. So they use Jav, and Suzu comes out. This Kiri's low. So in an ideal situation, the Kiri didn't use Suzu, and we could have just killed her. But whatever. You know, she uses Suzu, and that's just, you know, the cost of doing business. But they don't have a good way to deal with us. Our team is here to help and catch. We miraculously kill this. I'm not going to act like this kill on the... I'm not going to act like the kill on Kiri is intentional, because it's not. But we kill this Orisa because she has to extend. She has to try to do something about that. So good Deadeye. Good Deadeye. Excellent work. Oh my goodness. Demon. Oh my gosh. Actual demon mode. Holy moly. But honestly, I think you have a lot of the intuition you need, right? I can tell you're a good player. I can tell that you understand Overwatch. You understand angles. You understand how to take team fights, but you just don't really have a good fundamental understanding of Cassidy, right? Like in this situation, like the fight before this one, we needed to Deadeye to catch the blade. We needed to catch the blade for sure. But we just don't use it, and then our team has no win condition. If you went into that team fight with your team being just being like, we're just gonna lose whatever, we're gonna have everything for the next fight though, then you know what, by all means, okay? If your team coordinated that, then I'm here for it. But mainly what I needed to see from you is we missed a high ground rotation here that was really important. Like this really needed to happen. And you also have a bad habit of taking damage for no reason. So I would also just keep that in mind. If you're taking a bad angle for Cassidy, e.g. you're swinging in main and you're taking damage, you're trolling. Okay, you're actually trolling the game for no reason, right? You did that here in main, you did that here, and it actually mattered because it got your Genji killed. So this was your fault. And then we took damage here against his Kiri for no reason as well. We just shouldn't be doing that. That was the call. We're supposed to save ults for last. Okay, then I'm not going to beat you up for it then, right? If your team is making a call and it's against my rules for how to play Cassidy, that's fine by me, because that's the nature of coordinated play. So I understand that, right? So I'm not going to beat you up for it, but if it was ranked, for example, then that would have been a situation we needed to see Deadeye. But I'm fine with that. And this was a good Deadeye at the end here. I like this a lot. I think it's better than sitting in main. Why is it better than popping it in main? I mean, we kind of talked about it, but they're stuffed. They're so stuffed. And you saw an opportunity and you took it. I think you're a great player. I think you needed to... I don't remember everything I talked about in this VOD, but I hope everything I mentioned was helpful. And I think if you kept playing Cassidy, you guys would win a lot more. I mean, you have great aim too. You have really great aim. So yeah, that's that on that code. Let me make sure I have that setting that the guy talked about on. What did he say it was? Replays, spectating. Wait, what? It was, can you change the gameplay HUD settings? Gameplay HUD. So gameplay HUD. Replays, spectate. Okay. And then we'll do this. And hopefully if we boot him to the next code, it'll be on. Thank you. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, thanks for the code. And if, once again, guys, I do Cassidy coaching for free. If you guys want free Cassidy coaching, join my Discord. Link is in the description. And just submit a VOD request. I can't do everyone every single week as we get more people in here, but I will do what I can to try to fit y'all in. But thanks again for the code. So let's take a look next on Eichenwalde from our friend Montana. Whoops. Sorry, this is my career check. This is my alt account. Okay, let's hop in Eichenwalde here. All right, gentlemen. So we're looking at Eichenwalde here on attack. So yeah, it's broken, bro. Bro does not have this crosshair. I know he doesn't have that crosshair. I'm just gonna turn the setting off. Sorry I couldn't make that work, but it's just not working for whatever reason. My custom setting. We're gonna use my good old green crosshair. So Eichenwalde is a net winning Cassidy map on at least first. Okay, he's at least good on first. Second, you can debate it. Different people will tell you different things. I'm not 100% sure, so I won't make a decision. But net winning on first, for sure. Second, whatever. And on third, I think it's whatever as well, but I still think an Ashe or Sojourner are going to be more effective, just because of range. My actual... Are you trolling me? That's not your actual crosshair. Stop trolling me. Don't troll me, bro. Anyway. Here, your rollout always should be come outdoor. Don't go main ever. Why do we not want to go main, guys? We don't want to go main because we're going to eat spam here. Why do we want to eat spam for free? We don't. Okay, don't come main. You're going to want to come right side because here's what you'll do by coming right side. You'll be able to mark anyone doing any random cheeky hiding play. Typically, it'll be like Reapers, Ventures, and Tracers. You'll always be able to get them off the angle. So you should be, don't roll, just walk. You're going to walk out, walk this way, check this, no one's here, cool. You're going to walk up the staircase, no one's here, cool. All right, we're going to come mini room. This is your rollout. You're going to come mini room, and then you're just going to shoot from here. Okay, this is your play. This is your play every single time. It's like objectively the best play. I don't think I've ever lost on Eichenwalde first since I started playing this way. Yeah, so you come out the front door. I just would be going out the top right door. That's the only difference here. And I wouldn't be coming this way. Why? Because if I'm Ram right now and I have 10 brain cells, I'm shooting this hot. I'm aiming Cass head level, and now you're stuffed in the angle. Okay, so don't do that. Don't come out the door at all. Yeah, like, look. We shouldn't even be... Like, this play is... You know what? Look, okay, so this hook is crazy from a Roadhog, so Galet's chick, great job from you. I like the flash, so like this guy's rotation out is longer, but we take damage from the Mei, and our instinct is to roll left here. Our instinct should have been to be on this angle and then come wide, and you'd be able to continue to shoot the Ram, and the Mei can't, like, we're also on an off angle against the Mei. So you're instantly set up for failure on fight 1 because we don't position correctly. So yeah, so I would have been in a way better position for this fight, just straight off rip. So you kill the Ram because your Hog's good, fortunately. Okay, we should walk for sure, and I'm down to fight the Mei. Sure, okay, I'm down for it. Nice shots on Mei. Just be careful. You're a little bit alone here. Okay, your Hog is just deadlifting. And then we continue. Oh, wait, hold on. Was there a, okay, no. I was just making sure that wasn't, there was nothing I was missing. Okay, so fights won pretty much. I mean, we can do no wrong here at this point. Fights won. Great Roadhog position. Okay, so here, what I would be doing is I would be paying attention to their enemy team comp. And what did we identify about the enemy team comp? They have a Ram, and he also just died, but they have a Ram. And then they have basically no mobility. Okay, so they're going to be set up in a position, and then that's it. So I would be thinking, holy cannoli, I can flank all I want this game. And they cannot do a single thing about it. So what you should be doing in this situation, especially because you have an Ashe, and which is your ally hit scan, you should be setting up on angles like pretty much 24/7 pronto. I want you to like channel your inner flanker, maybe take out that part of you that likes to play Genji, and you know, start to do something. Okay, so I want your brains and your neurons to activate, and you should be walking up the staircase right now. You should have been doing this a lot earlier. Come this way, come this way, come this way, come this way. You're looking to set up here. Okay, this is your goal. Your goal is to make this flank. Okay, but we're currently in main. We're currently in main. We come up the right stairs. You know what? I'm here for this as well. I don't think this is that bad either. I would have preferred this left angle because I mean, in this case, you would have been marked by these people playing on the floor, and you'd be, you know, putting up this fight here. But I just like this rotation more because then it opens up. If you happen to be here when your hog was here, they would have been sandwiched and this would have been free kill. So I like that angle a lot. But the only thing I would mention here is you need to know this roll tech. This is a really important roll tech. You can do it off this wall up here, and it's like it's not a late tech, it's a really normal tech. You just stand here at a little bit of an angle and then space shift, and then you jump up here. So and the reason that's good is it prevents this entire rotation up this staircase, and they're basically never ever going to predict you be there. So you just need to know that tech. I mean, in this case it would have probably been bad because the ram would have killed you, but it's a good thing to know in general. Okay, so we're waiting really for something to happen. Shoot the ram. Okay, I guess that's fine. I would be rotating back or like, yeah, doing actually anything, taking any angle here. Because what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Like, I mean, it's not really a cart issue because like, if cart is going to be bad no matter what. This whole thing is really bad for cart. So, I mean, I just wouldn't be waiting. I'd be actively trying to take something. I don't mind this roll forward because she has to drop, basically. That's unlucky. We have... Yeah, so that's just a little bit unfortunate here. Yeah, I don't know if there's, like, a critical mistake here. I think the only thing you could say is, like, probably this roll could be nitpicked, but... And then maybe... Yeah, that's just unlucky. You just kind of get ulted. I'm not going to worry about that one too much. I think the only other thing you could have done is you would have went up left stairs. Nice headshots. Okay, we walk in main. Okay, this is kind of just served to us. Assured victory. Come top here. Come contest this Ashe. Roll to the mini. So if you guys don't know, if you grab a mini when you're on fire from dynamite, it stops dynamite. So just a quick fun fact. Okay. So we're playing in main here. Yep, I wouldn't push, honestly, because here's the thing. If you do push, you're not going to have help. Okay, so if you come here and you try to fight this Ashe, no one's going to be able to help you. So I would be, so whenever you're in a position like this, it's less about killing the enemy team, and it's more about denying space. Because right now, you're occupying space, and if the enemy Ashe tries to swing out this way, it's going to be a lot harder for her to deal with you than if you weren't here, okay? So this is more about denying space than it is about taking space. So I wouldn't be peeking this Ashe here, even with my Ashe to help. And you can see precisely why, right? Because I wouldn't have peeked this Ashe, I would have inadvertently been ready to dodge this ram, and I would be kiting him immediately. So the chance of me dying would be pretty much 0 here. Whoops. So that's the only thing I'd say. Yeah, like there's no because even with this Bob, what does our team gain from this Bob, guys? Pretty much nothing. We gain pretty much nothing from this, right? Like this base is just not important. It's not that important here. So, I mean, our hog is able to take space, I guess, but it's like we don't gain anything. There's no power plays to be made, right? It's really just trying to kill people, but we can also kill people by being defensive and strangling them from space. And then you just do this Deadeye play. I mean, I don't even know what happens, but basically every other subsequent play just doesn't really matter. Yeah, so we try to grab Mega. I mean, I wouldn't Deadeye this for obvious reasons, but yeah. Okay, so... Okay, it's nice that we come up the right staircase, and then honestly, you're getting deadlifted right now, I'm gonna be real. We're not really doing anything. Okay, yeah, I would have just fanned him the whole time too. Cool. So we shoot main. Cool, with Eden anti, whatever. Another thing, I mean, this is not your effective range, so why are we even taking damage? Can you say obvious reason? Okay. Okay, sorry. You're right. I shouldn't say that, actually. You're right. Let me elaborate. So, here's why Deadeye's not good here. We grab Mega. We're in the process of taking damage, okay? 215 damage. I think in your mind it's just mercy. I think in your mind it's literally just mercy, but that's just not the case. Okay, this is maybe I have spectator advantage, right? I'm not actually playing the game right now, but the fact it's just that there's 3 people chasing you currently, and the chance of you living this is nil. It's nil, right? I mean, this mercy dying is more of just they just don't kill you fast enough. It's more this is a bad play. This play gets value not because it's a good play, but because they're bad. I'm gonna be real. Like, if we're being 100% honest, here's what should be happening right now. You fall down here. This mercy should not have fallen off the high ground to begin with. Why is she even on the floor? This is terrible. So because she's here for no reason, she feels pressured to pull out pistol. It's because she's bad. She shouldn't be here. So she's pressured to pull out pistol, and you Deadeye reactively, right? And then, so she dies. She should be with her Ashe right now, damage boosting this Ashe. And then you would have just got one shot earlier. So, I mean, maybe you can argue it if it's just a mercy, you can Deadeye, but honestly, the culmination of events here just added up to being bad. Like, you shouldn't even be in a position to even pop this Deadeye in the beginning with. It's like, I can tell you if this is good or bad or not, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter, because you should be in a position where Deadeyes like this aren't even possible. Like, that's kind of what it comes down to. Is that I don't want to give you advice at the, let's look at this, right? Here's the decision tree of Overwatch. Okay, it looks like this. Whoops, let me actually make it a little bit easier. This is a little bit too much. Okay, look. Here's a decision tree of Overwatch. It looks like this. So there's 2 paths, and then you pick a path that you think is better. And then there's another 2 paths, and then you pick another path that you think is better, right? And you keep going forever. So you are talking about this Deadeye that happened here, when the problem is the play you made here, okay? You needed to go on this left path, there's a right path here. So there's not a lot of point in me telling you, hey, you shouldn't do this Deadeye, because really you just shouldn't do this. And if you went on this path here, every subsequent decision would have made more sense, right? The Deadeye that you would have inevitably done here would have made more sense than this Deadeye here, and you wouldn't have to justify using a weird Deadeye. So that's kind of my philosophy when it comes to this. But anyway, you are right that I should stop singing for obvious reasons, because it's not always obvious. So that is my fault. I'll get better at that. Okay. Anyway, but after coming back, you make all the right plays. You fan the ram, whatever, you live, and it's good. Okay. So we come main, we shoot the main, she pops ice block. Okay, Bob comes out. Glad I asked. That's a mind opener. Yeah, I'm glad that was helpful. Yeah, I would do the same thing. No! You had the right play, honestly. I would have just ratted in that room. I would have just prayed no one heard me and ratted in that room, because I think I would have taken the gamble. It's either rat in that room and hope no one hears you, or walk out and die. So either one. So in this case, you just need to die faster. They already know you're here, just die faster. Yeah. I wouldn't have minded the rat play though, honestly. Here, just be aware that this rotation exists. You can come out this door, you can come through castle, and you can walk this way. Just be aware of this. It'll help you take less damage and prevent random unnecessary deaths. Oh, I got the hiccups. Yeah, we take like 100 damage for no reason. We could have just rotated through castle there. Yeah, we got lit on dynamite twice. 2 times we're on fire by dynamite. Okay, nothing we can do here. Yeah, so I would have avoided all of... I actually probably wouldn't have even died here because I would have rotated through castle, spammed them out here, and then realized, oh, wait, the fight's lost, and then just turned around. Okay, so I wouldn't have even died here. So just keep in mind that rotation exists. All right. So we're going to go main again. So you're just going to be spammed out. So I would recommend you go castle once more. This or even, yeah, or even go all the way left, right? You also have this rotation as well. You can come this way and then come this way and play the mega, which can be good. Also, we're aiming at the floor, but whatever. I'm not worried about it here. Okay, yeah, just shoot Maga. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Deadeye because you can just shoot him, right? Like here. You know, it's fine. I'm not, whatever. I'm not going to obsess over that. He was low enough where shooting him would have been fine, but whatever. Nice. Okay, nice kill on the May. Okay, nice kill on Bob. So here, just don't get greedy. The Maga's back already, so it's going to be more about just staying alive and doing damage. Yeah, so you need to be... I would be main here, right? So this isn't... I like the idea of flanking, but if we just look at where our team is... We have 3 guys, or I guess we have 4 guys cart, but our tank is nowhere to be seen, right? So what we need right now is more strength in main, and that's it. We need to make up for the fact that our tank isn't here. So as a result, we need to have pressure in main and not take the flank. This is also a map specific thing, but this flank is really long, and it's also not that good anyway. Because our problem with this is it's really isolated, and all the angles are not, you know, fantastic. Like this angle to peek out from sucks. So you have to come to the high ground. And when you're on this high ground, you have to commit to it. And they have a really good rotation to catch you. So I just don't really like the flank on Eichenwalde, to be honest. But either way, this is more of a macro issue as you need to be in main right now because your tank is dead. So that's your issue here. Right? And this Ana is not dying is not your fault. But maybe there's a world where you... Yeah, you actually would have killed the Maga. Wow. You would have killed Maga. And do they have res? You would have forced res. So that would have been really good. Really good value. Okay, well, we kill the Ashe. We're still on the angle. We forced both supports to look at us, but... Right? Like, it's just kind of inconsequential. The fight's already lost. And it's not because you make a bad... Like, everything after... Like, on the flank, you make all the right plays, right? After you're on the flank, you click the Ashe... You fight both supports, you force a lot of resources, but it just didn't matter because your tank was dead. Is what this came down to. So, yeah, so it's just that flank in that situation when your tank is dead is bad. Not that the flank in general is bad, it's just bad timing with flank with your tank. Okay, so we're playing in main. Just shooting these guys. Walking. Okay, this is really aggressive against the Maga. Shoot the May. Here, so... Yeah, so you can kind of see why Cass is kind of bad on this point. It's just, you don't really have a lot of options, and the only options you have are really risky. Yeah, you're just fried. So the mistake you made here is going for this role play. I just don't think it's good. Yeah, I think my biggest issue is not knowing where my tank is. Yeah, then it's just a kind of like a awareness issue, I think. But like this play, I don't think this play is good. I understand the idea, but if you are going to go for something like this, this is like you have to headshot them once first. Like what I would have needed to see from you here is headshot here, like headshot there, like this shot needs to connect and then you roll forward flash or whatever, right? That would have made way more sense. But you just don't hit the initial shot and now you're really close. And the cost of this is not... I mean, there is a cost in this that you're taking damage and you will eventually demand resources, but it's also the opportunity cost in not shooting tank right now, right? It's kind of what this comes down to. So like, yeah, I just would be playing, this is a map, or a particular part of the map where you just kind of need to shoot tank. When you're against Maga, can you play him like Orisa? Yes, basically, yes. The only thing to keep in mind about the Maga matchup is when you're playing angles, which you will play sometimes against like an Orisa, he can dive you, and if he dives you alone, you're fried. So just don't get dove alone. It's like kind of playing against monkey as well. It's like a monkey Orisa hybrid in terms of play style, how you play against them. But it's a lot of like playing against the Malga matchup is a lot of like farming headshots. It's a lot of farming headshots, getting him to rotate out and then not being the dive target. Oh yeah, and then you should stop coming this bridge rotation. It's bad. Yeah, like you should be coming. You need to come right side. Just take no damage if you come that way. So you dying in bridge here is just lazy. Okay, but I think pretty much. I think your second point wasn't that bad. Your first point, your rollout just needs some work. You got really deadlifted by Hog. I'm gonna be honest. How long is this game? It's almost over. Okay, you got deadlifted by your Hog, but your third point need to work for sure. Third point. Whenever you don't have good flank options, it's okay to just sit in main and shoot tank. Like that's fine. You do a lot of damage. So as long as you're hitting headshots, it's really high value. Like if you watch any coordinated play, it's gonna be a lot of like, especially Crazy Raccoons, right? If Lip is your favorite player, just like Lip is my favorite player, he literally, especially on like Lijiang and stuff like that, all he does is shoot tank. Like that's all he does. And it's a little bit different, of course. It's not comp, but like that's obviously enough value for the enemy team or for Crazy Raccoons to justify them playing Cassidy, right? So it must be good enough in your comp game to do the same thing sometimes. Also, okay, so here in this situation, on defense, on first, I don't really like playing this main angle. You will see it from time to time, but I don't think it's good. Generally because number one, it's out of your range. This fight's out of your range until they're pushed in. It's out of your range until they're pushed in, so you can take poke from bad angles. And also, in this situation, you have a Torbjorn already on the angle. I would prefer you be right side. Because this is a way more effective range for you. It's kind of like playing Hotel on King's Row. It's you all, and then you also deny the easy rotation this way. Is it more... Does third point... okay, wait. Is it more, does third point feel like King's Row third point? Both Overwatch 1 maps so similar to... Yes, it's basically the same thing. It's very similar. The only difference is... So on Eichenwalde third point, there's no high ground. Or there's no oppressive high ground at least. There's this, but it's not really that great. Sometimes you have an Ash up there or whatever. But... And there's also this... There's not like a grid flank like there is in King's Row. You at least have that mega room. Here, you don't have that, right? You have this, which can work sometimes. And you could see some semblance of value that Montana got from it. But it's just really hard to make that rotation and justify it. So it's going to be a lot of just like shooting down main type situation on third there. But on this angle, with your Torbjorn in main especially, you need to be playing right side for sure. Like without a doubt. So we're going to be playing in main and bleed value as a result of this. So we get slept. Keep in mind that slept would have been avoided if you're playing on the right side. Shoot the Mei, okay? Yeah, but look at this. What play are we making? What play is making? What space are we denying? None, nothing. We're actually accomplishing nothing here. And it's because Cassie's not built to hold this angle. Like, you're just not built for this angle. If you're Ash, you are, right? But look, let's look at something real quick. Let's take a step back. Imagine if we're here. Shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram. All of a sudden, Ram's not spamming down main. He's shooting us. Okay, fine. We're going to do this, do this. Do we think this ram is going to be W King and standing behind his shield if we're on this angle? No, he's not. He's going to stand there and he's going to be like, oh my God, a Cassidy on my left side. This is going to be thinking, oh crap, there's a Cassidy on my left. Let me take a step back real quick until I can clear him. And then you're fine. And then you're making space. Part of the reason why this is so easy for the enemy team to walk forward is because you're not on an angle and you guys get spammed out by one hero. A single hero, aka this one Pharah, does like 6 million damage, and that sleep comes through. So good job from the Ana. But it's this one Pharah causes this entire rotation. That's it. That's it. You made it so cheap for them. But imagine this. Imagine the alternative world where maybe the Ram does ignore you, but you know who might not ignore you when you're on the angle? This Pharah. Maybe this Pharah shoots 2 angles here, 2 shots here, and then she hears you shooting from the angle, and she's like, I'm going to contest the Cassidy. So then she boosts up and starts shooting you. But when she's shooting you, what is she not doing? She's not shooting your Torbjorn, and he can spam down main, right? But because you guys have no one on an angle, you guys lose this so easily. So that's the mistake here. Oops, you're not Torbjorn, my fault. But yeah, so you double up with your DPS and then you're just fried, honestly. Also, that's just not a good angle for gas, but Yeah. So that's your mistake on that. But fortunately, I think we do lose this. Yeah, we do. Okay. So yeah, you should just need to set up high ground now. It's lost. Yeah, I don't mind you playing here either. This spot's pretty good too. I like this angle a lot on Eichenwalde. Just make sure if you play this, you know this roll tech off this ledge. And I'll show you guys after the VOD's done, but make sure you know that roll tech. Okay. I don't mind the flash. I don't mind the fan there. I think that's all fine. And you don't repeak. Ah, don't repeak. Don't repeak. Okay, I would have just honestly been AFK right there. I'll be real. I'll just be waiting that or drop the dungeon, either one. Okay, this is all fine. I like you playing with your Roadhog here. Yeah. I like it. I like this more than off-angling. Why? Why do I like this more than off-angling here? Imagine we're here right now. What are we doing here? What is there to accomplish here? Not really much. We'd be shooting the Ana, and actually, our soldier's actually on the angle already, right? So helping our Hog's quite good here. I like this a lot. Okay. Okay, you need to run. Yeah. Okay, you needed to roll earlier here. So here's the problem. I know you want to kill this guy, but dude, you're gonna die in Annihilation, bro. This is like a certain death type of situation. I played there because apparently it's an important space to contest on Eichenwalde. Yeah, it is. It is important to contest the rotation on this castle, for sure. But also, it's also because if you did come left here, everything's out of range. This is also, you'd have to drop for it to be any good. But even then, the card is pushed up enough where they'd be out of range as well. So that's also a reason why that angle is bad. But you needed to roll earlier here. And if you would have rolled earlier, you would have taken less damage here. And you wouldn't have forced nano. You wouldn't have forced nano. That ram would have died. So you guys nano for no reason because you roll late. And you had it, right? Was it on cooldown? Yeah, it was off cooldown the whole time. Yeah, so you could have rolled earlier here. Okay. So we stage. Okay, we do hold them at some point. Stage. I like that you're not doubling up with your soldier. I wouldn't mind if you double up with soldier on this map in particular. But I also like playing here because you do deny the castle rotation, or at least add some level of friction to it. Even if you do have to give it up. Nice catch on the Farah. Or nice shot, sorry. They're gonna res that, but whatever. Cost of doing business. Don't get greedy, stay in castle, perfect. Yeah, I don't like this roll forward, but I harp on that a lot. Yeah, see, here's the problem with the angle now. Oh, and we drop. We should not be dropping. But yeah, they're just too far away. So we needed to rotate high ground. So at this point here, I understand there's Anna's here. Maybe you see her, but when she unswings, I'm like, crap, there's pretty much nothing I can do here. It's you either needed to immediately hard commit to chase her, which I think is bad, but that would have at least been doing something, or just realize, crap, everyone's rotating away. I need to take a different angle and then rotate back to high ground here. Would have been your play. Yeah, because it's like, what are you gonna do here? And now that you drop, you're super committed to this, and I don't really mind going for the Ana that much, but if this was your play, you needed to do it earlier, right? You needed to do it like right when you saw her and she was low. So, yeah. That's kind of what that came down to. But anyway, okay, maybe we get rolled here. Yeah, it looks like we get rolled. We don't actually hold it. Here, you can argue for either door. I think there's pros and cons to either door here, so I'm not going to obsess over it. Looks like the rest of your team's going right, so I would try to err on the side of going left. Break this, yep. I wouldn't Deadeye here because it's a blind Deadeye and I don't know what I'm walking into. But I can kind of understand it. I would usually play around the bridge, but the tank would have to be closer. Yeah, playing on that bridge is not bad either. So and this is in regards to the second. He's talking about playing this bridge. This isn't bad either. But I think what his idea was to deny this rotation because the Pharaoh might have rotated this way, which is fine. But he just needed to identify that there's no more opportunity here. So he needed to give up the angle and go somewhere else. That's what that came down to. Let me think about this Deadeye. So we know wall goes out. We're point blank. Yeah, it's just kind of like... I think this is more of a situation where it's just like your Hawk's not gonna touch the bro. He kills Ram there with WTF. It's just you guys didn't able to touch. I'm not 100% against this. I'm not a Deadeye is so weird, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% against this Deadeye. So I'm not gonna comment on it because I think there's pros and cons to that. I'm not gonna act like I know everything. Okay, so we capped. So one thing to just keep your mind open to is this: if you have the opportunity, you don't really have it in this situation, but sometimes after you guys kill everybody, you'll have this opportunity available to you where even on third defense, you can just kill everybody, walk up castle, and then rat right here. I've done it a few games. It's really good. And then whenever the supports walk out, you just like 2-tap them and it's game over. And it's really hard to deal with you. So I don't think it's good here, but I just want you guys to know that play exists. Okay. Chillin'. Shoot the May. Alright. Take a bunch of spam. Kite out. Okay, I don't think you do that very much wrong here. I think it's more of like... take a shot, whatever. Yeah, you kind of have to contest that. Yeah, that's fine. That fight was fine. I'd be looking at Pharah here, not Ram, but that's fine. Yeah, it actually did matter. You might have saved your Mercy. Yeah, she's low, bro. She's really low. And she should be low enough where you see it. And I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you don't see that she's low. Maybe it doesn't pop up yet. But yeah, you probably don't. I think you would have shot her otherwise. But yeah, you needed to win other fights. Those last two fights were just fried. Honestly, I don't think you could have done anything. Or maybe you could have, but at that point it would have been so marginal it didn't really matter. But on that, it was just like a lot of like map specific things. We walked in without our tank. We took a bunch of poke on bridge for no reason. But like your second point defense was generally good. So I feel like I wouldn't worry about your second point defense at all. I'd worry more about your first point attack, your first point defense, and then all of your third point attack as well. It's like where I'd be placing the most emphasis on Eichenwalde. But there were no like general principles that were wrong in my opinion. I think it was more map related stuff. I mean, I guess if you wanted to drill principles, just try not to double up angles with your other DPS if you can avoid it. So that would be it. But yeah, thank you for the code. I really appreciated that. It was fun to go through. Okay, so that is Eichenwalde. How are we looking on time? So we have been streaming for an hour and a half and we've gone through 2 codes. So I'm going a little bit slow. I do want to pick up the pace a little bit. So we got through Montana. We got through Bandit. We have, let's go through, we'll go in order of submission. So we'll go through Busy Raptors. New Junk City here. All right. Let's see. So Busy Raptor is this, I don't know how to say his name, but we'll call him our hero. Okay, so our hero is playing Cassidy on New Junk City. So New Junk City is, I'm not a fan of this map. I don't know if I even play it correctly. I feel like it's kind of tough. There's a lot of angles that are just really long. All the covers are kind of awkward. You can get pushed out. It's just tough. Okay, so I'm not gonna act like I have a pre-fight plan going into everything. What I will mention is on first point here, be aware of this existing on this left side. I would take it in this situation because we're gonna have a Pharah in main, so I think I feel kind of confident coming left here. And what you would do coming left is you opens up this side angle here as well as a flank on late timing. So just keep in mind that those exist. All right, good night. Thanks for the review. Yeah, of course, man. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for the code. Nice shots. Okay. I would not be this close, so this isn't a W key syndrome. Just don't W key. So I like this. I like you shooting the Curie here. What I don't like you doing is walking this way, walking forward to shoot this ram. I wanted to see you walk wide to shoot the ram. So I wanted to see you walk. Let's take a step back here. I would have wanted to see you walk left So here at this point, you should unswing the Ana, bam, like this, and then you should come, whenever you want to shoot the ram, you're going to come left like this and shoot him like this way, right? Or maybe you'd even back up, okay? Something like that. But we just kind of W key toward him, and that it's not like we get punished for it, but it's always a good habit to monitor stuff like this. Okay, stun on the Ana. Sure, you know, whatever. Our tank did a lot there, to be honest. So, but I think you played first fight fine. Was there any notes? This game I was focusing on aiming at head level, and it pays off. Yeah, it pays off. There's a reason why I made it a rule for crosshair placement. But I also made some pretty stupid mistakes, like taking a 1v2 on enemy supports or missing the floor flashbang on Genji. Also, oh, okay. Actually, also my nick is pronounced VL key toe or ta Tupor, which means big axe. Okay, cool. Vielki Tupor. If I get it wrong again, correct it, please. Cool. Well, Vielki, I think you played first point perfect. Not perfect, but well enough for it to matter. So you still are aiming a little low. You're not aiming at the floor, but I mean, like, maybe you're hitting tab here. But we are aiming a little bit low, I'll say. Whoops. Yeah, but it looks like you corrected when there's someone that actually something that actually matters. Cool. I don't like the rotation here because they're already pushing in. So I like playing this left side when you can catch them trying to come contest you. So like if this Cass was here, I'd prefer you be on the angle then, right? So you're a little bit late to this angle. I don't mind you coming to catch him, but I'd rather you honestly play here and catch him when he's swinging wide, right? Because the problem is, like, I'd rather him be here like this and you are here, you know, for example, right? And then shoot him this way. The problem with this is you're just going to be kind of deep and he's already close to you. Like you would have the advantage if like, for example, you would have wanted to have him on your screen here right when you're in this position, but you're late. So he's here. Okay. So that's kind of the problem with this. So we're just kind of late to contest this and we die as a result of that. So yeah, so that was your problem, right? So here's what you needed to do here. Just don't swing wide here. You're already too late to contest him. You need to play in main, back up and hold him like this. If he's the guy you want to contest, you need to hold him like this, in my opinion. I think coming when he's already this close is just not going to win. I don't think it's winning. Yeah, I think the mark is fine. Like in principle, you have the right macro decision. Your timing was just bad. Okay. Okay, so we die first. That's unfortunate. We cost that fight. Once again, you had a good concept of marking the Cassidy, but I think the timing was too late for what you're trying to do, so you needed to take a safer angle. You needed to give up some space there. Okay. So our hazard is going left side, so we walk main. Okay, wow. So this is a little bit crazy to do this. Also in the first point, the bridge. Do you mean this bridge? If so, I don't really know what you mean by that. Please elaborate. But anyway, the one thing I want to mention about this is you don't actually know where the enemy team is. You just walk. you tunnel vision so much on this Genji. You totally disrespect the enemy team. You have no idea where they are. You hear them, but you don't know if they're in the room. You don't know if they're all the way back here. You have no idea what the heck is going on. So you tunnel vision on the Genji, who's low HP, admittedly. And we flash forward for it and we kill him. But wow, you completely disrespected the enemy team. You needed to at least see where they were. That was crazy. I don't mind the Deadeye. It's unfortunate you get pulled here, but I actually like the Deadeye. Because he's not going to be able to kill you. So that's fine. Or at least he'd be forcing a block or something. Okay. How long is this? 13 minutes. Okay. Cool. So, I would not be doing this at all. You're giving up a lot of space. And I mean, the only reason you'd really be playing here is if you can hear them, right? You can typically hear them when they do stuff like this. So honestly, we could have lost this whole fight because this is really bad, right? Like by now, if they were coming under, you would have heard them already. And also, it's just really not that important to mark them under. I'm going to be honest. It's more important that you catch them when they try to touch, in my opinion, right? I would have rather you just been with your team here and And that way you also minimize the chance of you dying. Because also if you die, the fight is lost for sure. So I don't think this play to come mark this for a touch is good at all. Yeah, I think a lot could have gone. I think on average this is losing. I mean, you can even see, right? You weren't able to help. I mean, I don't know if you would have prevented this from happening, but you weren't able to actually contribute to the state of this fight at all, right? So in a different world, somehow they touched the point, and then now you just lost the whole fight because you had a really inactive position doing nothing. So I'd rather you've been grouped up with your team there. Okay, and then we die. Okay, walk forward. I don't like this roll, so this is also a bad roll. What are we rolling for? Okay. What are we... Okay, we're rolling to a deep angle that we don't even need to be at. I mean, maybe you don't know the hazard wall comes out, but either way, you don't need to be here right now. This angle is not so important you need to be here right now. Like, you should have walked here. And this... Like, look, I know I'm a stickler on using roll, but this adds up. I'm telling you, bro. It adds up. Don't roll to angles if you don't need to roll to them. Okay. This was not time sensitive. Nice kill. Okay. Push out the supports. Oh, is this the 2v1? Yeah, after you saw the Kiri TP come through, give it up. Up until that point, it was fine. Up until the point Kiri TP'd, you were good. I like the idea of marking the supports at the beginning. Okay, good kill on Genji. Shoot the ram. Yeah, so this is a bad habit just to kind of look at. And I'm not gonna act like this is the end of the world. Notice on your last bullet, you fan. So you just lost like 40 damage for no reason. So just don't fan one bullet. Something to keep in mind, a habit to look at. Because it's not like a big deal, but it's just why do it in the first place, right? I can't say I've ever played this angle before, to be honest with you, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's fine. They don't have a way to push you. The supports they're playing are on a Kiri, so they don't have a lot of speed boost. The only thing I'd keep in mind is a Genji dive you might be open to, but I think you're in a good spot. I think this could work. I just never hold here personally. Whoops. Okay. Your supports are here to help you. I definitely would have rolled out. Yeah, like I would have rolled out there. I don't know why we just walk, but that's all right. Okay, so what happens here? So this might actually just be a chain reaction. So here's the problem. So we're on the angle here. Shoot the ram a few times. Here, you should feel that they're taking space. I would be cutting out pretty much about now. Okay, you can see the ram take space against you here. If we zoom out here, yeah, you can kind of feel that they have the intention of walking forward. So you do rotate out a little bit late. Like this ram is kind of on top of you. Like your hazard actually rotated out already. You didn't actually notice that, but he had good macro. So you rotate out late. You also don't roll out. You also come to the left side of the box and not the right side. You needed to come to the right side, roll backwards, and then walk this way. Would have been the play. So you rotate out late here. Force Juno pocket. Force Weaver pocket. Get antied. Force life grip. Now you're on this rotation late. So you're here late now. And then, yeah, I mean, I think this is fine, marking these guys. Dying the Genji's fine. But, yeah, we need to rotate earlier there, for sure. But let's see here. Whatever, that's life. I'm not worried about the Genji death there. There's probably something you could have done, but I don't know. I now understand when you say that sometimes Diamond gameplay will look like Masters gameplay. It's very hard to tell the difference now. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell. If you gave me anything below plat, from like gold to plat, it's like I can't really tell the difference between gold and plat. Diamond, honestly, I can't really tell the difference between a lot of ranks. I don't even know what rank this is. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what rank this could be. I think if I had to guess, I feel like Vielki is probably like low diamond. If I had to guess, I feel like this is probably low diamond. I think Vielki actually was low masters, but I don't know. I'm just bad at guessing ranks. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have actually no idea. He's not doing anything like particularly wrong. He's like, well, here, look. Would a low diamond player have played the single? Yeah, it's masters. Yeah, okay, that is true. Would a low diamond player have played the single? I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, I think he has a good idea of how to play Cassidy, right? Like, take an angle, shoot them. It's just this, he didn't rotate out fast enough. That was the only issue. He could have died there. Whoops. Okay, sorry, I missed this. Alright, whatever. This fight's lost. You didn't do it. This was fun. Okay. Go right side. Yep, I like you coming out right because... Okay, why do I like coming out right? Why do I like him coming out right? Why is the rotation good? Here's why. Because whenever he was left side here, he was getting pushed out by the enemy team. And who is Ram? Ram is Brawl Tech. Okay, so Ram can pop his Transformers form and have gigantic fists and beat people to death. Okay, and you would have got certainly beaten to death here. So instead of getting pulverized, we make the rotation to an off angle, which albeit does have a little bit worse range situations for us, especially when it comes to cover as well. Cover's quite bad, but I mean, it's better than getting punched to death, so I prefer being here, right? Yep. So yeah. So you know, the flashes, whatever. I think here, I mean, I wouldn't have been opposed to this Deadeye. Like here, look, this actually, this is your mistake. Actually, here, monkey jump, bam, I'm dead-eyeing. I'm dead-eyeing right now. What does my monkey want me to do right now, guys? If I'm this monkey player, what do I want my team to do? Okay, let's just watch monkey POV. Monkey, shoot this guy, shoot this guy, shoot this guy. Big jump. Fight is starting right now. This is the fight starting right now. What do I want? I want my Cassidy player to grow gigantic balls and just pop Deadeye. That's what I want right now. But we don't make a play first. So as a result, we play catch up. They use nano. And then we get one shot. Okay, so whatever, right? We just needed the Deadeye. We needed the Deadeye on our monkey jump there. I don't really know how to explain this other than sometimes, I mean, we have range, right? And our monkey's starting the fight. No one's looking at us. This is a Deadeye. This is a perfect Deadeye opportunity. There's not like a perfect framework for identifying Deadeyes, but I mean, this would be a good place to use it for sure, without a doubt. Mobility is a huge factor on this map. Every play could be 50-50. Yeah, and that's why I'm not like, I can't say for sure if this is a winning or losing cast map. Do you flash high there? Let's look. So the correct way to look at this would be the flash doesn't really matter because we should have used Deadeye here, but let's look at it anyway. It would have been to flash your feet. So here's what the Genji's thinking. If he's thinking, if in his mind he doesn't want to use Deadeye, what he's going to do almost always is, let's watch. Here's his play. Dash. He's going to turn to look at you, and then he's going to hold W key. Right? Which is exactly what he does. Why does he want to hold W key? Why does he want to hold W key? Because his alt fire is a shotgun, okay? And as a result, you want to be closer to people. He also had deflect, okay? And whenever you're in deflect, you want to walk closer to people. Why do you want to walk closer to people when you have deflect? Because it makes your hitbox bigger. Okay, so what you needed to do, your deflect hitbox bigger relative to the person you're trying to kill. Okay, so what you needed to do here is flash your feet. This would have been your best play. Why? Because you know the Genji's because he dashes so close to you and you know he's probably going to walk forward, you should flash your feet, right? Because if you throw it anywhere at his feet, him walking forward is going to make the hitbox bigger and it's going to kill you. Okay, so he needed to flash his feet there, like his own feet, the Cassidy's feet. For clarification, if we wanted to look at like raw micro, but honestly he would have died either way, but that's how you would have played that. Okay, so we come left here. How long is this game? It looks like we go to 5 here probably. I'm almost out of water. Okay. Yeah, so I don't like playing this angle at all. I think this high ground is really misleading. I think on paper, it's like a good angle because you can play up here. It's a high ground, of course. It's kind of hard to clear you. They have to commit to this rotation. And then you have these windows and you can drop. But the problem is, number one, if you do have to drop, the rotation sucks. The rotation out of this high ground is horrendous. Because look, fall off the high ground. Where do we go? Well, your best play is honestly to wrap back up the stairs and try to get a flank and live that way. Because otherwise, you have no cover. You have these stupid, like, junk piles, but even these suck. Because your height is, like, right here. They can, like, basically see your forehead. Your gigantic forehead is Cassidy. It's just, like, not fun, right? I would rather you be, honestly, what I would be doing here is I would be playing this high ground here. And then maybe playing in the room a little bit. And then just getting ready to rotate out. Is what my plan is here. I think playing the high ground, there's just too much that can go wrong in this high ground, in my opinion. Oh, we still got a box on the screen. Delete that. Okay. So yeah, so now we're committed to this. We don't have a good rotation out. We have to roll. And then we get sandwiched by this ram. And then it's just awkward. It's a really awkward rotation out. And do we really want to be here at this point of the fight? Not really. Right? Like, honestly, because if I'm... Like, first of all, I wouldn't be here. Because as I mentioned earlier, I would have been... here, and then as a result, when I got pushed, I would have been backing up. But now that I'm here, honestly, I'm like, crap, I'm gonna be out of the fight for so long. I need to just like make it play. That's like what I'm thinking. So what would be the play here then? Yeah, I think that chat was a little late, so I think I covered it. But basically, after I dropped here, I would have rotated back this way and tried to like go for a flank, because I'm just gonna be out of the fight for so long. Yeah, because like, what am I doing here? Yeah, it's just lost. I mean, this is a good Deadeye. I like the Deadeye. You catch it. Yeah, maybe it's better. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is, like, this pans out. So, here's the thing that I will say is good. Is after you are here, you take the high ground, which is good. You're not on the floor, so that's great. And then we don't take any damage. So, then you force the Genji dive, which is awkward for him. We don't flash. I would have flashed the floor there. But... yeah, you just don't die, which is great. So not dying is great as well. So I think the alternative play would have just like at some point during the fight come wide, and then I probably would have had timing to Deadeye from here myself. After the enemy Cassidy did. So I'm not saying either play is better. I mean, this one worked out. Maybe I'm being results oriented. I don't know, but something to keep in mind. But anyway, like to go to the cause of the issue, the reason there's even discussion here in the first place is like, for example, here's what I would be doing. I would not be coming up this high ground. I would be right here right now. Shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram. Maybe get spammed out. Okay, kite. Shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram, shoot the ram. Ram would not be able to walk up high ground right now. This rotation would be impossible, or it would at least be expensive. He would be low HP. So, yeah, so that would have been it. So he would have been stuffed, and then we would have a lot more space here. So a monkey probably would not be forced off the angle right now. So, I mean, it would have been a chain reaction, but that's how I would have played that. Anyway. Okie dokie. Come out main here, get some poking. Cool. Almost kill that guy. Great job. Also, I'm going fast because if he's not doing anything wrong, I'm just going to go fast. We got a lot of codes to go through. I don't like you set up here. So, what I would have rather you do... what I would have rather you done... is rotate out. Perfect. You know what? I like it. Okay. Come this way. Whatever. But the power position at this point is not this side. Why do we not want to be on the right side, guys? Why do we not want to be on the right side? Look, here's why. We're on the right side. Ignore this pedal. Act like this pedal doesn't exist. Okay, so we're going to exit out. Doesn't exist. Why do we not want to be on the right side? The problem is, this is all low ground. All of this is low ground. All, you know, this is a terrible blob, but it's all low ground. All low ground. So whenever they push us, they come this way. It's really easy to clear us out. And then the rotations out from this position are really long. We have to go all the way this way. We have to go all the way this way, right? Either one. Whatever. It's really long rotations. We don't want to do long rotations as Cassidy pretty much ever. So how you should be thinking about it is if there's a long rotation that needs to be made, you should be doing it before the fight happens. So as a result, you have a little bit of downtime, right? This ram isn't pushed up yet. We want to make this rotation. And you can play this high ground here. Or sorry, this cover and this high ground. I mean, you wouldn't play on this, literally on this thing, of course, but you're going to be playing around the pillar. I would much rather you be here. Because the thing is, at least if they push you, they have to walk in the open the entire time, right? They can come this way, they can come this way, they can come this way, but they're all in the open, and then you can shoot them accordingly. And then if they do push you, you can drop and then play this under bit and rotate through this way. Like, you have options, right? It's a lot easier than playing where you are now. Right now, there's a lot more room for error, and I wouldn't be surprised if you die in the next 20 seconds. Okay. So I wouldn't even be using this pedal, yeah, because you're just kind of stuck here. Okay, good tree. Shoot the Genji. What do I think about this flash? Let me look. Shoot the Genji, shoot the Genji. I like it. Wow, he gets a double jump there? That's crazy. What? How did he get a double jump? Does he not use it? Oh, he lands on this thing again, and then he gets a double jump reset. This is a good... I like the flash. I like the flash. I don't think it's bad. Let me clear that little dot. Nice shots. I think some people would say use the flash when he's on the floor or whatever, but I think that's fine. I wouldn't overthink it. A lot of people overthink flash. Okay, we come out right. We're rotating the next flash point. Do we lose here? No, okay. Well, yeah, it looks like we lose this, and then when we lose or win the last one. Oh, okay. So, okay, sorry. Rotate, rotate. Rotate. Oh, you just go the wrong way. Okay, dumb mistake. Whatever, it happens. And then you die for it. Whatever. Okay. Come right side on the flank. I like this. Really good range for Cassidy. I like this flank a lot. I use it all the time. Out of the ram. Honestly, cost of doing business. I'm fine with that. Could we have rotated out faster? Let's see. Okay, so we come right on the angle. Shoot the BAP. Maybe you could have rotated. Oh, whatever. That one's fine. Not worried about that. Okay. Waiting for our team. Let me speed it up. Whoops. Let me do slash hide chat. Okay, come main. Mark these guys on the right side. Our monkey's in. Okay, we're just not really... I mean, we are living, so I guess that is good. Pop the Deadeye gets canceled. Okay, so what could we have done here? So, this point, I wouldn't be flanking because the rotation was too long. You would have had to set up for it. So I wouldn't be flanking right now. I would be playing main for sure. Because also, yeah, I think this is better. And then here I wouldn't be... I don't even know what you're doing here, but I wouldn't be doing this. I would be hopping the monkey dive for sure. I would be shooting... maybe I wouldn't. Let's see. I think I'd be breaking shield here for sure. I keep saying for sure. I don't know why. I think I'd be breaking shield. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't take that. Maybe you wanted to like ride that for a Deadeye. Yeah, whatever. I think it's fine. I don't know what the issue is with that fight. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe you could have shot the shield, but I also understand rotating left, so you don't have to shoot the shield. But then there was no one there, and then you saw the pedal. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm not worried about that one that much. Okay. We have an angle. We're just kind of late. That's all this comes down to. So our monkey's in right now. You see him jump. Honestly, you see this monkey jump in. The last thing you should be thinking is I need to flank right now. What you should be thinking is, oh my goodness, I need to follow up with the monkey right now. Is like what you should be thinking. Because you should be like, why is he... You should be mad that he's engaging so early. Like, why is he doing this? He's way too early. So, but you shouldn't be thinking about taking the angle. You need to follow up with your tank is kind of what this comes down to. And this is the second time in the VOD this has happened. You needed to deadeye that one monkey engage earlier. So as a result, you're really late to this fight because you're taking the angle, right? It's not even a good angle as well. I think you set up here because you kind of, I think this is a little bit of autopilot, right? Because generally this is a good angle for Cass, right? Let's be real. This is like generally pretty good. But the fight has started because your monkey jumped in. You didn't adapt to the situation. So you're on this angle and it's a bad angle right now because they're all super far away. And yeah, the fight's already starting. So you needed to be coming main to shoot the monkey. Your monkey kills the bat, but does he die? Yeah, he dies, right? I mean, we could have contributed to, we just didn't contribute to the fight, right? Like we could have maybe got a Cass kill or a Genji kill or something, right? Or at least maybe there's an alternate universe where our monkey doesn't die because we have enough pressure, but that's not even an option because we go main. So I would say your monkey did misplay a little bit there. Like he shouldn't have gone in so early, but we needed to adapt to the situation. Good flash, by the way. So hold on. Let's look at this flash real quick. And this is what I mean about flash. Like, I think a lot of people would have told you this is a bad flash. But this, I mean, you catch him in the blade animation and you get him, right? You don't always have to use flash and like they have to be point blank or at the floor or whatever. Like, this is a good flash. Nice flash. There's a real world where you kill him there. And it's actually, it matters. Oh, you actually do kill him. That's a really big kill. So great job. That's what I'm saying. Don't overthink flash. Most of the time, you're using flash correctly, I'm going to be honest. As long as it's not like an obvious deflect, you're using it right, probably. Or at least, like, if you're not throwing it at a shield type situation, right? I mean, like, particularly in Genji matchups. Okay, yeah, that's so fun. Nice. We got winners in chat. Okay, come out left side. The only thing I'd mention about this is I wouldn't be playing so wide here because the rotation out is not good. So here, right, for example, if you do get poked, I mean, okay, I didn't actually know you're honest with you, but generally I don't like playing this angle because if you have to rotate out, a lot of the times you're forced to this left door here and it's just a really long rotation. And even after you're done making the rotation, you have to make this rotation. You're now stuck here, right? At some point, you have to make this rotation out, and you can get caught and die there a lot. So, I personally wouldn't be playing here. I would actually be playing in main. I like this angle more. Because the thing is, if you get pushed out here, you can hear them. Like, you would be able to hear these guys right now, and you could be like, okay, they're about to push us. And you can adequately give up space early enough and not be accidentally caught in a bad rotation. So, that would be my kind of thought on that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of playing on this left side, but you know, I kind of get it from the circumstance. They're far away. You have the Ana with you, but I just prefer playing main. Yeah, like look, now you're forced into this rotation, and look, he actually that worked out perfectly. He catches you in the rotation, so you can't rotate back to point, and now you have to fight him, but you don't even kill him, and now you're dead, right? So you can, wow, that's actually crazy. Yeah. Right, this universe would have been avoided if you played main. Right? Or at least, let's see if there are any other mistakes here. So we shoot them, we make this rotation. Yeah, here you did admittedly have a little bit of a window. So here, you have about a 1 second window where he's not even looking at you yet. You needed to hold S key and drop and come point, honestly, is what this kind of came down to. You would be isolated, but he has no way to get to you. Right, so you would just drop, come point, play up here, and shoot him from here. Would have been your play. Because the problem is here you get stuffed. It's pretty fortunate that he doesn't kill you. He ends up killing your Kiri instead. But yeah, you die as a result of that. So that's funny that worked out that way. Okay. Okay, playing in main. Shoot the shield. Shoot the shield, okay. Take this angle. Getting stuffed by Ram again. Yeah, I mean, this is like kind of the best we can do. I think the only thing is like... Yeah, oh yeah, I noticed you were behind on wall. I could mold, by the way. Chatter. Mr. Camille. But anyway, the only other thing I would have mentioned here is like the Genji kind of deadlifts us. I think our better play would have been... So coming left here is not great typically because it's really close proximity. So you're going to be like point blank against a tank type of situation. This is a similar situation. I mean, it's better because it's a deeper angle for the enemy team, so it's harder for them to clear you. But I really like this right flank as Cassidy. This fight, even if it against this enemy Cassidy is quite good, I would be willing to gamble on that. So I would prefer something like that over coming left side. I know you're with your Ana, but I just don't really like taking the side of the map as Cassidy. So I think if you wanted to have a higher impact on average on your retakes on this point, on Flashpoint, I would be going right side, not left. I mean, this works out quite great, to be honest. But I think it's more because your Genji's the go. I wonder if this is chosen the streamer, actually, now I think about it. But this might be European servers, I don't know. Oh, and the game's won. Okay, cool. I think your big issue that I saw in this VOD is you didn't do a great job following up with your tank. Oh, you commented and thing. Man, I need to look at my role usage. Man, that was such a body match. Everyone was kind of making mistakes all over the place. I mean, that's just Overwatch, right? A lot of Overwatch is what you'll see, and I kind of explained this earlier, but a lot of Overwatch is you think of it like, I mean, this is true for a lot of things in life in general. Think about it like this, okay? Every decision you make has a subsequent path that you follow, okay? So you have a decision here. Let's just call it, decision A. Okay, well, at decision A, you decide to go left. Okay, great. And then you have a new fork. And then you decide to go left. Okay, great. Now you have a new fork. And so on and so forth. Okay, what you want to do to get better at a game like Overwatch is you don't want to obsess over this every single time. You don't want to obsess over this outcome at the very end. Where it's like, at the very end, I died here. Man, I must be doing something wrong at this moment. Well, no, really, the thing you did wrong happened at this moment here. Okay? So as a result, you don't want to obsess. Sometimes the results are, that's why you don't really want to be results oriented as well, right? Sometimes the results aren't telling the truth. That's not what you really want to improve. You want to nip the problem at the bud and address the fundamental issue. Notice how I've gone through like 6 VODs or something so far. Well, no, that's a little bit of boost. I've gone through like maybe 3 VODs, but notice how all the VODs I've gone through, almost every single issue has nothing to do with micro. Like basically nothing to do with micro. It's all they didn't do a macro rotation correctly, or they're too late on the rotation, or they don't understand the matchup, or something about the map, or something. It's always something like that. It's pretty much never my aim. Okay. And that's why when people obsess over their aim, they make no progress. It's the people that make the most progress are the people that realize and understand this fundamental nature of improvement, right? Which is like you make a decision, you live with the outcome over and over and over again, and then they make an adjustment here. Or sorry, let me not use black. They make an adjustment here and then take the better path, the more optimal path. And then they'll do this over and over and over and over and over again. And then once this whole path is optimized, once they've optimized the whole path out, then they'll worry about their aim. That's when you worry about your aim type of situation. So that's the only thing I'll say. So in your situation, I feel like one of your big problems is you wasn't following up with your tank. I feel like that was an issue. And then I feel like you're taking a lot of low agency angles. I feel like for example, on this point, we needed to come right side. I feel like that would have been a lot more beneficial to you. It's you have to keep in mind, adapt to the situation. If you're getting marked by a tank, rotate, use your brain. But I would have liked to see that from you. I would have liked to see you roll out first fight left side. If you've tried it before and you don't like it, okay, cool. But just know it exists. I would have liked to see that as well. But other than that, I just can't remember the rest. I can't remember the rest of the VOD, to be real. So with that being said, I hope this VOD was helpful. And if you ever have any questions or anything like that, just let me know. I'd love to look at more gameplay for sure. But yeah, thank you for the code. So that's 1, 2, 3. Montana has a few more codes, but I'm only gonna do one from him today because we got a lot to go through. We're gonna do Envy. So we have 3 left. We have 1 from Envy, 1 from Chip, and 1 from Grom. And how are we looking on time? We're at 2 hours. We got 3 codes. Okay. Well, I did not speed up, unfortunately. So we still have some work to do. Okay. Sorry, I gotta reply to a DM real quick. Okay, so we're gonna go to some more Cassidy gameplay, my favorite hero. We're gonna go through Circuit Royale from Organic. Or Envy is his name. Whoa, let me get this code, please. There we go. Import. He said, this match was really close, but the enemy team had a lever when we were attacking on 4th round attack, which resulted in our win. Okay, so when we get to that point, we'll skip it. My aim was pretty bad because I didn't play last week. Both teams did pretty well while attacking, but not while defending. Same goes for me. So bad defense. Okay, Interesting. What skin is this? What? This gun is sick. I've never... Dang, I should use the skin word because that gun is actually sick. Anyway. And it sort of shows my general experience with Cassidy. Good moments and bad moments, so I think it will be good enough for you to figure out and tell me some major fundamental things I can practice. I was practicing playing main more. I mean, yeah, you're playing Circuit Royale, so that's going to be a common thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, so a problem Envy had in the past is he took angles, like, way too much. He was basically flanking every single fight, and he'd lose as a result of that. And then he said, I was practicing playing main more and then set up for angle, though. I noticed that in main, there's way too much spam damage. Yeah. So Circuit Royale is just a map where you just can't really take angles. This is probably one of the worst cast maps in the game. At least first point is terrible. Every other point you can like try to make some things work, but first is pretty bad. I've noticed that I do well / win in games where my tank is good. I'm too dependent on the tank. I feel like the angles I take don't seem to work either as well in these cases. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. If you have a good tank who's outperforming the enemy tank, they'll be able to hold space more effectively, and you can, as a result, take flanks more effectively, right? So there will, of course, be a correlation there, but you have to play Overwatch with the cards you're dealt. So it's just part of the game. But yeah. Okay, so on Circuit Royale, there's not really any good plays. I'm going to be honest with you. You have some options. You can just come main, right? You can just come main and follow Reinhardt and shoot them, whatever. You do have this off angle you can take. It's particularly good against Sigma. So in this case, they're playing against Sigma. So you can come in this mini room, and then basically what you're going to do here is you're just going to fan the hammer, the shield. That's it. You're just going to sit here and fan shield like 10 times and wait for it to break. And then once the shield breaks, you just have to kind of pray your tank does something. And then once your take does something, then you can push out and like go wide on the stairs angle and try to, take space or whatever. But I mean, that's pretty much it from this angle. The other option you have is, it's kind of twofold. You can come left side here and then come to this high ground, be a little bit greedy, but end up dropping and go up the mini, or you can just kind of come with your tank and, go behind this wall and come up the mini room. But this angle is also pretty good as Cassidy. The reason you want to be doing this angle, why this angle is generally good is because from the defender's point of view, they're typically just going to be spamming down main, shooting your Reinhardt, shooting your backline, whatever. And them having to make even a slight correction to this top right window is really strong. And it can open up a lot of opportunity for your team who otherwise would be forcing, like, you basically getting, for lack of a better term, shafted down main. Okay. So the only thing to keep in mind is whenever you come left side on this window, your objective is to live. Just live. You don't have to kill anybody, just live. You just want to be annoying, and eventually they'll run out of resources or have to reload or something, and then they'll give up space. So that's all I would say about this attack. But generally, there's not a lot of playmaking. It's going to be a lot of depending on your tank to make space and so on and so forth. So here, I actually like that angle on high. I just wish we didn't drop. Here, I don't mind you taking the angle. I like you shooting the Hanzo. Notice that you have some space to work with. I would be getting a little bit greedy. I'm going to be honest. Oh, I thought the code crashed. Here, I wouldn't be fanning from that far away, but here, our Vine is in a little bit. I would be getting ready or trying to make this rotation to stairs, because that's going to be your winning rotation. You can also stand behind this car and use this as cover to be a little bit closer and, shoot the Hanzo or shoot the Juno or whatever. So you have some options. I also don't mind you playing in this room still because it's safe, right? You're not going to die to anything, but I would be ready to take space here. Yeah, so like perfect. We swing out, push with our tank, break the shield. Okay, bad flash. So flash is an ability you want to use. He's just too far away, really, right? We also just aim in the wrong spot. So here, if you wanted this flash to work, here's what you needed to do. So if you wanted to flash this Sigma, you need to identify that this Sigma is going to probably, especially when his shield is down, right? There's no shield up. He's probably going to be rotating left side. So as a result, your best bet is to flash left side, right? Toward the direction he's going to be walking. But the problem is whenever you throw this flash, you whoops, I need the eraser tool. There we go. The problem is you kind of turn off your brain a little bit and you don't predict where he's going. You just kind of toss it. Okay. So I needed you to have use a little bit of prediction there to catch the Sigma if you wanted to flash him. I don't think the flash is good, but if you wanted to hit him, you needed to predict. Okay. I like you coming wide. I like you playing with your Ryan. This is perfect. And I would just use this cover. This is a little bit too wide in my opinion, because here's the problem. Whenever you come this wide, it's easy for the Sigma to walk up and mark you if he so chooses. So he can walk this way and at relatively low cost and just spam you out. Keep in mind, Sigma's range, I think, is 23 meters. Last time I checked. Let me actually double check that because I'm not 100% sure. Whoops. Let me do this. Sorry guys, I'm actually fumbling the bag on pulling up my Google for no reason at all. Why is it not coming up? Oh, here it is. Okay. Sigma Overwatch. I'm pretty sure it's 23 meters. I'm like fairly confident. Because I remember looking into this. So his primary fire is 22 meters. My fault, guys. It's 22 meters. But anyway, either way, his range is like pretty much your effective range, and this is well within your effective range, so he's going to zone you out. So I wouldn't be coming this wide personally. I would probably just be playing main or playing this high ground and spamming, or sorry, this cover here and spamming out down main. I think would be the better play. Anyway, let's go back into this. Okay, so we take the soldier duel, sure. So now, because our tank, the cart is pushed up, this angle is a little bit more justifiable, right? I mean, our tank is our team is taking more space. I mean, I would still be playing a little bit careful here. This is quite a bit aggressive, but yeah. I mean, it's not bad though. I like the angle, right? There's risk reward here, right? At this point, so it's fine. Shoot the Ash. Did I? You seen Deadeye earlier. Once you got that first headshot, if that Deadeye would have gone crazy, and then you hold it. Yeah, the idea of the Deadeye was correct. You just used it a little bit too late, and then once you realized you missed your window. At this point, let's look at the risk reward for holding it. Actually, yeah. Once you see your jump out, I mean, you're low HP. You need to cancel the roll to the right. But you had the right idea, and I think your positioning was generally fine there. You just kind of take the angle a little early, is all I would say. But it was great. I think that was played pretty well. Whoops. Okay. So on second point here, this staircase, it can be good. Just keep in mind it's easy to get stuffed here, and if someone marks you, the rotation out is really bad. Like this rotation out, from the soldier is really, really bad for you. So most of the time you'll have to commit to the fight. So this is going to be like life or death between you and the soldier here. Yeah, so it was life and death, as you could have seen, and you lost. So you faced death. So you just needed to commit to killing him, is what this is. Like, you should identify that this rotation is really long. The chance of you getting out of this is really low. Honestly, at this point, I'm rolling through him. I'm rolling forward right now, and I'm turning around and fanning him. It's my play. I'm going to be honest. I think that'd be your best play here. Or just fan him right there would have worked as well. But yeah, you just take the angle too aggressively, right? If you wanted to take if you just wanted to more mark the angle and lock it down, your better play would be just like play halfway on staircase, kind of not commit to it, and then roll out early. But you go for an early flash, okay? So so what I want you to take away from this is on angles like this, where it's like there's pretty much no way for you to escape, you need to commit. You just need to commit. If you're not going to commit, don't take the angle, okay? Because you weren't going to commit to this, you needed to just not take the angle to begin with. So that's what this kind of comes down to. Okay, so whatever. I like that you tried here. I like that you tried to take an angle. Like, I think it speaks good to you as a player. Oh yeah, so in that situation, you just needed to commit. Anyway. So yeah, so we have no control over the outcome of this fight because we died early. So yeah, so we're just chilling. Catch this soldier because he's bad. That's very fortunate for us. Then we're just chilling, getting our health back, waiting for our team. Okay. Okay, I'm cool with this. Yeah. I like it. I'm down for it. All right, what are we gonna do? We're gonna flash this Juno in the Overwatch way. Oh wait, actually, wait. Hold on. Let's watch this again. So the Juno, we missed the timing on a little bit, unfortunately. So we come left side. Perfect. I mean, you can hear the Sigma kiting, so I'm not too worried about that. Him being there earlier. Okay, I mean, they're out of range, bro. They're just out of range. We gotta stop using flash when they're out of range. Okay, that's too far. Like we're bleeding value for no reason. So this is like the second time it's happened. Nice headshot. You move forward when you don't need to, so that's the only thing I mentioned about that. But otherwise, perfect. Perfect. These are the flanks I want to see from you. These are really well done. So great job. And we catch it, you know. Perfect, man. Great job. Wait, aim demon. Okay. Okay, dude. Oh. Dude, you actually woke up this game. Wait, hold on. Hey. For all of my crosshair placement doubters. For all my crosshair placement doubters. How did he get this kill? How did Envy just get this kill, by the way, guys? How did he get it? Oh my goodness gracious. Look how easy that flick was. Why was that flick easy, guys? It's like a 2-word concept that I harp on all the time. It's like crosshair schmacement or something, or boss hair blazement or something. I don't remember. Someone remind me, bro. Anyways. Oh, demon. This is perfect. I like this a lot too. You win the fight. They have no way for them to hear you on the angle. So what do? You come wide. You're a little bit early in my opinion. So that's the only thing I'd say. I wish typically on deep flanks like this, especially when they don't know you're there, you want to wait until they take a lot more space and the fight is started, something like that. So this is a little bit early. I wouldn't be surprised if they turn around and just kill you. Okay, but at that point, at that point, you already got yours. You're gonna force attention that opens up a window for your team. I mean, it kind of already worked out. So I'm not gonna act like this is a bad play, right? I think you did fine. I would have waited maybe a little bit longer. Like I would have waited till like now, basically when Sigma started touching point, and then I would have shot him. But yeah, you deadlifted this fight from that one kill. Deadlifted this fight, by the way. Good job. This was an excellent play. Excellent work. Great job, man. Okay, gonna go high ground. Are you gonna go right side? So this is like, if you're ever gonna come right side on Circuit Royale, to be honest, it's like this is the time to go because they're not gonna be marking you yet. Okay, they're not. Typically, this high ground rotation kind of sucks because they can just mark you. Oh, this is a long game, but they can just mark you once you're here. And then it's like basically impossible for Cassidy to take the angle, right? I mean, you have like this play, but you really just need Deadeye. You really just need Deadeye for this to make any sense, but we just don't have it. So, or maybe we do. Do we have it? Yeah, we do have Deadeye. So you could come this way. Sorry, I gotta. So I would like try to take the high ground now, to be honest, because I just have there's no better play to make right now. Taking the high ground right now is the best play. Because if you can get there and they're not already there, you deny that rotation from the enemy team. Okay, you kill a soldier not because his position is good. Let me be clear. You don't kill the soldier because you're good. You kill the soldier because he sucks. What is he doing? What is this guy doing? Ayaya needs to wake up. Whatever you did before this game, he needs to start doing, okay? Because that was horrendous. Why did this guy go wide and shoot a Rhine shield? For no reason. That makes no sense, bro. Anyway. Yeah, so I would still be going high ground right now. Yeah, like this rotation is gonna be really good because you're gonna deny them the angle, and even if they don't come here, now you have the high ground, and this opens up a lot of high agency plays, right? Like you can shoot them from high ground, great, or you can come right side and you can go for a dead eye, cool, right? Either one, but you can't. This rotation is impossible to make from floor, so I'd rather you be there and then drop if you need to than not. Right? Great work. Dying to the Reaper. Okay, so I think this is just, you use flash on this ram. So I would not be flashing this ram here, is kind of the problem. I mean, I like flashing tanks sometimes when they need to kite, but here I don't really think we need the extra damage. I think shooting him is just more than appropriate. And then, because you needed flash here, I mean, there's no way to like know this, but if you had better flash discipline to begin with, because you tend to be a little bit trigger happy with flash. If you had better flash discipline to begin with, you could have potentially killed him with flash here, or at least like gotten some damage or forced wraith or something. But we just don't have flash because we're used to on the tank. Okay, well, but the play was otherwise good, right? I think you killing the ram was excellent. I think even if you died to the Reaper, I still think that's like pretty much the best play you could have made there. So, oh, okay, this is a crazy rotation. Okay, are you gonna Deadeye? Yeah, perfect. All right, well, this is actually textbook Cassidy. So yeah, great job. I like the flank. You saw a window where no one was marking the angle, and then you just walk up high ground and Deadeye, right? I think that was great. Oh, that was great. Great job. Okay, defense. So you mentioned the defense was a lot harder for you, so I guess we will we'll check if that's reality. I mean, it's most certainly reality because you lose. Or I guess you win because someone DCs. But anyway. And get in the weeds. Okay. So on defense here, I don't really like playing here. So it can be good, especially if you have a Rhine that's holding this angle. If you're going to play here, as in like this angle really close to the enemy team, it's going to be when you have a Reinhardt, to be honest with you. I would just keep in mind, as is a common problem when playing Cassidy, what is your rotation out? What is your rotation out? This rotation sucks because you're right next to the enemy team, right? They can just shoot you, right? So we don't want to do that one. The only rotation out we have is like back this way to this car and then back this way to the corner, right? It's terrible. Or you can like rotate up the stairs and then even then there's like no cover and then you go out this way, right? So because these rotations are so terrible for you, you have to play this in one of two ways, okay? It's the live or die. As in, it's them or us, I guess, is the mentality. You're going to either kill them and win the fight and die here, like you're going to die on the cart, or you're going to go for a early rotation out because the rotation is just too long, right? You're not so sure, okay? So you need to be playing for either one. You need to have that in mind. You can't just be in the middle of a fight and then be like, oh my god, I need to live, and then try to S key. Okay, it's not going to work. Okay, you're going to die every single time. So this is going to be a matter of you need to commit to the fight and play accordingly, or you need to rotate out early and just poke them while you're rotating. Either one. I don't want to see any mid-fight kiting. It's gonna be terrible, most likely. And you're gonna give up any advantage you had. So here's a perfect example of kiting early. It doesn't look like you actually commit to it, right? You're still playing, you're whatever. I think you plays fine actually. But this is like the kiting early archetype of what I was just explaining. Right? If you wanted to like actually hold it aggressively, what you would be doing is, and this is, just for people who play Circuit Royale in the future. If you want to hold it aggressively, you'd be playing with your Rhine, playing with your Rhine, playing with your Rhine. If you see an opportunity, come left here, potch out the Alari, go back. Okay, type situation. And you can see some pros do this as well. They'll go for that play. It's not super common. I mean, most pros don't even play Cassidy on Circuit Royale, right? So, like 98% of pros, let me be clear. It's very, very rare. Okay. Nice shots. Yeah, but we just die. Yeah, and this is the problem, right? I mean, Cassidy's neutral. I mean, I don't think you did anything wrong here, but the Cassidy on neutral fight there is just not good. I'm glad you died there and didn't try to rotate out and then die late, so that's fine. And the reason that's good is you're going to get a late fight here on this point. Okay, mark the soldier. Living, not repeaking, which is great. He just comes wide. You're just fried. I'm gonna be real. That's how the cookie crumbles. Okay, we're gonna come out main, so we get one more fight on first here. Shoot the Hanzo, we don't touch. Okay, so that wasn't even your fault. Okay, that flash is fine. I mean, they're on the floor. What are they gonna do? Okay, waiting for the next fight to start. I wouldn't be here. Why would I not be here? Why would I not be here, guys? I would not be here because let's zoom out. Zoom out. Because this rotation out sucks. This rotation out sucks so bad. So you can be here. Look, I'm not gonna act like this position is horrendous. But if you're gonna be here, you just have to keep in mind that you need to get ready to rotate out early. You need to rotate out early. Because if they're here and you're rotating out, you are fried. Because what are they gonna do? They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, Cassidy's here. And Cassidy's a slow hero. So we can just come beat him up. And then you're gonna get beat up and pulverized and reduced to pebbles. Gravel. Reduced to ash, dust. Whatever you want to say, bro. You're dead. You're fried. So you just gotta be ready to rotate early. Right? Like here, yeah, and here's the problem. Look, you could be doing everything you're doing right now, you can do the exact same thing from here. Okay, I understand that it's a little bit more of an open angle, but hey man, it's Circuit Royale. That's the price you pay. This is super safe in the sense that they have to come wide to even see you, but you just don't have, like, you have to play reactive, right? You can't really take any initiative here. Here you can do something. It actually opens up this right side play if you want to catch the mid fight, but because you're on this so far left side of the map, you don't have any options. Yeah, look at this. And look at this. It's almost like I'm prophetic, right? Look. You're on this, you're stuck on this angle. You're like, I have to contribute to this fight somehow. So you come wide here, flash the soldier, whatever, but he's nano boosted and visor. This guy's got aimbot to a whole nother level. He sees that you're stuck on the angle. He comes wide and you're fried. Why are you fried here? You shouldn't even be dying to this guy. Ayaya, as we've seen, is not an excellent player. Okay, you can beat Ayaya. So how you would have beaten them is standing up here or looking for this rotation, or like literally doing anything else. But we're stuck on this staircase. So this was bad positioning. Bad positioning. Sup, Mr. Perfect? Welcome to the stream. The Cass army is learning today, actually. We are learning intensely. So we don't lose to platinum soldier players. Okay. Come right side. Okay, I like playing right side more. Why? Why do I like playing right side more, guys? I like playing right side more because you have cover, number one. Let me pull up Happy Pen. You have cover. You have this gigantic billboard. Very fortunately, I'm glad they installed that. You have this cover here, which can be helpful if you have to make this rotation left. It can be useful. But also because this angle is generally good, right? This is like 25-ish meters. So you're well within, I mean, you're within your fall off. So you can contest this lane. Just keep in mind, especially against a Hanzo, you can eat quite a fair bit of spam. So if you ever do swing wide, like it looks like you are now, just get ready to roll to the right side, okay? That's all that's going to come down to. I don't like playing main. Why do I not like playing main, guys? Because there's no cover. We have no cover in any of these positions. What's also the issue? The rotation out sucks. The rotation out is terrible. There's nowhere for us to go. It also takes forever, right? So don't play main. So I like your angle. It's good. Okay, we eat a headshot. Okay, we didn't. Okay, what? Bro, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone here. So first of all, if you're going to go this wide, you need roll to be off cooldown. You just use roll to roll back into cover. Okay, so you can't just take space without roll. That's not really how this hero works. So you needed roll to come back off cooldown, and then you could have done this. Because if that happened, you would be able to roll backwards here. Look, I mean, you could also argue that you shouldn't be taking space to begin with, but whatever. But your problem is that you shouldn't have even tried to take space because you don't have roll. So now you just die for free because you don't have your one mobility ability on the least mobile hero in the game. So yeah, that was your problem. Oh, I guess there's May, but whatever. I'm not gonna obsess over it. Okay, and then we don't get a second fight. Man, bro, you caused the problem on both second fights, right? We shouldn't have been playing that staircase, and then, oh, holy cannoli! No spoilers. We shouldn't be on that staircase, and then we need to not take right side without having roll. Anyway, Orion pins in because he's in the cinematic, and then we use Deadeye. Bro, the cat. Look, here's the problem with this. I kind of like. I don't mind the Deadeye too much in concept, right? You're kind of far away. Your Ryan's with you, whatever. I mean, he ends up bailing on you because, you know, he's trying to protect himself. I guess he's got to answer the call of Overwatch. But the problem is, the point is already capped, guys. Like, it's just kind of what this comes down to. Is Deadeye really going to make any difference to the major state of the macro here? No, it's not. So don't use Deadeye, bro. Just don't use Deadeye. We use Deadeye here, and we're just like, hey guys, you know, let's look at it from Ayaya, our arch nemesis perspective. Ayaya's just like, this guy's thinking to himself, bro, what is his cast doing? That's what he's thinking right now. Look, I'm actually going to simulate the enemy team comms right now. Okay, guys, Ryan is in. We're kiting. Everyone kite. Just live. What the heck is this guy doing? Kill the cast. And he just died. That's you right now. You just got obliterated. Okay, so bad Deadeye. I hammered in on that, you know, quite a lot. But anyway, don't Deadeye like that. That's terrible. So, whatever. All right, so we are walking to this next fight. So, you need to go high ground. Just go high ground, bro. Just go high ground. Why do we want to go high ground, guys? Not only is it... Okay, look. We want to go high ground because we want to mark the high ground from them. We want to stop them from taking the high ground. Okay, is it always good for Cassidy to take the high ground here? No. But where's our soldier right now? He's on the floor. He's not taking high ground. So as a result, if these guys had any brain cells on the enemy team, they would be up here right now. They would be staging up here. So you would have needed to fight them and actually rip this high ground away from them. But we don't do that. And it's just fortunate the enemy team is bad. So a good habit would be to default coming high ground. I would have been more okay with you not coming here if your soldier was already here, but he was not there. So I would like to see you come high ground. Because also just like, I mean, this kind of sucks. Just standing in main kind of sucks. And even if you did want to stand in main, if you were on the high ground, you can just drop and then play in main, right? So you have more options in high ground. Okay, we eat a bunch of Hanzo's from him. That's not a good habit to have. Nice kill. Holy cannoli. Almost got put in a montage. I like the angle. I mean, it's a little bit far, but shoot the ram. Yeah, okay. Is there anything I would have done different here? I think maybe the only problem with this is the angle is a little bit deep, right? Like, I like the angle in concept, right? As in you're shooting them from the side, they have to deal with you, right? The soldier can't just shoot in main, right? But I think the thing to identify here in particular is you take the angle, right? You kill Ilari, you shoot the thing, and then your soldier dies is kind of the big thing here. So right when the soldier dies, you need to give up on this soldier kill and realize that the fight's even now. I need to minimize my aggression and try to just, you know, live at this point. And I don't mean minimize aggression by like literally doing nothing, but more so here, let me take a step back, okay? I wish I could retract those few words I just said. It's more of you need to normalize your risk reward curve, because here's the problem. You're taking an angle that's out of your range. If you had to take, who would you rather be right now? Would you rather be Ayaya, our arch nemesis, or would you be Envy, our hero? Okay. Well, in this situation, I'd actually much rather prefer to be Ayaya because my team is with me. I'm outranging this Cassidy. We just got a kill. I mean, Tim, you know, our very famous Ram player is about to get obliterated, but, you know, that's a whole different story. But at least in this 1v1, I would much rather be Soldier versus the Cassidy, okay? So we don't want to take this fight as Cass. We just don't want to take the fight. So we needed to leave earlier. Like, you need, especially here, after you see this Ram come wide, closer to you, even if he is low, that's still space he's making. So you need to roll away earlier, right? We just don't make a rotation out fast enough, right? So this was more of an identifying the state of the fight, and the angle is good in principle, as in you're taking an angle, and less of like the actual tangible angle itself, right? I mean, the range from you to the soldier is just too long. It's just too far. You're never gonna kill him. So your lethality, you don't have a lot of pressure when you do that. You have no lethality. Okay. So keep going. Come left side high ground here. So I would not be making this rotation first of all. So it's very fortunate that you catch this soldier. But I mean, let's see. So we come left on timing. Do we actually have good timing here, or is the enemy team bad? So let's see. Come left here. No, you actually have perfect, like actually picture perfect timing on this rotation. So great job. And you come high ground, which is an aggressive play. Catch him off guard. You know what? Actually, I take it back. It's a good play. The only thing you do wrong here is look at this. Look at this micro. Come left side. Look at this. What are we doing? Gentlemen, we are holding the W key. Why in the world are we holding the W key right now? And then we're holding the S key. Look at this. Ayaya. Man, this is actually crazy, the rivalry we have with this guy. Look at this guy. Look. He comes wide. Wants to shoot the soldier. Oh my gosh, Cassidy. Look how little your hitbox moves. Yeah, you like walk forward and backwards when you're looking at the soldier. If the soldier was like had 0.1 reaction time, you would have gotten beamed quite a little bit. I think you still would have won, but just keep in mind, right? Like, this guy wasn't looking at you so you didn't even need to move. But also, don't get closer to people if you don't need to. And then when they do look at you, try to move left and right. Okay, but I wouldn't obsess over that. Just one thing to mention. A lot of Cassidy players have the bad habit of walking forward when they don't need to. Okay, but Tim kind of frags, but whatever. It's not. We had quite a bit of value here. Could we have gotten more value? Let's see. How could we have played this better? Kill a soldier. We don't even have Deadeye yet. Yeah, your team just gets gapped. I'm gonna be real. I think you did find that fight. I want to be too worried about that. Okay, we're ripping a sweet Deadeye. Oh, oh, what? Dude, are you kidding me? Bro, what is your team doing? Wake up. Wake up. Bro, what? Oh, I mean, I guess everyone is dead. Okay, you make the right play there anyway. He might have been setting up for Deadeye. Oh, yeah. I think that play was fine. I think that flank was fine. Man, I do want to move to Twitch because the chat delay is annoying. It's not y'all's fault. It's just YouTube's fault. I don't see the messages until like 15 seconds later. So I can't comment on them when they come up. But I'll start streaming. So I only stream on YouTube now because I need the VOD to get uploaded to the channel so you guys have access to it, like just to be able to watch all the replays. And I also don't want to. I guess I could multi-stream. Never mind. I'll multi-stream next stream. Is my yeah going to the bridge to fight to go for a Deadeye. I mean, he didn't have it, but he could have farmed it. But I thought that play was fine. The play he made was fine. It's just unlucky he didn't win. So if you're gonna do this, I don't even want you being here. I'd rather you just be on the bridge. Because if you're on the bridge, or at least playing this door, because this is just a riskier version of this. Like, if you're going to play safe, right? Like, I wouldn't even play here. You know what? Maybe it can be good. I don't know. I wouldn't be there personally, yeah. Yeah, I think my hunch is correct. But I just wouldn't be on this angle, because it's like, if you're playing safe here, right? It's safe. Why is it safe? Because it's out of your range. You're not playing with your range. Like, notice even your soldiers here, right? You're not on the same team page as your team is kind of the problem here. Your team is holding close. You need to be holding close, bro. You need to be here right now with this Moira, with your gigantic gun, right? Your gun is like 20 feet long. So you need to be using your gun and shooting these guys in the brain. But here we are. We're playing a little bit safe. We're playing too safe, in my opinion, right? Or sorry, if you are going to play safe, which is out of sync with your team, but if you are going to play safe, you need to play like actually really safe, like play back here type situation and shoot them. Because like pick one or the other, man. It's like, look at this. It's like a bell curve, right? No, it isn't. It's like this generally. This is how Cassidy gameplay looks. It's an inverse bell curve. So we want to be either, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to go on this because it's going to be wrong. And there's so many like what ifs. So never mind. skip the explanation I was about to give. But either way, I think you're playing too close, right? I wouldn't be here. Or at least you need to commit to the rotation out. Like, we also just don't commit to the rotation out. So maybe you can argue for standing there, but you just like roll to the right instead of the left and get stuck and you die, right? So that's kind of the problem there. But I think the better play would have just been play with your team and play aggressive on the corner with your Ryan and your or with your Hog and your Soldier. Okay. Shoot these guys. Yeah, I also just think the staircase angle is bad. I'm gonna be real. I just think it's bad, right? For the reasons I mentioned earlier in the VOD. It's just too close. The rotation out is long. You know, you can get value from it like you did here, but I would argue you can get that same value from playing on the high ground. You know, of course, it always isn't black and white. It's not like one high ground or one other thing is always better, right? I shouldn't have to clarify that, but right, like, but I would just prefer, high ground here. Take less risk, because if you do get pushed, then you're screwed. Nice kill. I like the drop. I like this. I like this play a lot. I think this is all fine. Yep, that was great. I think you played it pretty well. That second defense there. So they have an AFK or they have a lever. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm not even gonna look at this then. But yeah, I think like I think your biggest issue was, let me see. I didn't like this angle from you on that defense. I can't remember. I'm gonna be real. This VOD has been so long, I just can't remember any broad recaps. I need to stop adding this bit to the end of the VOD reviews. I just can't remember. I can't remember, man. I'm in flow state when I'm doing these. So yeah, that's my take on Circuit Royale. It's a tough cast map. It's a tough cast map, not only because Cassidy is bad, but because there's just not a lot of playmaking you can do, right? The only play, like, you made a couple plays where you just shot people. I mean, you made one or two flanks, but it's not like a Numbani where you can make flanks and kill people from the side and like actually make space. It's like a reactive almost for a lot of the maps. So, and in the higher elo you go, the more you'll get punished for trying to take the angles, and it becomes just a lot more difficult to win. So I'm not a big fan of playing cast on circuit, but you know, given the circumstances, I feel like you played pretty well. You know, of course, there were the things you can improve that I mentioned as well. Okay, anyway, I'm kind of getting lost in the weeds here, but let's go ahead and hop into the next VOD. It's gonna be Lijiang Tower from Chip. So I actually played with Chip because I remember the name. Am I in this game? I'm not in this game. So this is like a mid-masters game. It must be mid to low masters. I think we will have time to go over one of my own VODs. Yeah, I'll stay up because I do want to do it. I think it'd be fun. We'll go over one of my own VODs at the end of here as well. But Lijiang Tower, goodly. Whoa, take a step back. Lijiang Tower is a good Cassidy map. Okay, guys, this is a map you should be picking Cassidy pretty much every single time on all three of the maps. He's really quite good. One of the big reasons why is it's also a really flat map. There's not a lot of high grounds, so it's going to be a lot of just neutral pressure. Don't have to worry about taking high grounds. No rotations are going to be important. Just shoot people type stuff. So one thing I'll mention here is I don't really mind you playing bridge that much here, but I encourage you as Cassidy to there's a roll you can make from this gap here to this left side, and I'll let you come wide here like this early. It's not always good, you know, sometimes if you feel the vibes are right, you can go for that, but just something to keep in mind. Yeah, but I don't mind you playing bridge here. Okay, so this is just going to be about minimizing damage taken, doing as much damage as possible. Okay. Okay, so one thing I'll point out about your mechanics, I normally don't point this stuff out, but you're not doing any target confirmation. So look at this. We're shooting shield. We reload. You're just shooting. Shoot the ram randomly. Yeah, there's no target confirmation happening at all. You can see it in all these shots, or at least those 3 shots. So maybe it is happening, but you're shooting a little bit too quickly. Maybe it'll come up more in the VOD. I don't know. I just thought I'd point it out. Okay, this is good positioning. Just shoot these guys. I mean, you don't have a better play. So this is all fine. Especially when you have a Genji, right? I mean, if we just look at the team comps, on a map like this, and especially with the Genji the monkey, right? Your whole job is just to live. Just live and do damage and you're fine. You don't have to go for flanks because these guys are going to do any space making that you need and you don't really need to do anything else. So your whole goal, I mean, your whole objective is just live and, you know, play with your BAP and Weaver accordingly, right? You have a backline. So if you get dove, you should get peeled out anyway. So yeah, this is all fine. We don't need to get flashy. Okay, I like poking. Come back bridge. I like playing bridge. Good angle. This is also good because you don't take poke, right? Here's the thing that we've come up with, that's come up in other VODs as well, is we'll have some of our Cassidy players, they'll play this angle, and the problem is it's out of your range. It feels good because you get the tiki-tikis from shooting them or whatever, but the problem is it's also in Genji. I mean, Genji's a projectile hero, but he has no fall off to spam you, so he can just hit you with random shurikens and you'll take damage, and then, you know, it's just, you don't, it's unnecessary, right? So that's why this rotation to bridge early is good. So you don't take any damage and you can just catch. You're already in position whenever they're pushing up, right? Like, because some players, if they were playing in here, geez, man, can I get this right? If they were playing this wall angle, for example, they would be late to this rotation whenever the enemy team pushes bridge if they do, right? So this rotation was good. Like, this is clearly Master's gameplay. Good rotation out. Yeah, I wouldn't be marking the Genji too much here. And also, I wouldn't be looking for this rotation to point. Personally, I would be looking for the rotation to this bridge here. Because here's the problem. If you make the rotation to point, so you're kind of in a position where this rotation to point is going to be late, right? Like, as you can see, they're kind of walking in already. They're already speed boosting. So I wouldn't be surprised if you get collapsed on in this rotation, right? If you were going to rotate back to point here, you needed to do it earlier, and you needed to already be on point. Because the reason being is once they push out, you need to be able to rotate all the way back out to mini room. But because we're a little bit late here, I'd actually prefer you come bridge and then look to either wrap into hut or just come like mid fight wrap into hut with where our Weaver is currently, or wrap just to this thing in the middle. I don't even know if this is this like gazebo thing. So I think this is positionally a little bit of a misplay here. Playing this side. I guess you could play here as well as like your end goal. I mean, it's not like this is terrible. It's not like you're not contributing, right? But I would have preferred a different rotation here, or a little bit earlier of a rotation. Okay, let's see. Let's see how it pans out. Contest the Genji, good flash. Yeah, I mean, it's just close, right? Like, I think Kill the Brig. We're able to catch the Genji because we are there. I don't know. Maybe it is good. Let's see. So our rotation was early enough, so it wasn't really a problem with that. In terms of like when we left, but I think... What does the ram do? He swings on a monkey. Okay, after the monkey gets out, I don't know if this is the best play anymore. I don't know. I'm not gonna obsess over this. The results pan out, and that's why I'm like unclear if my play would have been better or not. Right? I mean, to be clear, my play would have been to come bridge, okay, and just shoot them accordingly here. But I wouldn't have killed this Genji. But I also wouldn't die here. It looks like you get out. Wow, this is very fortunate you get a lot of pocket. Yeah, this death would have just not happened from my perspective. So I would have sacrificed a little bit of mid-fight uptime to have a better defensive position and be able to catch them out this way. I do actually, going back, I do think my play would have been better. I do think the better rotation would have been to go bridge here. So here's what it would have looked like if we were here right now. You had enough time to get here. I'd be shooting ram, shooting ram, shooting ram, shooting brig, shooting ram. I mean, it's a little bit out of range. Shooting ram, shooting ram, shooting ram. This Genji wouldn't have died. But the fight's lost anyway, right? The fight's lost anyway. We didn't make enough plays in the mid-fight. Yeah. For sure, this is it. There was no plays made in the mid-fight anyway. Like, I think this would have been better. I think bridge would have been better. Okay. That took me a while to decipher, but sometimes, I mean, the better the player is, the harder it is to decide to determine what the mistake made to us. So that's why I'm spending a lot more time on that. I mean, that cast dies because he's bad. I'm gonna be real with you, right? Like, I don't think this is a good Deadeye. Maybe it's a good Deadeye, but this shouldn't be a Deadeye that's good for one, for sure. I think the Deadeye's fine, but on average, this doesn't kill anybody. It's the only thing. So it's just lucky that he dies. I'm gonna be real. I think the Deadeye's fine. I'm gonna be real. Okay, then we come main. Shoot the Genji. All right, cool. Shoot the Juno. Oh wow. Yeah, this is another thing of like, there's no where's the target confirmation? Flick to what? Flick to what? Like, especially here. What are you shooting? What are you shooting, bro? Wake up. Wake up. We're not really shooting anything. So yeah, that's the only problem with that. Fanning the ram, whatever, fine. I'm fine with that. Okay. Plan the angle. Give it up early. Cool, because we're getting spammed out. I'm cool with that. Come play bridge. I just wouldn't be taking the pedal, right? See, the problem with the pedal is once you have to drop from the pedal, your rotations suck. So you're going to have to drop eventually, and then you're stuck on point here. I don't want to be stuck on point here. Like, I mean, I guess you would be early enough on point to make that rotation back out to white like I was talking about earlier. But honestly, I would have preferred just to play bridge, bro. Oh, sorry, hiccups. I'd prefer you playing bridge. Play bridge, shoot the ram, and then look for this rotation out. Is like what I'd prefer, right? Because I'd rather, like, if this guy has to walk forward and he has to deal with me rotating all the way out here, it's gonna suck for him. It's gonna suck real bad. So I would have preferred that. Also, it kind of comes down to what are we realistically going to accomplish on the pedal as well, right? I mean, we're gonna come up here. I mean, I guess you could do something if you think you're marked here, but yeah, look, right? Because we're not playing bridge angle, we're instead playing this random pedal. We're doubled up with our Genji. Our Genji's also here on the angle. And we're not able to mark the ram as the ram's coming up, right? So is our monkey ever going to win the neutral against ram, gentlemen? No, he's not. This guy's never going to do anything. So this ram is able to push up for free on the angle at no cost. So he uses no cooldowns, right? At least if we're shooting him in main, he maybe uses shield here or something, right? To take the space. But there's no one to deal with it. There's no one to deal with it, so he gets all the space for free. So that, I think that's for sure an error to go on the pedal. And now they're in, and we're in a suboptimal position. I mean, actually, subsequent position's not that bad. Good flash, by the way. So I'll point this out. Good flash on the floor. Nice kill. Okay, bad roll. It's the only thing I'll say here. So, yeah, you just, I mean, bad roll. You just need to roll backwards. Whatever. Shoot the ram. Nice. Shoot the brig. Okay, cool. Shoot the Juno. Sure, whatever. This was fine. It was a good fight. Okay, so the only thing here is I'd be shooting his feet once he's this low. So just shoot his feet. Yeah, I mean, you have the same mechanical mistake, dude. You do this over and over and over again. Look. Whatever. What are we shooting? You're not shooting anything. You're just like flicking in a direction. Nice aim for the head. It's just panic. You're shooting too fast. Like, this is just panic. You're not even like, it's just kind of hope that you kill him. I'll be honest. There you need to shoot his feet if we're going to be real. Whenever people are 1 HP on most hitboxes, shooting their feet are going to be the most advantageous for you. Just because of how the hitboxes pan out. Like on BAP and, sorry to hit my mic there. Like BAP, Kiriko, and those are like two of the best examples, but yeah. Okay, I don't mind you playing why do I not mind him playing the flower here? Why do I not mind this? Well, if we look at the Ram's rotation, the Ram is rotating right left side. So as a result, we don't have to mark anybody. There's no one to mark on the bridge, so we just shoot them for free. Okay, so it didn't matter if we're doubled up like Genji here or not. So this is a good use of pedal. Honestly, if you used Deadeye here, I wouldn't have been mad either. Yeah, I would have just used it earlier. I think you had the right idea. I just would have used it earlier. Also, you're not aiming head level. So look, this is all, you're losing value for this. So when you turn to look at this angle here, you dip your aim low on accident, I think. And then we're just shooting body. These should be headshots. Yeah, like even there, like whenever you're, look, I don't care if this flick is bad and you hit body, whatever, you know, it happens. But at this point, when you're waiting for someone to come, like you are here, you're aiming slow, you should be actively correcting the head level. There's no excuse. You should be correcting the head level. So that was a mistake. I don't know if you had a better play here. So what are the options? This Deadeye is late, so you missed this opportunity, unfortunately, from a kill. Then we play the, yeah. So I mean, I think the only mistake here really is you don't get this Deadeye. This Deadeye is kind of too late at this point. I mean, they're gonna make the rotation here. So at least if you Deadeyed earlier and it didn't kill anybody, they would have been stuck, right? They would have been stuck here, and then your team would have had more time to react to this rotation. So they could have like actively rotated to point here and denied it earlier. So you at least would have had some tangible macro benefit from ulting earlier. I think the problem with this is like now you're stuck in this position. Really what we needed is like during this time, you needed to make this rotation and play here. This is what your team needed from you. But because no one is here, here, look. The drawing still stands. Because no one's on that angle, that Ram's able to exist there for free. There's like no cost for that Ram to take that space. I mean, you would have gotten blocked by the shield, but you know, we wouldn't have known that and we couldn't plan for that really. But I think that's probably the fight winning angle. I think you just commit to that Deadeye play and then it's kind of just cooked from here. Because at least if you were on that angle, you had this available to you and you could have killed him here as well. I guess you could have also argued to make the right flank. Let's see if the right flank would have been any good. I don't like the right flank at all because your Genji's there. So yeah, so definitely the play we needed to make is to go for the left. Is not do the Deadeye and rotate left. Just curious, typically when Ram bulks, do you just left click instead of fan? The bulk kind of does like a Doomfist block ability. If he's like 1 HP, yeah, I would be looking for a fan for sure. But if he's just like, you know, just blocking at half, then I would left click him because that way you have ammo for when he doesn't unblock or when he unblocks, right? Because the thing is, like, the thing about fanning the Ram when he's in block is a good, if the Ram is actually min-maxing, he'll unblock when you're reloading, which is a 1.5 second cooldown, and he'll just punch you twice, and then he'll block again on your next fan, and then punch you twice, right? If he's actually like a fantastic Ram. So I would rather you just left click Ram, unless he's 1 HP. I think it's probably better. I mean, but if he's 1 and your team is focusing him, like here, I wouldn't be angry. I wouldn't be angry at the fans. I'm gonna be honest. Do I think it's perfect? No, but if we wanted to min-max it, I think left clicking is better. But yeah, so this is a positional error. We need to be left side. Left side point. I do think coming bridge is better than going white room, for sure. I would definitely be coming bridge here. So I say this because you typically don't want to go left room as Cass, especially when you don't have speed on your team. So keep in mind our supports are going to be BAP, Weaver. So there's not going to be a way for us to take chokes easily with this team comp, right? This is a team comp that's a lot more reactive than it is proactive, right? There's no speed boost. So the problem with coming this angle is it's really easy to get stuffed. The advantage of coming right side is that you can come to the hut, you can come to this thing, you know, whatever. It's just going to be a lot more advantage. You know, the gunfights are easier to take as Cassidy. You have a lot more initiative, or you have a lot more power coming right side. So I would definitely be here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think at that point there's nothing you could have done. So that would have been just like a swap off Cassidy moment. Go tracer type of situation. Okay, so the metagame on control center is this is a lot more about space denial and getting an angle on timing if you can. So really you're gonna take white and just deny white. It's like kind of your game plan. Just stop these guys from having white and you guys control it. So it's going to be a lot of like just spamming main. And then once they push you, rotate out, right? Rotate out and then come wide or something like that. So don't overly commit to having the idea of flanking on this map. It's a lot of just denial and getting headshots. Right, like here. Headshot. Whatever. Honestly, that's fine. Shoot the ram. Shoot the ram. This is the correct play. So what would have been the wrong play is so let's look at this again. The incorrect play in my opinion would be to come right. So when this dynamite comes off, I think a lot of Cassidy players like myself in the past would have come right and start shooting this way. But the problem is you're going to be ISO, as in the BAP's not going to be with you, you know, because your BAP's going to be helping your Orisa, of course, and so is your Weaver. So you're going to be isolated on the angle and just get zoned out by this Ashe. You don't know they're playing Ashe, but you would eventually be zoned out by the Ashe. So I wouldn't be rotating to this angle at all. I would actually just be playing main and shooting tank. I think that's going to be your best way to win the macro here. There's merit to coming right side. Like I wouldn't, but I think if, you know, at this point in the level we're at, I think playing main is probably optimal. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have went right. I don't know. You can argue both sides. I think playing left is probably fine. I think it's more Genji's job to go right side, if anything. Not ours. Okay, so let's look at this. Why is this Ashe not dying? Yeah, I mean, this is a common... You just have one of the more common mechanical errors, which is like, what are these shots? What are we shooting, dude? Like, you're not doing any type of target confirmation. It's all spam. Like, that one's a little bit more understandable because you're about to turn the corner and you predict her being there. But, like, what is that flick? Like, that one I think is fine as well. But, like, a lot of these shots are just kind of just out there. That one is fine, right? But, oh, okay. So, also, never roll forward. I think you identified the mistake right when you make it, but basically never roll forward. Never... Unless they're 1 HP and you're following a kill, basically never roll forward. Or you're late to a fight or you're coming back from spawn, right? Or you're on a deep flank and you need to be there now, right? This roll, really bad. I mean, this is game-losingly bad, right? Yeah, I mean, I think you identify it in the moment, but basically never roll forward. Yeah, so, I mean, that leads to that death. Okay, I don't mind you taking that duel. It's good you give it up. Damn, I'm out of water, bro. Actually, dude, your tank needs to clear this, bro. Your tank needs to come white room. I don't know what your tank is doing, bro. Why does he keep matching the ram? Well, I guess ram is extended. Maybe it's fine. We saw a lot. Like, at this point, like, this is... Once you're getting marked on this angle, you just need to identify, like, there's pretty much no way you're taking this. Like, let's be real. Unless you're lip and you hit triple headshot on bro from a mile away, even when he's getting support by his Moira, you're just not going to be able to do anything, okay? So, I would have given this up, and I would have just went main and played with Orisa. Is kind of what this just comes down to, right? Like, give this up. You know, your Orisa, once she doesn't take the angle here for whatever reason, I'm just like, whatever, I'm giving it up too. I'm coming here and I'm shooting ram. I'm shooting ram, shooting ram, shooting ram, and then I'm just hoping we win the neutral, right? Let's see here. So your Orisa walks forward and you're able to catch the kill. Yeah, but the thing is, you could have made this rotation even if when you went main, I think. Right, let's say you went main here. Let's say you did what I was saying. So your Orisa doesn't take it. Okay, I'm rotating back in that reload animation. Shooting the ram, shooting the ram, shooting the ram. Orisa walks forward. Shoot, 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 shoot. Okay, you could identify here that a flank is available. Then you can come left and kill the Cass. I don't know for certain what's the correct play. I'm going to be honest on this one. I don't know if coming left would be better or going main. Because I mean, left works out because you kill the Cass, but that's really results oriented. I think there's merit to coming main and just shooting tank as well. I'm going to be real. I mean, now it works out better. I think ultimately, if you did went main, the play would have been to rotate to white here for sure. So ultimately, you should end up in this position. Okay, but I'm not gonna overthink that much more. Okay, attack the Cass, whatever. It's good we give it up early. We get ready to kite. That's perfect. Shoot the ram. I think we needed to stay white for sure. I think you get stuck on the wall and then you're forced to come right side, which sucks, but I think you need to stay here. Yeah, for sure. You need to stay here and shoot the ram in the back. Yeah, you would have killed the Juno. Like this. This Juno would not be here right now. You would have killed her. Like from her perspective, yeah, they wouldn't be able to take the space at all. Like both the Moira and you and this Juno would be marked by you. The Deadeye is good given your position. I think you play this fine. I think this Deadeye is great. And it's good you hold it too and you draw it the last second. Great job. Like that was well done. But I think the winning play here, oh wow, that's actually domed by bro. But I think the winning play here would have been staying here and then you catch your supports. And then even if they push you, like you get Moira faded on, whatever, you grab the mini and you rotate back. And then you have your team with you and you can maybe pop Deadeye defensively. I will say you choose the wrong perk. So you should only pick the Fan the Hammer perk against like a Monkey or a Roadhog, really. Because these are the only tanks you're reasonably going to be fanning and getting headshots on. Every other tank you're going to be fanning occasionally, like you'll fan a ram occasionally, but they're not going to be headshots. They're just not going to be headshots. You're not going to be aiming ahead. You're going to be aiming center mass. Like look how much bigger this guy's like this guy's got a gigantic body hitbox. You're not going to be hitting head. So I wouldn't be getting fan perk. You should be getting the Deadeye perk here for sure. Question Tail, what do you think of Merit's cast compared to Lip? I think Merit looks a little bit less comfortable on the Cassidy for sure. The thing about Cassidy or pro play is there's not a lot of individual skill expression in my opinion. It's a lot of in coordinated play. Flanks are less important because you have a flex DPS. And they're almost always a tracer or a Genji. More tracer if they're like hard flanking. And they're just always going to get more value than the Cassidy on the flank, right? So as a result, pretty much every pro Cassidy is just a sit in main and shoot tank type of situation, which is why whenever you're trying to climb on Cassidy, watching pro play is not super useful because it's a lot of sit in main, shoot tank, sit in main, shoot tank, sit in main, shoot tank. Don't take any risks, minimize risks, hit the headshots, right? That's all it is. So I think if you're going to study any Cassidy, if you're studying any pro Cassidy, you really want to find them playing Cassidy in solo queue. And you don't want to study their macro. You want to study more like, or sorry, yeah, you don't want to study their macro. You want to study more of their micro, right? So how are they aiming? When are they throwing flashbang? When are they using Fan the Hammer? When are they using, yeah, stuff like that. What's their crosshair placement look like? I want you to think of stuff like that, unless like, should I be playing this angle right now or should I be taking a different angle, right? Because like, for example, Lip would have never taken this angle. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, actually Lip would have taken this angle. Actually, never mind. Because he's getting pushed out by, whatever. But here's the thing, like in pro play, this play that our hero would have made by staying here would have been more obvious because there's basically no reason. First of all, they wouldn't be playing Weaver, but they wouldn't be playing a Weaver here and a BAP here. This Cass would be getting a pocket. In pro play, Casses almost always have pockets. There's always a Brig on a Cass. Like if you watch Crazy Raccoons, it's Lip and Showwrong everywhere you go. Okay, so that's the thing. You don't have that in in games like this. And that's why whenever you look at pro play, Cassidy looks a lot better than in solo queue. Cassidy kind of sucks in solo queue because a lot of times you'll get to a point where the only play you could have made needed a pocket, right? And you just don't have that. You just don't have that. So that's kind of what that comes down to. But yeah, I don't have a definitive answer for you, but I think like you can study pretty much any pro, but it's just to look at mostly micro is what you should be studying in pro games. Like if you're watching OBS Sojourn. Yeah, I don't really know. I think this fight was lost because you weren't in white room. Is what this came down to. You're aiming at the floor right now, by the way. I think you're maybe looking at the scoreboard. I would have definitely tried to flash this Moira. Cause she's not gonna headshot you, so just walk forward a little bit there and try to flash her, but okay. Yeah, like this Cassie's doing a really good job stuffing the angle. So you find an opportunity to make the rotation, great job. This Ashe needs to die. This Ashe needs to die. I'm gonna be real. At your level, she needs to die. So the rotation's good. Rotation's good. Good crosshair placement. We just shoot, no target confirmation. We make an adjustment, don't miss. And then the last two shots are good, but the first one was rushed. It was really rushed. Okay, that rolls a little bit insane, but all right. I would have preferred in this situation, whenever you turn to look at this ram, roll into the wall. Roll into the wall on your left. And then just fan him again. Because Ram's got such a big hitbox, right? You can, like, you're going to hit him. You're probably going to hit him with at least 5 bullets, right? So it's still worth doing. So I would have rolled into the wall. It would have just avoided, 1 in 100 games, maybe you die here because of this roll. I mean, yeah, you roll into the open. So I think there's, universes where you die here. So I'd prefer to roll into the wall. Okay, cool. So we lose this next fight, I guess. Okay, so we're not... Okay, this is fine, actually. Pokemon as they come out. I think maybe you give it up a little bit too early is kind of the only thing here. Because right now, they have pretty much no pressure against them in main, right? No one is shooting this Ram. Right? I think maybe you could be playing with your wrist a little bit more and shooting this Ram as he comes up. I understand you're denying this angle, but it's almost a little bit too early. I'm going to be real. I think it's going to be more of like shoot the Ram. And then at this point, because your wrist is here, now you can rotate back and play white and play for this denial. I think it's what this is going to come down to. Because I like you marking the angle, but this Ram is just kind of not taking enough damage. He's just not taking a damage. And the reason the enemy Cassidy can play the angle better than you can is because his other DPS is an Ashe. Right? So as a result, they're just going to have a gajillion damage on main anyway, because the Ashe is going to be playing main. So, yeah, I think that would be my critique here. You also don't have a... but I can understand you backing out early because you don't have a support pocket. So if you get stuck, then you're kind of fried. So I can understand both worlds, right? I don't know what the best play would be in this situation. Yeah, I think like if there was going to be anything, like we just don't really contribute to the fight, right? I mean, it's just Bob comes out from enemy team, kills our BAP. I mean, you could argue our BAP is bad positioning, but I think like if we were going to do some kind of chain of events that would have won this fight, it would have been play main and then go wide. So it would have been here, shoot the Ram, shoot the Ram, shoot the Ram, shoot the Ram, shoot the Ram. Right? Like we should be headshotting him so he can't even walk up this much. Right? Or at least playing here. Right? At least playing here and then rotating back. I think would have been the play. Yeah, because I just don't understand. I don't know how else we could have contributed here. And I think on average, I mean, if we look at the enemy team comp as well, they're not using any speed boost. Whoops, that's the highlighter, not the pen. They have no speed boost, right? So it's the enemy team comp is just going to be, I mean, it's, well, I guess they have a Juno. Never mind, they have a speed boost. Man, I don't know. I think you need to play main there. I'll be honest. I don't know how else you win this. Or maybe this is just a point you couldn't have won. Maybe you needed to win first. You definitely could have won first. I'm going to be honest. You definitely could have won first. So, second, maybe it was just lost. I think a lot of the decisions you made were justifiable. I'm going to be honest. So I'm not going to act like I have all knowing knowledge on how to do that perfectly. But okay, I hope that was you. Hope that was helpful. Sorry I couldn't be like particularly informative, but you're just kind of getting to the level where um, it's a lot more difficult for me to point out mistakes. Right. You start getting into errors where it's like sometimes you needed to just play a better hero rather than you're playing the hero wrong. So yeah. Okay, cool. Moving into Runasapi from Grom. So Grom said, I tried to apply your advice in the game, and for a while everything was going well. I reached my peak at Plat 3, and then I started to decline rapidly. I took a break from competitive for a while and just played in Stadium. I tried to devote time to training, 15 minutes in Thanks 8, which is perfect. Great job for doing that. Also watch your VOD reviews of other players. Great. I decided to return to competitive, and the losing streak continued. My rank dropped to Gold 2, and I don't understand what mistakes I'm making that are leading to defeats. It seems to me that I'm playing more or less normally, but I hardly see any victories. Please take a look at this game on Runasapi. Playing against dive comps is my Achilles heel. It should be, so that's pretty normal. I think you can give me some advice on what to work on in such games. Okay, so some brief advice about dive comps. If you're Cassidy playing into a complete dive comp, it is naturally losing. Okay, in this case, you're playing into a complete dive comp. I mean, they do have an Ana backline, but it's pretty much, you can think of it as complete dive. Okay, and in these situations, it's going to be losing. Cassidy is best served when there's only one dive person. So like one Genji, one Tracer, one Venture, whatever. Not 3 of them, okay? So that's going to be your problem. You're going to have a bunch of issues dealing with these guys. And so if you are playing against these guys, multiple people, your number one goal should be to play with your backline, okay? It's going to be very important that you play with these guys, because whenever you inevitably get dove by these heroes, you need to be able to live. You absolutely 100% positively need to be able to live the dive. If you're dying to the dive, you either made a positional mistake or you're trolling. Okay, so we don't want to do either of those if we want to climb. So that's kind of what the metagame is going to come down to, or the minigame, or however you want to think about it. And in terms of D-ranking, I need you to understand that D-ranking is part of the process. Okay, if you are going 20% win rate over 100 games, then of course there's something wrong. Okay, of course. So typically, if you fall like 3 divisions in a week or something like that, just take a couple day break. Okay, maybe you play Thanks 8 or Vaxta every day and you do your aim training, but hop off comp. Okay, because what you're gonna need, you need to just kind of give up on Overwatch for a little bit. Sorry, not give up, but you need to take a break from Overwatch for a little bit, because it'll come to the point where your subconscious is just so tired of playing Overwatch. You're sick and tired of your teammates. You're complaining about everything, and that's going to be your problem, right? It's going to become a mental issue. So I really recommend you take larger breaks if you're on such a big lose streak. My biggest lose streak was like 12 losses in a row. Okay, and then I took like a 5-day break. I came back and I climbed all the way back. Okay, I earned it all back. So that's going to be my critique, or kind of my advice for you on that as well. So sometimes you just need to take a break from the game itself, not just a break for the day, right? So a couple day break. So on rollout here, just for a tip on Runasapi, I don't mind. I generally prefer people come out this door here, because the reason you want to come out here is a lot of the time you're going to want to play this angle as Cassidy, right? Come to make this rotation and shoot them here. So I would prefer you do that rather than come right side. Because the problem with right side is now you give up the angle for free, like you do for the monkey, and it can be more difficult for you to contest. Like over 100 games, you lose 5 games because you don't take this angle earlier, or maybe 3 games, probably less than that. So that was a hearing issue. So I think you see the Genji and then you anticipate him to flank. Yeah, you hear the shurikens and then you try to mark him. Honestly, if they're not like an immediate threat and you don't hear them on top of you, typically you don't need to worry about it, right? Like what you really need to be doing this fight is you need to be taking space for your team on the angle and coming here and shooting them, is what I needed to see. Yeah, so you come to the angle, but it's just late, right? Like we should have been on the angle earlier so that whenever this monkey dive happened, we were able to shoot him from the angle, and then also we can shoot the Genji before he gets to us. Is also the kind of the thing, is what that came down to. I like the flash. Nice, it's good you live here. Dodge the monkey, break the bubble. Look at the Genji, cool. Flash. Okay, so on this flash, I needed it to come out earlier. So here, you know, I don't really mind you coming swing main too much, but right after this dash, you need to get flash. Just flash him right now, because he's gonna die. He's gonna die for sure, right? But you do it a little bit late, and he gets the dash reset off the bat, or have someone. Who's he get it off of? So he dashes in. Yeah, he gets off the BAP and then he's out. Okay. So yeah, you needed to just flash him earlier and you would have killed him. I feel like most of this issue stemmed from your original positioning, right? Like, I feel like you played okay, but really we just needed to open up the fight on this left angle. And then if we get pushed out, right, someone comes to fight us, then we give it up. And then we play in main. But you shouldn't be giving this up immediately because the angle is quite good, right? Because mid-fight you can go for this and you can shoot someone in the back or something like that, right? So I think the rest of the fight was like largely okay. This flash need to come out for sure. Oh, we get slapped and then you might have actually lived there if you killed the Genji, by the way. I think you could have got healing from your Ana. Okay. Shoot the Genji. One thing I'll mention about Runasapi is that this room, look, for everyone who's watching and everyone who's watching the VOD, this room is a trap, guys. It's a trap. It's bait. It's like bait for all my Cassidy players. Don't come here. Typically, you just don't want to come here. It's just not good. I watch every time a pro comes. Pros don't even come here, bro. Watch the VODs. Watch Lip play Cassidy. He don't even come in his room. It's bad. Just play main. A lot of Runasapi, look, the more I've studied the map from pros and less like I actually played it myself, it's a lot of just playing in main. I'm gonna be real. The reason you don't want to take an angle like this is especially against dive, bro, against a monkey, whatever, is you're not gonna get help. Typically your supports are gonna be in main and they're not gonna be able to help you. And then if you get dove, you're just gonna be so isolated and it's gonna be point blank fights and you're just gonna die. You're gonna die, especially in a situation like this, right? They have the bot. They're gonna be pushing forward and trying to take space. They're gonna jump you, bam, in your face. It's like a sucker punch straight to the nuts, and you're just fried. Okay, so if you can avoid playing that high ground, you should. Sometimes you can set up a good dead eye from the angle, but I just try to avoid the angle and play main instead. And I've had much better results on average. Yeah, see, look, this Genji fight. Oh my goodness gracious, perfect example. So I think it's bait, bro. It's just bait. Look, Genji fight, honestly, on paper, not that bad. You get a no rage on the Genji, you know what? That's business. That's just how, you know, business as usual. No, what's the term I say? Cost of doing business. That's not even applicable. Never mind. Okay, I'm going crazy. Anyway, we take a bunch of spam from the Genji. He hits a dash. We're just ISO'd. We're just isolated, bro. Isolated on the angle. No one can help us. I mean, on paper, we can win this Genji duel, but on average, we're going to have random stuff like this happen. I just wouldn't be here. I'd rather be main. I'll be honest, give it up. Because honestly, even if the attackers take this space, let's say the attackers take this space, what do they gain? They gain this off angle. Oh my gosh, congratulations, attackers. You just gained a terrible off angle. I hope it's really helpful for you to win the game. It's horrendous. Okay, it's not even that good for attackers. It's more of, when they take this space, it's more of they deny the defenders from taking it. But as Cassidy, it's like, we don't even want it. You know, you can have it. You know, it's like all you can eat buffet to the enemy team. So I would be main. I would not be on the angle. But I think you play the duel fine. I mean, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I think that's just kind of what it came down to. We just need to play in main with our team. Nice shots on Monkey. And this is also why I want to make map guides on Cassidy, by the way. Because I think Cassidy is probably one of the most map-dependent heroes in the game. Just because of how proximity works, how he has to commit to rotations early, how he doesn't have mobility, he has no verticality, right? Like, a lot of it is just going to come down to setup. Cassidy's a really setup-intensive hero, right? So, and if you just don't have this niche knowledge, you're not going to be able to succeed. But anyway, let's look at this Venture matchup. Shoot the Genji, like the flash, kite out. Yeah, just don't W key. Just don't W key here. You see the Venture coming toward you. It should be obvious that this Venture is going to try to kill you. Right here, you should be like, holy cannoli, I'm going to die. That's what you should be thinking in your brain. Or if you don't want to think that, then you can think of me thinking, holy cannoli, I'm going to die. Okay, think of me. And then you need to leave. But you walk forward, and then you're more susceptible to the Venture dive when you die. So a little bit of a micro error, but honestly, you dying there is like, whatever. It's not the end of the world. I don't know if you could have made any other better play. Yeah, so here, I like the dead eye. I like it. That was good. That was good. I like the flank. So why is it good now? Why is it good now, guys? Why is it good now? So he comes to take the angle. It's good because every single mug on the enemy team is pushed forward. They are currently on a full-scale offense, and they are not turning around, right? They are committing to this. So as a result, we have a good flank on good timing. Both supports are not paying attention. The Deadeye, you know, you could argue maybe don't use Deadeye because this guy could have sleep, which he doesn't, but he could have had slept. He could have sleep, and he could sleep you, but I think Deadeye's fine. I think Deadeye's good. Grom deadlift team. All right, let's go. Next fight. So far, no egregious errors. No egregious errors that I'm seeing. So I would not be on an angle here. So the reason you shouldn't be on an angle here, once again, comes down to the enemy comp. I like this angle sometimes. I like this angle sometimes when they're playing. Okay, let's act like, for right now, let's act like we were on the enemy team and there was no Venture, but it was Cass, okay? So our team is here in whatever, and then they're playing our comp over here. I would love the flank. Why? Because if I come to take this flank against our comp that we're playing right now, there's no way for our comp to deal with anybody on the angle. We have no mobility. We have some range, right, in the form of Hanzo and BAP hit scan and hit scan, I guess, generally. But we don't typically have a way to be able to deal with someone on the off angle, right? So I would have much rather you flanked against a different team comp. I like that you're thinking about it. But against the team comp you're playing against, there's just not a way you're gonna get value, and you're probably actually gonna die here because you're taking the angle against dive. So you don't actually die, which is fortunate, but that could have. I think on average you die there, which is not the kind of plays we want to make, right? What we needed to do here is we needed to play main. So here's the thing we need to think about as well. Whenever we take flanks, it's not free. Taking a flank is not free. Tail, what do you mean by a flank is not free? I can just walk there and whatever. The thing is, if you think about it from an economics perspective, we lose the opportunity cost, or we incur an opportunity cost in doing something, right? By making one decision, we incur the cost of not making the other decision, right? So for example, whenever let's say you work a 9 to 5 and you don't have any PTO, okay? So you don't have any vacation time. If you take the day off, you of course have the day off, but that costs you the money you otherwise would have made by going to work, right? So that's the opportunity cost of taking a day off. Okay, so for example, we take this flank, so we sacrifice the pressure we would have had in main, which is right here. Shoot in main, shoot in main, shoot in main, catch the monkey dive. I mean, we maybe would have died because of the nano monkey, but at least we would have been contributing to something, right? I mean, it wouldn't have worked out in this case, but I would argue on average, we could have probably figured something out to do. But anyway, so that I got my, my explanation torn apart here, unfortunately. But anyway, the whole point I was trying to make here is that whenever you make a flank like this, just keep in mind you're losing value, and you have to kind of make up for the value for the flank, which is why you shouldn't flank by default. Because if you flank by default, you will lose value that there's sometimes where playing in main is just objectively better. Okay. So like in this fight, what you probably need to do is come in, play here, like near the murder, probably like play here, catch the monkey dive, and then kite out. It would have been the play. So you would have been with your monkey. I mean, you would have died to this primal monkey, but I think that would have been your best chance on average across 100 games. That's how you would have contributed the most, in my opinion. Okay, because like, yeah, I don't really think that any of the alternatives are reasonable. And then here, yeah, whatever. Here, here the thing I'll mention is that once you see your monkey in the backline, or the enemy monkey in the backline, you should know this fight's lost. So here, at this point, sorry, I know I'm jumping around, sorry guys. Okay, here's what we should identify. Take the flank, force the venture dive, whatever, okay. Here, monkey comes out, nano monkey, you should be thinking, oh my god, this fight's probably lost. You should be thinking something like that. So you need to turn your risk dial. Look, if this is our risk dial right now, we're at you know, we're pretty high. We're probably about a 7. Okay. We need to be at an 11. Okay. We need to actually be breaking the risk dial. It needs to be going off the charts. We actually need to rip the knob off the computer. Okay. We need to go balls to the wall, try to make a play happen. I got Lines everywhere. We need to go balls to the wall, try to make a play happen to try to win. And I don't mean like literally suicide in, but I mean try to literally do anything, because the nano monkeys could be doing far more than we ever will be. Okay, with the way we're playing this. So like we needed to reswing on the bus, go bang, 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 and try to kill the Venture. Because if we kill this Venture, imagine this world, we kill the Venture. Sweet. We're swinging wide here. Bam, 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 bam. Juno dead. Oh my goodness, we're the best player ever. Come wide here. Bam, 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 bam. Anna dead. And you know what would be happening? Your team would be in voice chat. They'd be like, oh my gosh, Grom. Grom, you're so good at the game. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, you're so nasty. So that's what they would have said. But anyway, I think your mistake here is, given that you were on the flank, you needed to read the state of the fight and then commit to it. Also a way to comment from Jason. Also, a way to look at it is, if they are diva oriented, then flank should be a last resort choice. Your supports will have to go out of their way to save you if you're going to dive on flank fight. Exactly. Right. So against dive oriented comps, like a ball plus a tracer Genji, right? Or like a diva plus tracer Genji or whatever, right? Off angling should be your least priority. It should be your least priority. Why? Because the risk in taking the angle is pretty much most of the time on most maps way higher than the reward you're gonna get. Okay, so yeah, so that's kind of what that came down to. Okay, so playing in main, angle. What do I think, guys? What do we think about this angle? What do we think about this angle? To counter, Jason said to counter dive, you have to brawl or poke them out. Yeah, exactly. Brawl or poke them out. Also in the future, I was trying to get YouTube chat to be live on the stream, but I couldn't get into work before the stream, and I didn't want to wait. So I'll have that set up next stream, hopefully. What do we think about this flank, guys? I think it's good. I think it's good. I mean, I think you can argue for playing main, and I think you can argue for flank here. I think they're both good. So the reason this is good is you have good timing on the flank, right? So you get bailed out by timing here. Look, so when you make this rotation, so it's good setup for you to be here. Your monkey jumps in, or sorry, monkey jumps in. You see the window to swing. You swing on basically almost perfect timing, and then you can catch a support here. So yeah, and then here I think your best play is probably to turn around and shoot the monkey, help your team deal with the monkey. But I don't think this flank is that bad. I think this is like one of the more justifiable flanks here, because the monkey's in and they don't have nano monkeys, so it's fine. No value. Yeah, I think he could have played main as well. I think both would have worked. I think both plays would have worked fine. Yeah, I think it's just fine. I think on average that's winning. Because if he's not getting dove by the monkey, yeah, I mean, look. Let's just think about this from a risk-reward standpoint, right? If you take the flank, what are you going to die to? What is there to die to here? You could get slept, I guess, is the cost. You could get slept, but the Juno's pushing forward. You catch the Ana, and then it's just a Genji. You could lose the Genji, but he's low. I mean, it works out that he's low. In the alternative, what would the alternative have been? I mean, we're kind of getting to the point where we're kind of overthinking this, but the alternative would have been to not make this rotation and just play here. Shoot monkey, shoot monkey. Yeah, I actually think this would have been worse. I think he actually made the best play. Yeah, I think he made the best play. I think playing a main would have been bad. The monkey dive comes in and then he's just fried, man. I mean, he could fan the hammer, the monkey, but then everyone's looking at him. I think given the situation and how he set up, he played that perfect. Genji, yeah, I think he played that perfect. Okay. So here's a good look. I like this. Why is main is kind of bad though with the Juno orbital? Yeah, I agree. Here's the thing. Look, he's playing in main, but why is this kind of good here? Because he hears the Venture and he's denying the Venture rotation. He's denying it. So the Venture's like, oh my God, there's a Cass here, and the Venture has to go back up. So I don't mind you standing here and denying this. And then once you hear the Venture rotate out, then you can take space again. Nice. I like that roll forward too. You needed the roll to kill him. Perfect. Okay, yeah, I would not be making... You just have too much downtime, right? Like, if the venture's behind you, whatever, bro. Like if this venture even, let's say the venture in this perfect world did make this rotation out this way, whatever. What are we gonna do about that, bro? Nothing to do about that. Also, if the venture is just standing here, what are we gonna do about this as well, right? It's not really our job. Like we don't have to go out of our way to deal with them all the time. Like I think your best play here is to, you know, after you don't see the venture here originally, all right, whatever. Come in, stand here, and then try to catch the venture on this rotation out. Okay, if you can't do that, whatever, come in, help your team. I think that's what you need to do here. But like, what are we doing? We're just kind of chasing this venture like this is really bad. Really bad. But yeah, and it even puts us, it's like this rotation. I understand you're trying to catch the venture, but this is going to put us in a bad position for the next fight. Like over 100 games, you're going to die here a lot for no reason, right? So you just kind of commit to this venture mark way too much. Once you, especially at this distance, once you don't see them anymore, just forget about them. Because, yeah, you chasing them puts you in this bad position between the Venture and the Genji. You catch the Genji because he's bad and he has no awareness, not because you're good. Venture is kind of, Jason said, Venture is kind of a more bulky tracer as annoying, but chasing is bad. Yeah, chasing is for sure bad. Here I wouldn't be taking the angle. Just because a lot can go wrong and you're isolated, right? Just keep in mind, right? The comp you're playing against is dive. So in this situation, what do we not want to do? We don't want to die to dive. I understand that these guys are respawning. If you're doing this with the understanding that 2 people on the enemy team are dead, you know what? I'll let you pass. But if you're just doing this out of sheer habit of flanking, I don't think this is good. And I'd rather you be playing in main because there's way less margin for error in main. Right now, we're in between fights, so we want to be playing safe, surviving, and getting ready to stage for next fight. And the problem with taking a flank like this is, sure, it can be high risk, high reward, you can get a kill or whatever, but you also sacrifice, kind of going back to opportunity cost we talked about earlier, you sacrifice the ability to set up for a play for the next fight. So like here, for example, against this monkey, not only would you be able to shoot him, you could set up by, I mean, there's not really a great place to set up. I guess you could get here, but then you're diveable. But on other maps, you sacrifice the ability to set up for the play. So that's the only thing I'd mention. So here at this point, you should realize you have no value. You need to rotate out immediately. Yeah, so like now you're just close to a dive team. The proximity is high. Yeah, and now you have even more downtime. Right. So we just, like here, I like the Deadeye, good Deadeye, but we just did nothing this fight. Like this fight, we needed to be in main. Right. And I think Runasapi is a particularly misleading map because it kind of leads you to, and I've had maybe I'll delete that old VOD. I've got an old VOD where I talk about flanking a lot, like coming through here. I just don't think it's true anymore, right? Since then, I've studied a lot more. I think a lot of these flanks are just going to be bad. I just think they're going to be bad. The big problem with why they're bad is unless you have good timing, it's too close. Like look at this Hanzo, for example. Instantly punished for taking the angle because he's too close. Right? Imagine if that was you, it's the same problem, right? I'd rather you be in main and just do a quadrillion damage shooting tank. Yeah, so like we just don't, sorry, hit the mic. We just don't contribute is kind of what this comes down to. The Deadeye is good. I mean, you saw a good opportunity to take it, but we should have been doing more of that fight by playing in main and just zoning out monkey. Like, I feel like our damage this game, like if we were looking at the stat board, we'd have really low damage this game because I feel like we're just not really shooting that much. We're spending a lot of time taking flanks, which is good in principle on Cassidy, but you're not adapting the line of thinking to the enemy comp, right? This is a dive comp. They're going to have a more mobile backline or more mobile team in general. So you're not going to be able to catch as many people, right? And when you are isolated, they'll be able to capitalize on that more. Good Genji kill. Nice. Good kite here. Really good kite. Well done. Okay. We're going to go right side. See, this is where I need you to be. I need you to be in main here. I think main is fine. Shoot the monkey. Okay, so yeah, flash the floor in this venture. This is fine. I think you are a little overextended, to be honest. I think you should probably be here instead of closer. But on this venture, you just need to flash the floor. Here, yeah, you just panic a little bit. We needed to flash on the floor. You actually would have killed the venture. That venture would have died. It's a lost kill. And it mattered. You would have saved your Moira. And that's actually a really big, that's game losing, actually. Okay. Nice shots on Monkey. Shooting Venture, sure. Deadeye? Deadeye would have gone tough there. Would have been tough. It's too late. I mean, you can catch them. Yeah, they don't have any mobility cooldown, so it's not terrible. Yeah. I would have liked it earlier, though. You would have killed 3 or at 2 maybe with it. Don't flank here. I don't think this flank is good, right? I mean, I guess you can catch him in the rotation out, right? You know the Monkey died. Or, sorry, the Venture died. So maybe you can catch him on the rotation out. But I honestly, I wouldn't be risking it. I wouldn't be risking it. I would just be going main right now. I think this Morphate is bad. Yeah, like, look. I would have inadvertently dodged this play. Because I would have been playing main, right? I mean, it just kind of comes down to the principle of when you're playing against dive comps, you just don't really want to be taking angles that much. You want to be prioritizing playing in main. And you just, you fail to adapt to that mentality. You take the angle. I mean, your Moira also take the angle, but keep in mind Moira has like literally an invincibility ability and she's able to get out. You don't have that, okay? So we needed you in main. We really needed you in main. Because this nano monkey would still be getting value, but it'd be getting so much less value right now. It'd be getting so much less. Like, you'd be able to follow up your Moira here, kill the Juno, help with this Venture, right? There's things you could have done. There's things you could have done. Yeah, but I think it's going to be the reoccurring issue here. Is we just don't adapt to playing against dive. We take flanks too much. Like, I would keep in mind this hit scan in particular against dive. Your value is not in making gigantic plays. It's in not dying and whittling away the enemy team, right? I mean, Jason said it in one of these comments, which is, what was the comment? It was, I don't remember, but it's more about like poking and brawling them out than anything, right? Right, because like think about it. If you're a tracer, or sorry, if you're a monkey, who would you rather fight? Would you rather fight one Cassidy on an off angle, or no one on an off angle and a Cassidy in main with the rest of his team? Of course you'd want to fight the Cassidy, right? So you just don't want to, yeah, like look at this, look. You can kind of see tangibly how much more value we're getting right now because we're not on an angle. Look, we mark this Genji from taking main, space in main. We happen to be in a good position to follow up with the Baptiste window, okay? We kill the monkey, perfect. We can oh my goodness, bro. This isn't luck. I'm gonna be real. This is not luck. This is just a symptom of good positioning. Look. We're in a good position to capitalize off the BAP window, so this monkey gets low and dies. Why are we in a good position to capitalize off this Genji? Because Genji was already in a fight with the BAP, so he was distracted, so we were able to catch him. If we killed the monkey earlier, we could have got an extra shot off on this Genji. But so we see him come toward us, so it's obvious what our play is. We're in the open, so there's a little bit more avenue for us to dodge the Genji. It's not obvious where we're going. And then you kill him. Like, it's good positioning gets lucky, okay? Good positioning gets lucky, but none of that play was luck because you had a good position. Is how I want you to think about it. So yeah, that's why we play main, bro, against dive. It's stuff like that, it happens. It just happens. You catch it. And that's the thing about Cassidy. So if you watch back in the VOD, like there's a Lijiang one here, and there's some other ones. Cassidy's a lot about rotating early. It's a lot about rotating early. And whenever you're on an angle, you lose a lot more value when you try to rotate out, right? Because your rotation's gonna be an eternity. You're trying to rotate back out to main, right? So for example, right? Like whenever we took this angle, no, it's actually earlier. Man, I guess I have bad object permanent. Or here, look. Whenever we get stuffed on this angle, whatever, I'll just fly to it, whatever. Whenever we're on this angle, or sorry, either of these angles, this one or this one, let's say we do want to go play main, bro, the rotation out is so long. You have to rotate all, I guess you can go through this door and you come this way and then you're in main, right? It's just so long, man. It's terrible. The Genji got gapped this game, man. The Genji? Yeah. I feel like we definitely could have played better for sure. Yeah, we could play better. I was gonna say I think you lose this game on average, but honestly, it doesn't really matter because we could have played better. This wasn't like the best Cassidy we had inside of us, right? We could have. There's things we could have done better. So even if this game wasn't winnable, there's stuff we could have done. I definitely don't think it definitely doesn't help that we're playing Hanzo. Like that's like it doesn't help for sure. So I don't know. There's things we could have done. Okay, cool. Thank you for the code. That was fun. I haven't done Runasapi in a while. But that was all of the codes I had that I wanted to go through today. I want to go through one of my own codes. Some of these were pugs. No, some of them are not. Let's look at the leaderboards first, and then we'll review one of my own. How do I do this again? It's not game reports. Okay. I don't know which map. Oh, I played tank. Okay. This one is Cass was banned. I remember that. This one was, I did play Cass most of the game here. And then this was an Atlas game where we lost. I remember those games not being that great. Colosseo. Could we get like a Hollywood maybe? Did I play Cass? Yeah, I did. I don't even remember this Hollywood game. Yeah, let's look at this Hollywood game. Because I don't even remember what happened in this game. But okay, we're going to review one of my games real quick. So keep in mind, I am currently M2. This is my Cass one trick account. I only swap off. I swap off the touch. Like, because I'm not going to just like, I'll swap off the touch. I'll play like Sombra Tracer. Or then I'll play Sojourn or like Tracer when Cass is banned. Or I don't really play Ashe. It's mainly Sojourn. I'm trying to learn Sojourn. Okay, so Hollywood, typically what your plan should be is you have one or two options. You can play on the high ground at the beginning, or you can swing wide and just kind of poke them out. This is more of you're just trying to see what comp the enemy team is playing, less than like you're trying to kill somebody, right? So if you want to get intel on the enemy to comp, you can come wide and you can see for yourself, or you can ping. I think probably if you wanted to be 100% optimal with Cassidy gameplay, I think probably swinging wide is bad. I think probably objectively you just want to sit up top at the beginning. And then you want to sit up top, you want to poke them out, and then if they have something that's going to outrange you, you want to drop and then try to play for their play in. If they don't have any kind of verticality or anything that's going to be an immediate threat, you can play this pillar, especially if you have a support with you, and poke them out as they come up. But yeah, I think you can. Yeah, like this is probably objectively bad compared to like other stuff you can do, because I don't even like benefit that much from it anyway. Okay, so my plan here is, so I'm playing on the floor, and my plan here is to, I have two things I want to do. I want to deny this rotation that a flanker might make into this room. I want to be able to deny this. And I also want to shoot them as they walk in. So one thing I did identify is that they're playing Orisa. And generally when you're playing Cassidy into Orisa, a lot of your job is going to be just farm headshots, bro. Just farm headshots. Because especially if we look at our comp, our other DPS is a Mei. This Mei's not going to be able to do a gajillion damage. I mean, she does do a lot of damage. Her Icicle does like 75 and then 140 headshot or something like that. Or maybe it's literally 770, 140 like Cassidy. I can't remember. But it does a lot of damage, right? To say the least. So my goal is to basically do a bunch of damage to Orisa. I don't really mind playing in main that much right now, because if they start walking in, I can make this rotation early enough and not die while playing main, right? So, and I don't instantly want to play this high ground because I'm going to lose some value from playing on main here, because also in main I can also wrap right side and have cover and be fine. Also, if you play on the high ground with the BAP, in this case, of course, I'll have the BAP to help me. I think I throw this game actually, so this is going to be a really good VOD review. So playing with the BAP, the problem with playing here is you're just stuck here. Okay, so you're kind of just stuck in this angle and you can just shoot people from here, whatever. But if you play on the floor here, you have a little bit more options to rotate out late this way and then come alley as well if you want. Like if they push out this way, you can, catch it by rotating that way. So I could be with the BAP. I don't know if it's 100% better, but you can also be on the floor. I think there's some rationale for it. Okay. So once again, my goal is to try to headshot this Orisa as much as I can. Just see that. Notice I'm consciously aiming for head level for Orisa. I'm not, like, I turn the corner and I'm already consciously aiming for head, right? Already aiming for head. In the reload animation, I was aiming for it, right? I'm not aiming and then readjusting. So I hear the Tracer behind. I go to help peel. It didn't end up mattering because the Curious in my maze goaded. So here there's a Soj up top, but honestly there's not a lot I can do about that. The only way you can really contest this high ground angle is if you come up the staircase and then shoot her like this. But the problem with this is going to be naturally losing for Cassidy. Because the Sojourn, it's basically free, right? There's no cover for the Cassie to use, and the range is more effective for her. So it's going to be a losing game most of the time. Okay, so I'm still on the floor. Once again, I just want to shoot this Orisa as much as I can. Shoot the Orisa, literally just farm Orisa is what this comes down to. Play safe enough where I don't die, right? I eat a few jabs, but that's kind of the cost of doing business. So once again, so I hear this Tracer, this awareness, get jabbed. I hear the Tracer blink to my left, instantly react. I missed the first shot, but I have good crosshair placement, correct, and it's a headshot. Okay. So that's what that came down to. So why am I on the floor, not in high ground? Why am I on the floor, not in high ground? So the problem with the high ground rotation is it's too long. I would have had to made it earlier. So I would have lost downtime in the fight. And I don't gain anything from being on high ground. I only lose. Because the problem with this is that I'm going to get outranged by Sojourn from a million gajillion miles away. And when I play here, I have the cover of the corner, right? So that's why I'm playing on the floor. Okay. Orisa gets speared, but it's fine. We're poking them out anyway. I'm just hitting bullets. At this point, what I'm thinking about is farming Deadeye. I'm not going to kill anybody from this range. So it's just going to be a farm Deadeye type of situation. So I flash early here. On this Tracer. So I see the Tracer. Here. I go for a flash early. Honestly, you can probably argue that this flash is bad. I mean, this flash is probably bad, actually. Is she realistically not going to blink with the whole enemy team here? No. She's, of course, going to blink. So that's a bad flash for me. I should have held it for sure. And, okay, so here's a cool thing about kind of macro in general. Notice this Tracer play. So this Tracer makes this play. She gets no value. Literally, basically no tangible value, like in terms of kill threat or anything. But many of us respect it. Literally, both our supports, me and the Mei, respect this Tracer. And as a result, it's way easier for this Orisa to take space, and it causes the tank to push forward, right? So this is a perfect example of sometimes as DPS, or actually a lot of times as DPS, you have to make the opportunity for your tank to push forward, right? So this Tracer did a great job in making space there. Even if it got no tangible value, right? It opened up a window for the Orisa, and the Orisa took it. So here, the Tracer gets in right side, which is pretty unlucky for us. I don't turn to deal with her because it's, number one, going to be way too far. And the enemy team is going to try to be capitalizing on the space that the Tracer is making right now, right? So I want to be able to deny that. And then once I'll deal with the Tracer once she comes around to deal with me. Or once she comes to try to take space. Right. So in this case, I go for a Deadeye. Why do I go for a Deadeye here? It's actually a bad Deadeye. I'll be real. So I think the Jav cooldown is 6 seconds. Yeah, this Deadeye's bad. I shouldn't have Deadeye. This is terrible. I think, I don't remember why I Deadeye, I'm gonna be honest. So I get bailed out by my supports, is kind of what this came down to. I needed to, so if I was going to Deadeye, like if that's my play, I need to be on the high ground. I need to be up here in Deadeye. But I just think I should just shoot. I have really no reason to Deadeye here, and be honest. Yeah, I needed to shoot this Orisa as she's walking up. And that would have forced gold earlier. I just get built out. We could have won this fight without window. So that was my fault. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Man, this sucks. So here's the thing. So look. Tracer on the angle. I roll forward because I know she has no cooldowns, okay? She just used recall, and she used blink because she was in the middle of the fight earlier. So I know she has no cooldowns. So I roll forward trying to catch her because she basically has to fight me. Because otherwise, what she has to do is she has to... I mean, I guess she could walk forward, blink, like stand here and then wait and then like double blink out. I guess she could do that. But I was willing to gamble that she'd fight me, and I thought it would be good for me. So the problem is she throws a pulse bomb at my feet. It honestly would have stuck me and killed me, but I just don't have roll and I die. So I think my line of thinking and catching her, I think the line of thinking of she has no cooldowns, I should chase her, is good. Like here, I think it's good. But at this point, she's just too far away. She's just too far away. So for me, this is just a bad play. Yeah. I think there's a world where I kill her, but I didn't consider pulse bomb. I certainly wasn't thinking about that. But I just didn't have roll for the 1v1. So yeah, so that was my fault. I shouldn't have died to that. I shouldn't have even gone for the tracer kill there. Anyway, so I'm staging on high ground. I don't want to be on high, or sorry, I want to be on high ground and not on the floor, because this is not as bad as it is. So the reason I'm not on this high ground, as I mentioned, is because I'm going to lose to Sojourn on the neutral. But here it's not as bad because there's instant cover right here on this little frame thing. And also you can deny this doorway whenever they walk in. So that's why I'm playing on the high ground here. And it's also so I don't get walked on. This is also a really easy point to get dropped on by the enemy team, just pushed on in general. So that's why I'm playing on the high ground here. Okay, so my goal here is not to do 1 billion damage. It's more to just kind of poke them as they walk up and live. So I'm not trying to like one tap people or anything like that. But yeah, so it's more of like, yeah, as you can see here, this is like kind of past this door here is when they start getting into your effective range and you want to fight for it a little bit more aggressively. So as you can see, I poked them out here as they try to take some space. So yeah, it's so they also, whenever you play this angle, it's a lot harder for the attackers to just come wide for free and take space. I mean, most of the time they won't anyway, but it's, you know, one perk of the position as well. Yeah. This position's more about just it's the best defensive position you have and less about the offensive capability you have here. This flash, let's see. So she takes the pill. I think his flash is probably fine. I think his flash is fine because she's not looking at me, right? I think there's a world there that hits her. So, okay, so here's the thing. So I roll off this high ground here because this Orisa is low. Okay, so look. Orisa comes wide. She just used Javelin Spin, so the only cooldown she has to have is gold, okay? So she uses gold here, but she's so low, I'm pretty convinced that we can kill her when she tries to make this rotation out, right? Because she's also stuck. Like, she's so deep. The only thing that sucks is they're playing Life Weavers, so she ends up getting gripped out for free. Okay, so this is a good play if they're not playing Life Weaver. They just happen to play Life Weaver, and she gets the grip out, unfortunately. So that's why I roll off the high ground there. So I rolled to the angle here because timing is important, and the chance of me getting dove in the next 6 seconds is basically nil. Okay, right? If we look at their enemy team comp, look, who am I getting dove by? There's actually nobody on the high ground. So I won't need, I'm pretty much guaranteed to not need roll over the next 6 seconds when it's on cooldown. So that's why I rolled the angle here. Try to catch a tracer, but I miss it. And because I have good positioning, look, because I have good positioning on the high ground, I catch the bat. So he dies. I can't tell if someone's coming behind me or not, so I'm just checking. I wouldn't have been able to shoot the Orisa anyway because she was in gold, so it didn't really matter. And once again, it's just about kind of denying the staying alive on the high ground. So I drop it because this Life Weaver has to make a rotation out. He's caught on the left side, and I see that my tank is pushing him, right? I read my tank's body language. I can tell that the tank wants to push out this way. So what do I want to do to be able to capitalize on this? I want to be able to drop. Because if we kill this Life Weaver, they are not going to push out anyway, okay? They're going to wait for the Life Weaver to respawn. Especially because the Tracer just died, who's also going to have bad timing. So if we can catch him when this Life Weaver tries to make the rotation out, it's winning for us. So that's why I drop here. Yeah. Whoops. Catch the Weaver, and then now, don't mind shooting the Orisa. She's low. I mean, it's winning for us. I'm not going to get super greedy, but poking is generally fine here. I catch the rotation out, and I'm fine, right? So that, I just wrote, because it's good that I don't commit to the angle because they will push me eventually, so I rotate out. I think you could have argued that I should have left earlier after the Life Weaver died. I think that might be probably a better play long term because it would have removed any chance of me dying. But I think playing there for a little bit more aggression is fine as well. Aggression is fine as well. So here, okay. So there's two things about this position. So notice I come back to the high ground because I'm not going to get focused. I deny this from the enemy team. I can shoot people as they try to rotate like this Weaver, right? I totally zone out the Weaver. I force him to use his mobility ability out, right? As you can see. And then because I'm here, I have good positioning. Good positioning gets lucky. I see that this Sojourn slides in. Sojourn has no other mobility. She doesn't know I'm up here or else she wouldn't have done that. So I'm able to drop behind her, flash, shoot, important, very important. I shoot her first, then I flash the floor, then I shoot her again, punch melee, and she's done. Okay. So that was a really easy kill that I got for good positioning now. The only thing to keep in mind now is that now I'm going to be behind the enemy team and they know I'm here. Okay. So it's going to be, ideally, I'm going to be playing a little bit less aggressive and then just leveraging the fact that we have an advantage, right? Oh my God. Okay. I remember this. Okay. This is so stupid. So here I am. I kill the Sojourn. Notice I don't drop. Notice I don't drop. Why? Why? I don't drop because we have an advantage and I want to preserve the advantage. Dropping would put me face to face with this Orisa and that is no bueno, even if we have a Kitsune Rush, okay? I think I get the Kitsune Rush even when I'm on the high ground. No, I don't. Okay, well, it doesn't even matter. So, yeah, so that's why I'm staying on the high ground here. Sorry, I don't know why I keep doing that. So I get really unlucky and I get yanked down to the low ground because the stupid Orisa ult. What is that? I clip through the floor? Are you kidding me? Anyway, not really a lot I could have done about this. This is kind of just like the game is buggy, whatever. So now I'm forced into main. So immediately, okay, look, there's a lot going on here. So I get pulled down. Notice I don't roll immediately. I walk out, I fan her. I walk out, then I roll, okay? Very, very, very important. You don't want to roll instantly because what the Orisa is trying to do is she's trying to catch you as you're rotating out, okay? She wants to pop the ulti when you're right here, basically. So what you're going to do is you're just going to walk, then you roll at the edge so that even when she pops early, you have damage resistance from your roll happening. So that is something I did there, right? So I waited until I was toward the end and then I rolled out. And notice I didn't roll forward or anything like that. I wanted to be in main because if I guess I could go this way. I'd be with my Orisa, but I wasn't thinking about that. But I consciously wanted to be in main so I could contribute to the rest of the fight here. Flash on Tracer. Yeah, but this fight's won. Yeah, my kill on the Sojourn at the very beginning was game changing. I needed to get. Why didn't I get healing here? Okay, I don't really know what bro's doing, but yeah, I should have got healing there. I shouldn't have died. That's not really my fault at that point. Maybe I could have done anything against the Tracer. I mean, I guess I could have respected her. Let's see. I thought she was gonna leave. Why did she not leave? Yeah, the Tracer staying on point's kind of crazy there, I'm gonna be honest. I think that Kiri also thought the Tracer was gonna leave. Because the fight's lost. I don't really know why the guy is still fighting. But anyway, that was my fault. I should have respected the Tracer more there. I shouldn't have just straight up ignored her. But I also could have just got healing and that would have prevented all of it. But we have to take accountability for our actions. So I killed the Tracer. So look. Okay, look. On this Tracer matchup, 1 blink, 2 blink, catch her in the 2nd blink. Okay, she probably has a 3rd blink. But honestly, if you don't use it, when are you ever going to use it? Okay, so I just throw it at her and I happen to catch her. If you watch pro players... A lot of coaches will obsess over holding, flash for XYZ reason, right? Use it after the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th blink, whatever. If you watch pro players, they kind of just use it anytime after the 1st blink, they use it. It kind of just stops mattering after the 1st blink. So this is after the 1st blink. Bam, throw it. Happen to catch her. Bam, got her. Okay, whatever. Because realistically, she can outplay you in any way, shape, or form. She's Tracer. Okay. Unless you read that she has absolutely 0 blinks and you want to play for that, I just kind of throw it. I think it's better. Maybe you could have tried to convince me that I needed to hold it there and do it on the next blink, but I don't know. Anyway. So here, my team is taking space on the floor. I saw my team backing up, so I'm going to back up and then come back high ground. Tracer's on the cart, but I'm not too worried about it. I roll to the angle, roll here because I know I'm not going to get pushed in the next 6 seconds. So here I want to contest them as they try to walk out. I'm not worried about the Tracer because I'm just not going to be able to deal with her in time. Kite this angle. So here I'm consciously thinking about using Deadeye while they cross bridge. So this should be a Deadeye. Perfect, and the window comes out. So I'm pretty sure I actually calmed that I'm going to use Deadeye here. So this window realistically shouldn't be coming out. It's pretty bad from a macro perspective to use 2 zoning ults at the same time. So if we wanted to be like really nitpicky, this should be me or the BAP ulting right now. But we use both. I mean, to be fair, this is a good opportunity for both. But if we wanted to min-max the situation, we wouldn't be using both at the same time. So... Yeah, so as you can see, neither ult really gets value. Our BAP dies to Sojourn E, unfortunately. And then this fight's kind of just fried from here, honestly. Our Orisa has to give up all the space. They take the high ground. I mean, we got tree out, but now we have to give up this entire high ground because of this play. Right? Like, now if I had Deadeye, this would have been way better. Way better. So that was a macro mistake from both of us. I walk with my Orisa because I don't really have any better play. And then try to fight the Sojourn. I think the duel is fine. I think, I mean, mechanically, I could have done better. For sure. Like here. Yeah, I think, but it's in range. That's like 20 meters. That's like 25 meters maybe. So it's in range. She does have rail, but notice I'm 80-80 strafing. But I have roll as well, so if I do get hit by rail and I don't get insta-killed, I can just roll to an angle. Right? Like here, I don't need to roll because I'm already unswung. So it doesn't even matter. But I think that's fine. And I repeak. Why do I repeak with low HP? Why do I repeak with low HP, guys? So here, I have 14 HP. I repeat because they're in an Orisa ult right now. They're not going to be looking at me, bro. So what this Orisa needs me to do is shoot these guys. Even if I die for it, it's worth it. So I want to catch these guys as they're trying to rotate out. So I'm going to come here and shoot them in the Orisa ult. That's going to be the highest value play I have. So that's why I do that. I hear the Tracer. Flash headshot. That's honestly lucky. I'm going to be real. This is really lucky. So this, I hear the Tracer. I anticipate she's going to come up the thing. So I aim down at the floor. She just happens to ascend into my crosshair. Flash kills her and it's just fried. So yeah, that's kind of what that came down to. Yeah, and then it's just about leveraging the high ground advantage, right? So just continuing to play the high ground there. Yeah, okay. Okay, so more just playing high ground, like same old, right? I'm not playing on the ground at all. I'm not dropping early, keep that in mind as well. Here I come to contest the BAP. Okay, so look. I contest a Tracer, whatever. Here, honestly, you know what? My rotation timing is probably fine. You know what? Actually, no, I probably should have rotated earlier, I'm gonna be honest. So here, I probably should have rotated maybe a second, 1 second, 2 seconds earlier. Because here's the problem. I'm going to be in the middle of a rotation while they've already taken space. Like, I needed to be here while they're walking. Like, for example, I stay on the high ground. Yeah, you notice how my Kiri and my Mei have both kited. I needed to be here right now as his BAP is coming. As his Kiri is taking space, but I'm late on the rotation, and as a result, this BAP is able to come up here and drop. I mean, this is a crazy play, but he comes up here and drops a window, and I just don't mechanically execute. I also jump here, which is a mistake, but I try to roll closer because I know my chance of winning this through a window is pretty much doomed. So I have to go for something high risk, high reward, right? I made the rotation too late already. So basically, this was a situation where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Because at this point, right, they're all past me. Like, I'm just not gonna be able to do anything. Like, I needed to be on this angle earlier, right? This angle on the bridge here earlier. So that was my mistake here. But playing on the high ground is definitely correct. It's just I don't make this rotation fast enough. And then I come right side because my team is already left. So the only thing I would point out here is we do have a Kitsune, but honestly, I don't want to walk into a ram. So I come on the angle to hopefully I can do actually anything and not get stuffed in the choke. The only thing is because I come right side, I don't come left. I would, if I went left, I would have been able to help my Kiri on this Tracer duel. I mean, it didn't end up mattering, but that's just something to point out. But here, yeah, I get zoned out. I think what I needed to do here as well is I did have a window where no one was looking at me, which is here. I needed to, like, actually right now, I needed to make this rotation to come wide and either play this angle or try to make this late fight rotation up the high ground. Because there's just honestly not a lot I can do from the door for the reason you'll see exactly here, which is I just get spammed out by the Sojourn, right? So, like here, I get spammed out by Sojourn and it's just like I can't do anything. So now I'm stuck and I have to make the play now because otherwise we're gonna lose, right? So I have to go for something. I try to grab Mega, but it's just too late. It's just too late. I missed my window. So I needed to commit to that rotation way earlier. That or play left side and hope that panned out somehow. I think if I played left side, So if I played left side and didn't rotate here, here's what would happen. I would have been here. I probably would have seen this rush. I would have tried not to play with it because it'd be a little bit too close. I would have came left here. This tracer dive probably wouldn't have happened, or she would have got recalled now. And then I'd be coming left side and I'd be shooting tank or shooting tracer. And then I'd be getting marked by Sojourn, but yeah, I don't know. I think it still would have been losing. I think I needed to make the right flank, the flank faster. I needed to try to kill the back with the Sojourn. So I think taking the right angle was good, but I just need to commit to that. Okay, so now we come main and I come right side. Oh yeah, I make a dumb mistake here, I remember. I make a really dumb mistake. So here, I kind of let the mental get to me. Because I was like, after that last fight, I was like, man, what am I supposed to do? Like, I just don't know how I was supposed to win that last fight. And then I kind of turned my brain off. So I get really close here. And then I come wide for reasons unknown. I'm going to be honest with you. This is, I even knew, right when I was making this play, I knew this was bad. I was like, dude, what am I doing? I'm way too close to these guys. So I have roll, but by the time, like, look, this is how fast this stuff gets punished. Like, look, I'm on the angle immediately. This ain't no gold lobby, bro. I'm on the angle, immediately punished. OC comes out. She sees I'm low. She rails me. OC comes out, and I get Vortex on Fred. Immediately Fred. Yeah, I just went too wide, man. That was just really bad. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just turned off my brain there. My best play, for sure, is to... I think playing in main is, like, largely fine, but I want to be playing this angle. I'm gonna be playing this angle for sure. I'm just way too close. So this is on me, for sure. That's my fault. That was a dumb mistake. Here, yeah, so here's a blind Deadeye and a reasonably good blind Deadeye. Why is this blind Deadeye good? I see the Ram on the angle, so I know Ram is not in main. There are 4 people on the cart, guys. And yes, I was paying attention to this. 4 people on the cart, so I know literally everybody else is main. So as a result, I know if I swing wide on the Deadeye and not peek first, I'm going to have the advantage in popping Deadeye. So here, bam, pop Deadeye. I know I'm going to have a reasonable amount of people in my LOS. So I take a ton of damage, but it's enough to warrant a response, right? I force the slide out. I force this entire rotation out from everybody. And the shield comes up, right? And I'm about to die, which is kind of like the cost of business on Cassidy. I could have honestly not even shot, just canceled and slid to the right. I mean, that probably would have been like 100% optimal, but I decided to commit to it. And then I basically nullify a lot of the value that this Kitsune ended up having. Because they end up giving main and committing to that left side rotation. So is this a perfect Deadeye? No. Is it a good Deadeye? I forced the Kitsune response and they didn't even get a lot of value from it. Yeah. Yeah. But it is pretty miraculous that he didn't die. I will admit. I will admit. And then we just hold the defense. Yeah, but we could have held way better. It would have been way easier to hold this if I didn't just int for no reason. I'm gonna be honest. I just inted that first fight on second or on third. Okay, so attack on Cassidy. So I like to clear this high ground off rip because sometimes there'll be balls that play up here or sombras or things like that, and you can clear them. It's like I'd say like 1 in 200 games it happens, but I just like taking this angle as well because it just guarantees I won't take poke, right? And the amount of damage I'd be doing to this off rip is pretty much negligible. So I would rather be doing this, just taking a safe angle, clearing it just in case, and then coming right side and then looking to make my play with taking minimal damage. So here, so once again, it's an Orisa matchup. So a lot of it, I'm going to be consciously thinking about shooting the Orisa. I come security room on the right side because I need to try to open up an angle. It's going to be really brutal for our team to try to walk in left side. You could argue that I should be playing left and getting ready to speed in with my team and try to make a rotation, but I think there's also value in trying to come to this angle. What I'm doing right now is if I notice the Orisa make the rotation to meet me, I'm instantly rotating backwards. I'm instantly giving it up. I'm not going to be greeting the angle at all. So my idea is not to get a kill here. It's more of just to force a rotation. And then what'll end up happening is the Orisa will make the rotation out and then my tank will rotate in. So I'm trying to make an opportunity for my tank to do something is what I'm thinking here. So here I get marked by a tracer. Our May dies, whatever, right? Could I have done something in main? Yeah, but I think going right side is going to be the higher agency play, to be honest. I think if we had if this was like a coordinated environment, we could have speed boost into the left stairs maybe, or into alley, but you know, that's not the environment we're in. So whatever. So I come in, shoot this, contest this Sojourn, and that ends up forcing her out. I see that we have a wall. So I see that we have an opportunity to rotate. I mean, the Sojourn drops, the wall comes out. I'm looking to rotate immediately. So I'm a little bit behind, which sucks. But I noticed the opportunity to rotate, right? The ring comes through. Oh, I should have actually got the ring. I didn't even think about that, but I should have got the ring. And then I try to make the rotation out. So I am a little bit late, but the rotation is correct with my team. Here I demand a little bit of healing, but whatever. Now I'm on the high ground. Okay, cool. So I don't go left stairs, of course, because I don't want to get stuffed by the enemy tank. So I want to look for an opportunity here. It's a little bit tough because they end up all rotating the alley. So the only options I have are, okay, I can mark the Kiri or I can drop the point. So I'm really hesitant to drop the point here because if I drop the point, I'm going to be forced into either this fight or whatever is on the left side here, which ends up being nothing. So I should have probably dropped in hindsight. But I stay on the high ground for probably way too long. The fight in alley is lost, and then there's just nothing I can contribute, right? Like, what I needed to do is try to kill this Curie here. But ultimately, this kind of came down to... Did these guys not go high ground at all? I don't think I think my awareness was that I honestly, honest to God, thought every single person made the rotation to high ground. But it turned out that the Mei just went coast, and... The Mei goes coast... Yeah, so our Mei's timing is too early. Forces ice block, demands Curie pocket. And then the enemy team entirely rotates. Yeah, I needed to go for the Curie kill. I think our Mei made a mistake there, but if I wanted to win that, I needed to go for the Curie kill. Because, I mean, I just don't have anything else. Everyone else rotated away. I guess you could argue that I could have went... No, there's no way I could have rotated into alley because the Mei wall broke. Right, if you think about like when I was talking about the speed boost here, the rotation into alley would have been too bad because it would have been too slow. I would have died in the rotation for sure. Right, the only reason I even lived is I had this pillar here, so I didn't really have any other option there. Okay. So window comes out, just don't die to window. Stay in main. Take a little bit of damage. I didn't need to take that damage, to be honest. So I re-peek. Okay, so the reason I'm peeking this is it's kind of like... There's nothing else to do, right? Like, what else am I going to do? The only other play I have is I can roll to this car here and then try to force something here, but my Mei is already here. My Orisa is already here. Like, I need to try to pull attention here and just not die, right? So this is my plan. It's just like, maybe I can catch somebody. I end up getting caught in the middle of a swing, so I have to roll to the right side instead of the left. And then that's why I do that, yeah. But for me, it's just like I need to mark these guys. Like, there's pretty much no other play I have. I guess I could at this point. When this Orisa comes into security, I could be coming into security here and shooting the Orisa. Nah, but there's no way that's good. There's actually zero chance that's good. I think this is my best play. Because then I can catch his BAP. Yeah. I unfortunately get marked by a tracer and then I'm just dead. So this is more of a problem with like Cassidy's just kind of bad. Cassidy's kind of bad in this comp. Because it's like, let's say I did play security, and this is how I think about when I do all my VOD reviews, by the way, guys. This is how I improve, and this is how I climb to Grandmaster. Is it's like, even if I came here and I shot the Orisa, nothing's gonna happen. I mean, even if she didn't use ult, I'm not gonna be able to do anything. Okay, so the only play I had, really, if I needed to do something, is I needed to not take a bunch of damage off rip. So I needed to here probably take 100 less damage. Force less healing, and then I probably would have had some opportunity, like a window, to make this rotation this way, up the stairs. Like, I needed to find this rotation somehow, like up the stairs, kill the BAP, and then help contribute to the Curie kill. I could have flashed or whatever, but I don't have the timing because I took too much damage and I played too safe. Like here, for example, I needed to rotate, yeah, and then I hesitate. Yeah, I needed to rotate earlier. I needed to find... I just needed to find the timing. Because there's no other way to win that. I had no other way to win that. Okay. Okay, I think we do get held here. No, I think we cap first. I feel like we do. And then we get stuck. Okay, so we have beams. So I don't remember what I'm thinking in my mind here. But ideally, I should be looking to play with beam when it comes out. That should be my play. Contested Sojourn, come wide for a Deadeye. Okay, so look. Contested Sojourn, she's low. I'm gambling at this point she's sliding off. I don't think she's just crouching. I'm gambling that she's going to drop. So I roll immediately to the angle because I know we need to start making a play because we have space now. So I come to the angle. I see that the healer's on the right side and that my tank is walking in, knowing that she's going to ult. Knowing that she's... Well, sorry. I didn't actually know that she's going to ult. I'm going to be real. I had no idea she's going to do this. But I knew that she was taking space. Okay. So I knew that, okay, if my tank's taking space, I want to be able to help her capitalize on any space she's making. I'm going to use Deadeye to make things easier. So, and also this angle is isolated. I'm going to be on an angle away from everybody. Of course, there's the Orisa here who can come out and spear me. But I in my mind, I think it's worth it to come out and Deadeye here. Is this actually a good Deadeye? I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I think there's pros and cons. I think it could be bad because the Orisa can cut whips. Let me erase this. I think it could be bad because the Orisa realistically could just be like, oh my gosh, Cassidy on the angle. And then wide swing and then jab me into the wall, of course. But I also think it could be good because I'm balling up with the Orisa here. But you could also argue the same thing. It might be more valuable if, I mean, the opportunity cost is that I'm not making this rotation, right? I'm not making this rotation to the high ground here. So I think it goes both ways. But the good thing is that I draw early. Notice that I don't overly commit. I draw early because I know the BAP's going to rotate and I know the enemy team is going to capitalize on my position. So I draw early and then I just give up the angle and I rotate back. Right. And because also notice this, I want you guys to notice this. Notice what I'm doing during Deadeye. And I complain about this for you guys sometimes too as well. During Deadeye, I am aiming my gun. I am aiming my gun at BAP. Right, I shoot during the shoot animation. I move my cursor to BAP. That way, right after I shoot Deadeye, I can just kill the BAP instantly. Right, look, I'm not aiming at the floor. I'm not perfectly checking him here, but you can clearly see that in the animation of me shooting, I move my mouse, and then that way, whenever he tries to walk away, he's instantly dead. Okay, so that's good hygiene for Cassidy is to aim while using Deadeye. It's really good hygiene. Okay, then I mark the tracer, and then I come in. So, I think, honestly, I played this fight pretty well. I think the Deadeye was great. I think you can argue that was bad because of the Orisa, but I do cancel it early, and I respect them. So, or I do draw early, and I respect the Orisa. So, I think you can argue both ways. It was either that or go high ground. Okay, I come right with my Orisa to try to fight for this angle, because the main angle is just terrible. There's nothing you can really do in main, so it's a lot of just... trying to fight them for this space here, because if we have this space, right, if the enemy team has to give up this space in one way or another, right, so if they rotate out here, of course this opens up this elevator to be taken by us and we can take the high ground and go this way, right? It's perfect. Like that's exactly what we're trying to have happen here. But like if I came main, what am I going to do? Right, shoot this BAP from a million miles away? No way. I'm going to get outranged. I'm going to die to probably something. So it makes no sense. So that's why I'm coming this way to fight this. With the end goal of getting on the high ground and then pushing over this bridge here and playing this high ground over here. That's the kind of the end goal. There are some opportunities sometimes you'll have on this angle to make this wrap play and shoot them as they're rotating out this way. It's just going to kind of depend on the situation. So I don't remember what I do in this situation, but that's why I'm pushing right side. Okay, so I shoot the Orisa. You know, I take a bunch of damage, so I just try to live. I look consciously at, okay, so look. So I look I hear the tracer, so I end up looking over there just to like see what's going on. I'm like, there's nothing I can do about that. So then notice no one else is here with me, so I immediately roll out and give the space and come back to main. And then I re-peek after I have a cover, right? I have the angle to work with. And then then now my tank's back here, so I'm like, okay, I'll just swing with my tank, and then I do so. Okay, I'm not overly committing to an angle. I'm playing close, and then I die because tracer flank. You know, that's just whatever. I don't really know. Here you can argue I take too much damage from Orisa, but I think I would have died to tracer either way. I'm gonna be real. So this is kind of just a good play from tracer. My Kiri gets forced out. Let's see what happens. So Kiri gets forced out. I'm on the angle. I'm gonna be honest. I think this was the best play I had. I think you also could have said maybe during the fight here. What if during the fight here? No, I don't think that's good. Let's see. So here, maybe you could have argued that instead of rolling to the left here, I could have rolled backwards to this angle and played here. Yeah, I think this is probably better. I mean, look at just this POV for the rest of this fight. Yeah, and then I would have had this rotation. I mean, yeah, I think probably this is a positional error. I think probably I should have kited back into this mini room and played back here and then just get ready to kite early if I get pushed by the Orisa. But the problem is I would have been flanked either way by this Tracer because I would have been alone. So the issue, maybe she would have ignored me because I would have been too far away if I played that angle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know the answer. So like what I would do in this situation, I'm not gonna do it right now, but this is a situation where because I just don't know what the best play is, I would try to investigate what the best play is. So I would go to, I would try to find lip VODs or merit VODs or literally any pro player playing Cass on attack and see how they play the right side. Do they ever play this angle? If they never play this angle, then I probably shouldn't be here. If they sometimes play this angle due to circumstance, I'm probably fine. But yeah, I would just investigate there. Because the only other like thing I could have done here probably is like there's probably something I could have done by going main at some point. Like I probably could have like once my Orisa rotates out the first time, maybe I could have rotated with her. So here she spears up. So I don't get this rotation onto the high ground, which is unfortunate. Could I have made this rotation? No, realistically, I mean, maybe. I would have had to be really coordinated to make this window, right? What does this look like to me? Yeah, I would have had to have a lot of coordination there, but that would have probably been the best play, is to rotate with the Orisa. I'm gonna be honest. That probably just needed to be my play. I needed to kind of read her body language to see that she goes high ground. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because now I'm stuck on the high ground. There's not really a lot of plays I can make. There's another window, but that would have been way too close. That's not it. So then I lose. Okay, so I hear for, I don't really know why I hear on be real. Oh, it's because okay, so yeah. So on this Deadeye, we kill the Kiri. So we're up one. Here, I see BAP on this high ground, and I'm gonna be honest, I autopilot Deadeye. I'm gonna be real. This is just a straight up autopilot Deadeye. This comes out, I just totally forget that BAP has lamp in his kit, and I'm like, once this happens, I'm like, oh my god, he has lamp. And then yeah, it's just kind of like whatever from there. I mean, I guess I get lamp out, and we don't end up killing him. So I think it's not like a 0 value Deadeye, but I don't think it's great either. Also here, yeah, here I needed to make this rotation earlier. All right, so here at this point here, I needed to identify we're gonna be fighting in main here, and they have they just use gold. This is my perfect opportunity to make a rotation to the high ground. So I missed my opportunity to rotate, and as a result, I think I do rotate, but it's just late. Yeah, like I would have been. So I get with late timing, I catch that, but I would have been able to probably maybe actually catch the BAP on the high ground here. So here, I would have been up there about now. Yeah, I wouldn't have caught the BAP. I would have been able to catch his Curie. But yeah, I'm just late on the rotation. But I catch the BAP there. And the fight's winnable now. Our tank dies and yeah, it's just too late. It's just too late. I needed to rotate, but it needed to be earlier. And then if I did play main, let's say I did play main, let's see how this would have panned out. OC would have happened. I wouldn't have got caught in that because I would have been too far away. I would shoot the BAP. Yeah, it would be fried. The only play I had, this is so terrible for Cassidy. All this is bad. I mean, I would have had this rotation out with the Orisa, and I would have caught this. But then I would have lost this opportunity to kill BAP. Yeah, I shouldn't have rotated earlier. Going main was definitely worse. It was definitely worse to go main. And I think it is on average too. I think on average that's the worst play. Okay. Man, I'm just late. Yeah, here I think to myself, we have no one on cart. Let me go cart. And I think it's just wrong. I think it's just wrong. Or if I am, I need to not like once I'm getting to like this point where I'm actually pushing the cart here, I need to give it up earlier. Yeah, I just don't give it up early enough, and then I get caught in the Jav and die. But really, I just shouldn't be pushing cart here. It's more about winning the fight than anything at that point. But here I see that we're winning the fight because my Orisa is the best player ever. And then it didn't really matter what direction I came at this point. And then I die, really? Yeah, this is a bad roll. Let's see, is it actually a bad roll? No, I don't know if it's a bad roll because I know my Orisa is going to rotate out, so I want to be able to help her when she rotates out. But I should not be holding W here, for sure. I should not be holding W key. I get too close, eat a bunch of random damage for no reason, and then die. Like, I shouldn't even be this close to the Orisa, so that was a W key issue. I think the roll is fine. And I guess you could argue, should I have gone right? Should I have gone right here instead of going main? Let's see. So I hit the tracer once. If I went right here, I could shoot the Orisa. I don't think coming right's better. I think coming left's better. Because the thing is, if they come left, at some point they're gonna have to make a rotation out, right? Actually, maybe going right is better. Well, if I go main though, I force cart and then I have to rotate off eventually. Here, if I went right side as well, I could have went to the high ground. If there was an option. There was no option there, but there could have been a universe. Here, the problem with going left is I'm guaranteed to be isolated. Is kind of the problem. The Mei ends up being over here, but she started on the right side. I think I needed to go right here. I think I needed to go right. It helped the fight there. I could have caught something, and then I could have shot Orisa from the back and forced the Tracer 1v1, and I don't know if that's winning, but it's certainly better than what I did there. I think it's merit to either one, but maybe right's going better. Yeah, that flash is just bad for obvious reasons. She's in the air. What do I expect to happen? But I made a bunch of mistakes this game, for sure. There's no like concrete mistake here. I think maybe what I could have done is I could have been a little bit tighter on the rotations. I think I was a little bit late. There's like 2 times I was late. Like this Orisa jab spinning here to take the high ground up, even though the enemy Orisa was here, I kind of just needed to make that rotation because otherwise we would just get stuffed. And then there was this rotation here where the speed boost came through and I wasn't ready in time because remember I was like standing back here and I was living. So I just need to be earlier on that rotation as well. So those are probably my big mistakes. But I hope, I mean, it was helpful for me because I was doing my own VOD review, but I hope that was helpful for you guys to get some insight on like my gameplay. You know, just keep in mind I'm Masters 2 right now. Of course my peak is at GM5, which is why I claim that. So like, for example, I'll just show you my main. This is Audacious Tail. It says my main. Tail. My name is Tail just because it's easier to say, to be honest, instead of Audacious Tail. But yeah, so I haven't really played much this season, but last season I played a bunch. I was GM5, and then season 14 I also played a bunch. I was GM5 as well. Anyway, that's the stream, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate you guys' time and support, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye bye.